eventually and never know where I'm going to go anyway. I'll just try to take you along. I better get these coins out of my pocket or I'll play with them all night. I do those things. Usually I get rid of them earlier. I'd like to discuss something to start out with, and you'll wonder why this is part of a meeting in which of the type of stuff. I don't know exactly everything's been advertised to you, and that's good. I don't read the handbill, and I'm not constrained by having to follow it. But I want to talk first about basically knowledge and our education system somewhat, and about a thing we'll get into some science, and we'll discuss a thing called evolution. And you may wonder where I'm going to go with it, but if you'll hang on there, and if you understand what I'm saying in the first half, I think you'll understand what's happening to us. I think you'll understand the drift, the direction in which we as a nation are taking, we as a people and as our families and as our political units. And the other thing is that the things that are happening are not accidental. Things don't just happen. What's in your newspaper today is not what happened to happen today. It's what was scheduled to happen today. And the thing is, remember this, when you read the newspaper, for example, you see all the worldwide coverage of one person, say a Bobby Sands, all right? Now, if the press didn't want to cover Bobby Sands, he would have just died in that prison like lots of people died in prison. Nobody would ever know anything about it. It wouldn't mean a thing, would it? The reason why you're hearing about Bobby Sands is because the establishment wants you to hear about Bobby Sands. And they have a reason for that. Now, maybe sometimes you have a kind of maybe it's kind of hard to guess the reason, but there is a reason. The purpose of the media is to create attitudes in your mind to accept or reject certain things in which they want you to accept or reject. Now, my father, who was a rather wise man, he had an 8th grade education and came off of the sand dunes in northern Michigan with 25 cents in his pocket at 14 as his mother kissed him and sent him out into the world. But with a lack of so-called formal education, he was one of the smartest men I ever met. Maybe that's because he died when I was 21, and therefore I knew him as a teenager, and I was very impressed by him. But he was a rather, he had some very fundamental ideas, as older people seem to have, particularly as we go back a couple generations. These people sitting out in these farm land and so forth, they didn't go to school. They just had something called smarts. Thing called common sense, something that most people, when you get out of college, has been driven out of you. You have been told that your common sense, what seems to be right is wrong. And that now you have a whole new set of values in which are so much more sophisticated and wise of the world than the good old common sense. But there are a few little axioms my father taught me in which I have operated by, and I have found have been very successful. I tell people sometimes, I said, you want to get rich? I'll tell you how to get rich. My father became a millionaire twice with 25 cents to start out with. And the depression wiped him out, and he came back and did it again with diabetes and a bad heart. But he went by one little old rule. And I can tell you this, anybody here wants to be a millionaire, I'll tell you how to do it. Just follow the rule. Live on half your income. He always lived in half his income. I've always lived in half my income. When you live in half your income, you got the other half to make more with. Now you say, oh boy, if I lived in half my income now, it would be pretty tight. Well, that's what it is when you start out. It's pretty tight. And no matter how dumb you are, you can keep losing over and over again, but you're going to make it sooner or later if you live in half your income. Even the dumbest guy will make it. You don't have to have many smarts. You see? You just follow the rule. But yet another one, and this is the one I want to get to, and that is, as he always used to tell me, he says, son, your judgment is no better than your information. You think that you can just think on things, you've got to have something to think with. You've got to have something to think upon. There's information, data that you've got in. Last couple of weeks I bought myself one of these little computers, which I'm putting my business records and so forth on. My eyeballs are going, they say when you get to where you can't see anymore, you're getting to be a computer programmer. But anyway, I've been punching at this little thing. But you know, it is the most stupid thing. You sit there and say, here's a machine, it can do all these things so fast, but it cannot think at all. If one little bit is wrong, one little speck out of the 2 million you got on there, one little speck is missing, it can't jump over that speck and say, oh, I know what it meant. It cannot do any thinking whatsoever. That speck is gone, the whole thing goes down. You see? It does this little stupid thing very fast. Outside of its speed, it has nothing to go in for. And the fact is that they don't ask you for raises as often. The only advantages of these machines. But you see, that machine cannot operate on anything unless there was something put into it. You sit there and buy a computer, sit there and start punching buttons, nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. You got to feed a program in there. You got to put in data in there. It's every instruction, every store, every bring back, every calculation, it's all got to be on that program. That machine can't do anything except what's been put into it. It does nothing on its own. And you are somewhat that way. In fact, you're quite a bit that way. You think that you just think on your own. No, you don't. You think on what people have been feeding you. One of the reasons, of course, for the so-called public education system is not to educate, it is to indoctrinate. You know what the difference is? One, education would be to give you different views of things. But this school system is not to give you different views and different pros and cons and different people's ideas, but an official view on all things. So that you are programmed to react. Now, there's called a reactionary. What is a reactionary? An actionary is one who does things. A reactionary is who does things in response to what somebody else has done. When you do things in response to other people, you are their puppet. I don't care whether you think you're doing it on your own or not. As much as if you had a chain around your leg. It wouldn't make any difference because they can predict your responses. They can have a whole, you see, it used to be, and these are things that kind of bother me. A little older, and there's some people in this room somewhat older than I am, not too many. But I can remember back, you know, in the 30s and so forth, every little town and the 40s so forth in this country was different. It had its flavor, it had its own people, it had its look about it. Today, there's the same McDonald's. You go into, I travel all over this country. I've probably been in thousands of towns. In every place, I can go in the west, the south, the east, anywhere. You can't tell one from the other except by the little foliage on some of the bushes. You wouldn't know where you were. We're all regimented. Every high school is the same. Every football team's the same. The cheerleaders are the same. They're running that same game everywhere. It's just like it's on a program, and they're cranking it out, and we're puppets on this string dancing with little marionettes, playing our games. I'll give you a couple examples. Now, these things may shock you a little bit, and these are just little things to think on. Throwing you a little, by the way, why am I here? All right, and I hope why you're here. I'm here to put some more data into your computer bank. And I'm only reason why I make these talks, I have yet to make $1 out of one. When I do, I give it away, because I don't want anybody to say I make $1 from these things. But I do it for one reason. I see people are so much on this string, it really gives me enjoyment to see some people have something else to think about a little different, you know, to keep the pot stirring maybe a little bit, see? And what I'm going, my whole intention is, why I'm here, is to give you those things that you will not get elsewhere. Now, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, but whatever it is, it's going to be different. It's going to throw that into your pot, take it with the other stuff, churn it up and see what you come out with. All right, so I'm going to be giving you a whole new set, or a different set of data. Some of you have heard tapes of mine, and some have heard me years ago. Well, I will tell you, I won't say that the same thing tonight I did 10 years ago. I don't believe what I believed 10 years ago. Now, I think there's something wrong with somebody who believes the same thing now as he did 10 years ago. If you haven't grown at all, and if you haven't changed your beliefs, you haven't been doing much thinking. Of course, thinking is relatively difficult. Most people avoid it for a lifetime. What is easy to do, you go to the average teacher in school, and what are they doing? They're parroting out the books they got in college. They're parroting back what they heard, and it's just, you might as well take a tape recorder. You know, that's all they needed to bring, because they're not giving you anything that they thought of. Oh, they sound like they're very profound that they thought it, but they didn't. They got it, and they're just, like a friend of mine, we used to always say about him, if you read the book Against the Grain, you know Dick. If you know Dick, you've already read the book Against the Grain. You don't need to read it. And he had read a book, and he parrots this stuff out the rest of his life. And it was fine. But at first, if you meet the guy, you think, wow, what a brain. Till after you understand, after a while, that's all it is. It's just a continual record going over and over and over. There's no thinking going on. And that's the way most people are, I'm afraid. Now, if I insult anybody here, be insulted, but be mostly insulted if I don't insult you. one of the things that I do is try to insult everybody so that we can all feel nicely equal somehow. Before I through, I will step on toes. Now, if I would come here and talk to you and say those things that would not offend anybody here, I have to end up saying really nothing of any importance. I hope you understand that. And if you're going to get down and really talk about things that are important, it's going to hurt. I was on the plane coming over here today, and the fellow next to me was reading a book by a guy named Bonhoeffer, and it's a book about a minister in the Third Reich, a preacher over in Germany. And so we got talking a little bit about the Bible. Well, the guy on the other side, he chimes in. Well, this guy hadn't read 2 words in the Bible, but he had all of his opinions, and he was going with these opinions, hot and heavy. And I said, they're nice, wonderful opinions, but there's only one problem. He says, what's that? And I said, God never asked you when he wrote the book. He said, well, I don't like what that says. And I don't like it. I said, he never asked you whether you liked it. Now, what are you going to do about that one? He never asked your opinion, and you don't like it. So what are you going to do? Tell God to drop dead. That's what you're going to tell him to do, right? You don't like it. Well, the problem with the Bible is it's going to tell you a lot of things you don't like. You know why? We're not that likable. Every one of us, when we look in our own heart, we know. Say, we don't like to read that. We like to read those books that tell us how wonderful we are. The Bible doesn't. And people don't like it. Well, I can't help that. So what I will only thing I can say I'm going to try to do is be as honest with you as I can. And what I'm going to tell you is what I believe to be true. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But remember something else. If I'm wrong in one part and right in the rest, the fact that I'm wrong in one does not give you a right to dismiss the rest. There's a lot of people do that. Oh, he said this, and I don't believe that, and so therefore I don't believe anything he says. Well, that's a fool and a liar, one of the two. Certainly has no discernment or judgment. There's lots of things we see, and you've got to be able to pick the wheat from the chaff. And if you can't do that, then you're going to just end up with garbage all your life, with a garbage brain, full of garbage. And you'll never be able to do any thinking. All right, let's just talk a bit then about the education, as I've mentioned, the education system, which is not an education system, it is an indoctrination system. And the reason why I picked this subject of evolution is, one, because the subject of evolution today is core to the modern thinking. Most people today believe in life in outer space. I mean, if you really get down, they believe in life in outer space. They believe in it very sincerely. They've been given every kind of Star Wars and all of the books and the papers and the constant push of this stuff and the missile program and everything else. We've been ballyhooing this thing for the last 25 years. You've got all of them on TV, shows and so forth, the space program, Star Trek and the others. I don't even know what they all are, but there's a pile of them. Yet, there isn't one person in this world, no matter how much he believes in life in outer space, can come up with one shred of evidence for it. Not one shred of evidence. In fact, all evidence we have is that there is no life in outer space outside of this planet. All scientific evidence, scientific, dealing with the facts alone, not with our feelings, emotions, or thinking, or dreams, or hopes, or images that we have in our mind, but from actual scientific fact. All facts that we have point to no life in outer space. Remember, I didn't say there wasn't any. Watch, you see, people will say, oh, he said, when I didn't say it. I'm very careful what I say. I said all evidence points to no life in outer space. Points is different than proving it. Proving it means that we'd have to have all evidence, and we can't have that, simply because we can't see that far. All right? We just simply, there's only so much data we have. But the data we do have does not indicate life in outer space. But here's a man on the radio one day, and they're interviewing, he's the head, this is a professor, scientist, who's the head of an organization to collect all data on UFOs. And he has people from all over the world collecting it from the things in the big files, massive files on so-called UFOs. And for 2.5 hours, he's being interviewed, and he's very careful. And he said, remember, I said this, I did not say that. Very, very careful, precise in what he said, they knew and didn't know. And after 2.5 hours of the most precise information, the announcer or the commentator said to him, he said, do you believe there's life in outer space? Now watch it, this most careful scientist answer We have to. He was now giving you his religion, but he gave it to you as science. We have to accept it. We cannot believe that we're the only intelligible life in the universe. On what basis, Mr. Scientist? His own ego. And that's all he has. He has nothing more. He has no more than you and I have. All of our radio telescopes scanning far beyond all the optical telescopes, picking up the radio waves from the furthest parts of the galaxy, have yet to pick up a single signal. Now, you mean to tell me that all this life in the space, there's nobody who knows how radio yet has discovered radio? That's what you would have to come up with. What do you think the Jodel Bank is there for? It isn't there to be able to search the stars. It's the search for life. And they've been there for 30 years with this thing, which is a couple blocks across, trying to find it, and they haven't found any. Oh, they'd love to find one. They'll make one up. Don't worry about it. They'll fake one when they have to. You know, the smartest man, when the first spacewalk, now watch, I've had more people misstate what I've said here. They misstated this, and you'll probably go away and do it again. But remember, when you say something to somebody else, take the credit yourself. Don't put it on me. All right? If you want to talk to somebody else, say it for yourself. Don't say the Crane said it. That's what everybody wants to do, is lay it on, and you always end up twisting it a little bit because it's the way you heard it. Well, maybe the way you heard it, it's the way you heard it that you say it for yourself, okay? I don't tell it my way, and you tell it your way. Here they had, when that first space shot went up, and or the guys going to the moon, you know, first spacewalk, I should say. And they were interviewing all these different people in New York and around the country and around the world and what their thoughts were. And they all had these wonderful thoughts about it, how wonderful this was, this, that. And the only person who gave an intelligent answer appeared to sound like a very uneducated old black darky in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, he was the only guy who did any thinking whatsoever. Of this whole mass of all of these educated people, he had a thing called common sense. Now, obviously the people who were interviewing him were laughing at him. But if you listen to what the man said, what he said was true. He might not have been sophisticated about it. He said, well, I don't know. They show me this simulator, and then they tell me what's happening. And I see this simulator, and then they tell me that all these things are happening. How do I know what is a simulator and which is not a simulator? Now, that is pretty intelligent. Nobody was out there taking these guys' picture. How did he know? They were showing them, now these guys are doing this, and here we're going to take you to the simulator and show you what it is like. And they were showing them all this nice simulator. Well, that simulator was sitting in Houston. And yet all these people accepted it as being true. Was it true? I don't know. I kind of believe it was, but the fact there was no proof. And this fellow understood there was no proof. It could be a big old hoax. And finally they made a movie about that, didn't they? Capricorn 1 on a hoax. And I don't think they didn't, because the Sputnik was a hoax. The Russian Sputnik, we'll show you the pictures of that tomorrow. This thing was a total hoax. The Russians never put anything up there. And I'll prove that for you tomorrow. Easy to do. All you heard is a beep, 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 and the papers told you there was something up there. Now, while we're on that, and I'll get to, as you say, we'll see the pictures and so forth of it tomorrow. While we're on that thing of the Sputnik, watch something. The purpose of the Russian Sputnik was not to put a orbiter in space. Now, I'll show you why it wasn't. For 15 years, or even more, for 50 years, but particularly for the last 15 years, the establishment was trying to force upon us federal aid to education so that we could have federally controlled minds in this country. The American people had fought for 50 years federal control of their schools and had never yielded. They could. Congress didn't dare pass that. Then there was a beep, 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 and the papers were full of one subject. Oh, Sputnik got a column, but the rest of it was the United States had to catch up. Russia's ahead in science. Russia this. The United States has to catch up. We need federal aid to education. And look at every day's paper was solid. Federal aid to education. You look at every paper in this country. There wasn't one question against it. And that passed in 2 weeks, and nobody dared to oppose it because of a beep, 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 beep. which was less than $400 worth of equipment. Radio gear. That's all it took to make that beep, beep, beep. Directional radio antennas on fishing trawlers. And yet, here is von Braun standing there in Washington, D.C. when that beep, beep, beep was going, and they asked him, how come the United States hasn't put up a missile? Did he say we were way behind? He said, we've been ready for 18 months, and the White House has not approved the launch. They had been ready to shoot for 18 months. Why wasn't they allowed to shoot the launch? Because the Russians couldn't even get their beep, beep, beeper together. In fact, we used to make those things when we were in high school. We made them out of old junk radios for the science class. And that's back there in the 40s, kids. Back in those dark ages when we barely had light bulbs. Now, you see, I'm going to show you how things happen. And I get to predicting things, just like I told my brother, who one time he was saying that Russia was going to be the first to get to the moon. And I said, no, the United States will be the first to get to the moon. Oh, by the way, I didn't finish what this fellow down in Atlanta said. They said, well, what would it take to convince you, mister? And they were laughing at him. They were laughing at this man who made the only intelligent comment in the whole program. He said, what would it take to convince you? Oh, he says, that's quite simple. You show me in the Bible, and I'll believe it. Of course, then they really laughed at him. That's the most intelligent thing that they had. Now, I told my brother 2 years before that the United States would be the first to get to the moon. And he said, no, they're going to schedule the Russians to be there. And I said, no, because they can't overthrow God. And we have in Obadiah, in the 4th verse, the only place in the Bible of something from this earth being in space. Now, Obadiah is writing 700 BC. And Obadiah says, though thou exalt thyself as the eagle and make thy nest amongst the stars, I'll bring thee down, saith the Lord. Well, Russia's emblem is the bear. The United States is the eagle, right? Obadiah named the landing module. The landing module was the eagle. And those guys who named that landing module didn't know anything about Obadiah. I'll bet you there wasn't one of them that ever heard of Obadiah. But God knew all about the landing module. Though thou exalt thyself as an eagle and make thy nest amongst the stars, I'll bring thee down as well. And what did these men do when they stepped out of that landing module? Did they exalt themselves? One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Did they exalt themselves and exalt man? It's like a mosquito going down the river and a toothpick yelling, open the drawbridge. Here they're standing in the middle of God's vast universe saying, oh boy, look how great man is. And they had to get back in 3 days or they were dead. You talk about what a pathetic creature man is. You wonder how God could even love any of them. You see, the man was right both points. And yet the world laughed at him. Now, you can predict a lot of things. I'll give you another one, just to show these are predictions that I made have come true. And one of my problems is that most predictions I make come true, not because I have any direct pipeline to any inside whammy, but merely the game has to be played the same way. I mean, these things I don't believe just happen. I believe they happen because there's something somebody wants to happen. For an example, one day I was in, and I've got some 60 witnesses in a meeting on Evergreen and 10 Mile Road in Southfield, Michigan. I know where it was. I can probably bring half the people together again if you want them for a witness. And I was telling them that Martin Luther King is going to be killed soon. And it's, you know, like this, and I was telling you why. He's not drawing audiences, and the Civil Rights Bill has now failed 3 times, and there's only one way to get that bill passed. He's got to die. They're going to have to kill him soon, because you cannot get anything going without a martyr. You got to have a dead man. See, live men can't get much done. And so they're going to bump him off. And while I'm sitting there, just right then, the door opened, they said, they just shot Martin Luther King. I said, now that's calling it pretty close. That's calling it pretty, and you see how much they've used this man? They use him more dead than alive. They use him on everything and all the time for every excuse of everything. And who can oppose it? Now notice, the Civil Rights Bill was immediately passed. Look at 1960, what was it, 1963? Was it 63? When was it? Kennedy was shot. 63. I'm right. Things are getting old now. My dates are all getting mixed up. Here's the Kennedy's legislation had not passed. The whole bill, all of them had failed, and they couldn't get any support. The whole liberal program was going down. And it had been all up before Congress, and Congress had defeated the whole package. A bullet rings out in Dallas, and I've seen the picture. You know who shot Kennedy? I've seen the film, and every congressman has been sent a picture of the frame, and every senator, and every judge, federal judge, has had a picture of the shooting of Kennedy. It's the driver with a .45, left-handed, across his right shoulder, blows in Kennedy's brain, blows the back of his head off. That's why the FBI captured that film immediately. The car wasn't even in sight of the bookbinding building when he was already dead, or the back of his head was blown out. See the steam puff that came out the back? This is what led the head of ballistics of L.A. to say who shot him. It was because you can't get steam shooting from a bookbinding building hitting a man in the head. He's got to be hit within 4 to 5 feet. The shot had to come from in the car, and it's the driver right across the shoulder. U.S. Secret Service. Pardon? Yeah, and Jackie was trying to get out of there. They know who did it. And I want to tell you, the people who shot Kennedy in wouldn't have much compulsion to see that Jackie had an accident if necessary. But why did they shoot Kennedy? Well, I don't know. Everybody speculated on 100 different reasons. But I'll tell you one thing. I look at the results. What was the result of the death of Kennedy? The whole package got passed without even debate. None of the Congress dared to stand up and vote against the Kennedy bill. This is called legislation by bullet, you see. And it's a very effective program. Now here's a guy named Bobby Kennedy who tried to get back into power after his brother got bumped in. He knew who shot his brother. And he was elected president in California. When he won that primary, he had the election. There was no stopping him, except Saran stopped him, and he couldn't even get his coffee. And they blew him in. There is power struggles everywhere. There's power struggles in a company, isn't there? There's power struggles of who's going to be boss, who's going to get the promotion. What should make it any different that there's power struggles of bigger power in bigger places than there are in little places? There's some reason that people who are well-known are somehow immune from the same avarice and greed that ordinary people have? I doubt it. Of course, you're not to believe that because they control the press that tells you how wonderful they are, right? But remember, they are human beings with all the frailties that you have, plus one more. They have proven themselves to be successful at their game because they're where they're at. That is, the more ruthless rise to the top. Should we be surprised to find ruthless people at the top? Should that be a surprise? Do you think that the person who really has no ambition is going to end up the President of the United States? You got to have ambition to get there. Plus, you got to know who to cooperate with. I mean, there's certain people who simply are people you don't cross and be successful in anything. You go to work for any large company. You know who are the people who can, when they get the nod, you move up, and when you get their shake of the head, you don't go. I don't care what relationship you've had. Everybody's had that, haven't they? If you haven't, you haven't been out very long. Or you're extremely naive. You wonder why you sat there for the last 20 years. Well, somebody had you sitting there for a reason. It didn't just happen. Or they say it just kind of happened, but it isn't. Everything has been planned. So when something happens, remember, as Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, if it happens, we planned it that way. Notice he didn't say, I planned it that way. He said, we planned it that way. What he says is nothing happens that we didn't want to happen. Now, I always believe if it happened, somebody wanted it to happen. All these so-called wars. We've now had the United Nations for peace, and we've had, what is it, 260 wars since the United Nations has been founded? We've had twice the casualties of the entire Second and First World War combined during these years of peace. Think what would happen if we had a war. We have peacekeeping forces, and we have all of these meetings. What are these meetings? I'll tell you what these meetings are. Well, we'll get that tomorrow. I'm getting ahead of myself. I just get enjoying some line of thought, and we'll run down rabbit trails, and that's all right, because the total talk, I've gone 50 hours, and we haven't got very far in that time, so I'm just giving you ideas, just a little thing to think about, to put in that little computer and churn when you watch somebody whipping you up. You say, wait a minute, You know, everybody's got out a cause. Consumer causes, the Hispanics people, the black people, the WASP people, whatever it is. Everybody's got this cause for you to join in and move with their movement. But notice, you're the people out there in that movement aren't going to get any advantages. Those leaders who want it. They're using these people as a springboard for what they want. And everybody's got a cause to whip you into. You know what I've become? I've become a unjoiner of everything. I have just disentangled myself from all groups doing anything except the group of one, the most powerful group, the one they don't want, the individual. The person who operates on his own is the only person these people can't stand. As long as you join into something, they can lead you, speak for you, and regulate your thinking. The only person who's dangerous to the system is the guy who says, I'm not joining nothing. I'm not playing your game. I retire. I've quit. I'm not going to work for you guys anymore. And I'm not going to give anything to you guys anymore. Now you are dangerous. Because that's the only attitude they cannot stand. That's why you have the government education system, to get everybody to think in lockstep. A lockstep thinking. All right, let's go to the subject of science for a while. Because science is now a new religion. A religion which for the last 60 years has been pressed so hard that no question or any opposition has even been tolerated. Here's a friend of mine out in South Dakota who was a science teacher who was teaching evolution and creationist theories. The evidences for evolution and creation in the science classes. He got fired. He could not teach any evidence supporting creation because it was religious. Well, I want to tell you, evolution is religious. It is a religion, a very powerful religion, and notice the one thing they will not do is tolerate any opposition to it. Why won't the educational system tolerate different views? Are they afraid their view won't stand up? If the student has two views, he could think, and if he thinks, he might make a choice. And it might not be their choice. That they cannot stand. Now notice back in the 1920s, you had the big Scopes trial. Remember down in Tennessee? The science teacher who wanted to teach evolution along with the creationist theory, and the courts ruled that he had a right to teach both. But the South Dakota courts ruled that a man doesn't have the right to teach both when it comes to questioning evolutionary theory. Now, do you know why it's a theory of evolution and not the law of evolution? Do you know why it's still a theory of evolution after all of these years? They have yet to find one fact to support it. There are no facts to support it. That's why it's a theory. If they had a fact, they would jump up and down and clap their feet. Now, let's talk about science for a few minutes. I'm not against science. You might think I am, the way I'm going to be speaking, but I'm against a religion called scientism, which is quite different than science. Science is a field of study which deals entirely in facts. I want you to get my definition. Science is a field of study that deals entirely in facts. Now, next thing we have to know, watch something which I do that most people that you listen to do not do. Define my terms. If we don't have the same definition, we have two different ideas. Today, the average person cannot define a word, hardly. They cannot tell you exactly what that word means and what it doesn't mean, because that's what you have to do in order to have a word in your vocabulary. The average college student comes out of college today, he doesn't have a 200-word vocabulary. It used to be that he would come out with a 4,000 to 5,000 word vocabulary 50, 70 years ago. Do you know what I mean? They cannot define words they use all the time. They use them, but they don't have any precise meaning. And if the word doesn't have a precise meaning to both me and to you, and I use it, your idea may not be the same idea as my idea. You see? The purpose of language is to communicate precisely ideas. But if language becomes a general, it's really cool, it's really this. I listen to young people today, they can't describe a movie. They cannot describe a scene. They say, oh, it was just fantastic, it was just fabulous, oh, it was just, oh, you should have been there, it was just, but they can't describe it. They do not have the language to describe what went on. They cannot start at the beginning and give you a analysis so you can get the picture of exactly what took place. They cannot do that. They do not have the gift of the facility of language. They are illiterate. And I'm talking about coming out of college. Literacy isn't a matter of being able to put a pen and make words, and it's knowing what they mean. Now let me give you, just for an example, I'm going to give you the word truth. Now that people want to argue with this definition of truth, but, and certainly we can make some variations on it, but I'm going to take the basic core idea of truth. People are out searching for truth, wanting to know what is true. What is truth? You know, it's the guy with a lantern out looking for an honest man. And supposedly this is what we're searching for in our educational endeavors, right? Searching for truth. Well, I don't think there's 1 in 100,000 people in this country can define the word. So how do they know if they found it? Now I'm going to define the word truth. Truth is an accurate representation of that under consideration as a relationship to all other things that it has always been in the past, is universally in the present, and shall hold without exception in the future. Now I've said exactly what it is and what it is not. Truth is an accurate representation. There cannot be any error in the representation. I'm speaking about something, and my analysis is exactly what is. Of that under consideration, we have to put some limit to it, right? The truth about something. And it's a relationship to all other things, because everything has related to other things that cause and effects a relationship, as it always has been in the past. Because if there's ever been an exception in the past, it's not really truly true. It's kind of true, maybe. More true or less true, right? But it's a relative true. But to be really true, and truth is an absolute, if it's going to be absolutely true, there can never be an exception. There can't be an exception in the entire universe right now. You don't even know what's happening down the street, let alone what's happening on the moon and on the outer stars. And can never have an exception in the future. Now, with that definition of truth, I'm going to give you a definition of another word, error. Error is anything less than the truth. It's not the opposite of it. If it is not truly, truly true, it is in some part an error. Right? Notice, since you don't know hardly anything of the past, even less of the present, and nothing of the future, the fact is that you're incapable of truth at all. You see? Therefore, since truth is impossible to you because you have a finite mind, you don't have an infinite one. You don't have one that knows all things, all times, and all places, right? You're limited by your 5 senses. In the light spectrum, if we had a light spectrum across this whole wall, only a small little bit of it is that our optic nerves pick up. The rest of the light spectrum around into the low frequencies and all the way through the ultraviolets is invisible to the eye. Everything that happens there you don't know about, right? Your senses won't pick up. Did you know, for an example, that if we take an atom, the nucleus of an atom, say as big as a match head, that the nearest electron would be 150 feet away, and there's nothing in between? That almost all of an atom is nothing? So if you took all of the material that you are made of, the electrons, protons, and neutrons, and put them all together with no space, took out the space, you would be as big as a speck of pepper, the smallest that you could see with a naked eye if you had good eyes. And it would weigh what you weigh, because all of you would be there. That is. You got that? Your mind just went blink. You know why it went blink? So you got a computer and you only got about 5 digits. And when it goes over there, it has a big E. It just goes E. See, because you got a finite mind. All of a sudden it goes blink, error. See? You punched in too many buttons. You cannot think of a number above 5 digits. You can talk about it, but you cannot picture anything over 5 digits in your mind. Your mind is incapable. It goes blink, big E. We talk about millions of light years. What do you think of going 186,000 miles a second? How far 1 year is? You got it? No, you didn't. It just blinked out the end of your computer. It just went on overload, didn't it? You can say a light year. You can write a light year. You can make this little infinity mark, but you can't think of it. Can you think of a number so big that it's infinitely small compared to the number yet is bigger? Can you think of any number when added to itself a billion times is still the same size? No, your mind just went blink. It's called infinity, didn't it? You cannot conceive of infinity. You know why? You have a finite mind. It just went blunk. It went on overload. Therefore, truth is impossible to you. Therefore, the only thing possible to you from your little brain power is error. You are the engine of it. All right? I just thought we'd get all on a nice, good level to start out with, see? All right? Now watch. The Lord Jesus Christ, when he said, I am the way, the truth, and the light, he didn't say, I'm telling you the truth. He said, I am the truth. What was he doing? He was declaring deity. He was saying, I'm infinite. If he wasn't infinite, then that's a lie. You see the point? If he didn't know all things, then he could not say, I am the truth. And people say, well, he didn't call himself God. Well, he did many other places, but he did it there too. Anyway, so let's get back now to science. Science deals with facts, and facts only. Now let's define a fact. A fact is something that can be demonstrated. We can see it in nature, or we can do it in a test tube, but we can prove it by showing it. All right? A fact is something that is demonstrable. It can be repeated, we get the same thing again. Repeated, and we get the same thing again. This is called a scientific method, right? Science deals with facts. Now let's get to the next thing. An assumption. An assumption is a made-up fact. When I can't get the fact I want, yet I want to get the conclusion I want, I make up a fact and stick it in as a fact, but it's called an assumption. An assumption is a made-up fact. Any conclusion based on an assumption is a belief, not science. Notice when the first assumption enters, science leaves. Watch this. When the first assumption enters, science leaves. True science. You now have a religious faith. The only difference is those people who purport to be giving us evolution are giving us a whole series of thought based on total assumption as if it was based on fact, and selling it to us not as their belief in religion, but as if it was something wise and scientific. Now, I have no objection to a person giving me their beliefs. If they stand up and say, this is my beliefs, I'm a priest of this cult and I believe this, but I have no facts for it, I couldn't condemn this man. But when he stands up and says, I'm a scientist, and then makes assumptions and bases his conclusions, he's a liar, a fraud, or an ignoramus, and you take your pick. You see? Now, let's just take a look at a little of this science that we get. Let's take evolution, and then I'm going to draw this into our social political context in a little while, if everything works out right. One thing we get is an awful lot of so-called missing links. In fact, every few weeks in the paper you'll get a new one. This is supposed to be the big breakthrough, Skull 1470, discovered in Kenya. Now, I want you to remember one thing about missing links, and this is the most important thing to remember about missing links. You ready? They're all missing. If they weren't missing links, then they would have been found links. But they've never found any links, so they only got missing links. Now, I want you to do a little thinking, and it might require some thinking, and realize it'll be tiring. I'll try to let you go early if you think real hard. All right? This says the discovery in Kenya is the earliest suggestion of genus Homo, nearly 3 million years old, compels a rethinking of man's pedigree. 3 million years old. Now, there it is. Now, this is in National Geographic, the source of all wisdom and truth. Now, tell me, where did they come up with that 3 million years? Well, if you write 3,000, you add one more zero, you get 30,000. Two more, you get 300,000. Another zero only gives you 3 million. I mean, what's a zero? Zero is nothing. Putting another one on the end of there doesn't hurt at all, does it? It makes a good story better. And I want to tell you that's the only way they ever arrived at that 3 million. There is no way to come up with 3 million years, or 300,000 years, or 30,000 years, or 3,000 years, or 300 years, or 30 years, or 3 years. There is no scientific way to date that skull. They dated it by their belief. Oh, you say carbon-14. Well, that's what Papa did. Papa used carbon-14. What did go in here, a band down the street? Somebody's picking something up on an FM. Okay. Oh. Okay. Now, here, carbon-14. And I had that argument over here in Ohio State. I think somebody was here in Ohio State University 10 years ago, and I was debating this with some of the members of the science faculty at Ohio State. And they dated this skull some 300, 400,000 years, and this one here, 3 million years by carbon-14 and potassium-argon dating. Now, let me tell you something about carbon-14. Carbon-14 has a half-life of 5,000 years, give or take a little bit. They all argue over how much give or take, but it's all within 100 years, so that's nothing to these guys. You know, 100 years means nothing. We're talking millions, right? Now, does everybody here know what a half-life is? Sure you do. All right. Well, you're going to know now. You ready? There's another thing to throw in your little old bag so when you read these guys. All forms of energy, whether it be a spinning top, a thrown ball, a rifle bullet, or heat or anything, we have what is called a period of time in which half of that energy is dissipated. Such as, same thing with radioactive material. We have it, and there's a certain period of time that half of it will have radiated away and become inert. Theoretically, or this is what they say is true, and I have no way to know whether it is or not, but I'll accept their data because I'm going to pin them on their own facts, quote facts, that the same period of time another half will be gone, and the same period of time another half will be gone, and the same period of time another half will be gone, and of course what you have is a never-ending process, right, where it continues to reduce. The same thing is the same with the rotational spin of the Earth. It's supposed to be 50,000 years. That means if the world was here 50,000 years ago, it was spinning twice as fast as it is today. A day with 12 hours long. And if it's here 50,000 years from now, we'll have a 48-hour day. All right? Because it's slowing down. Every body in movement is in the process of slowing down. Now, 50,000 years is supposedly the half-life of the rotational spin of the Earth. Now, they've got a little problem with this fact that they have, and they say that they've got this well established at 50,000 years. If that's the case, how do they get a 3 million year old skull? Now, I'm going to show you a problem they got. This is only one of them. 100,000 years ago, this world would be spinning 4 times as fast. 150,000 years ago, 8 times as fast. 200,000 years ago, 16 times as fast, and there is no Earth. Because if this Earth is spinning 16 times as fast as it's spinning now, it flies off because it's escape velocity into space. There is no Earth. Now, how do you get a 3 million year old man on an Earth that cannot be 200,000 years old? Well, that doesn't bother these people, see? I'll give you another little problem they got. Now, these are problems. The magnetic field of our Earth has a half-life of 1,400 years. That is, the electrical output of the generator in the center of our Earth was twice as strong 1,400 years ago, or approximately 500 or 600 AD. 4 times as strong at 800 BC. 8 times as strong, whatever it comes out to, 2200 is it, BC? And the problem is that if you project that increase in the magnetic field back for 20,000 years, the electrical output passing over this Earth's surface as an electrical output over any conductor, when it gets strong enough, it heats up. And the Earth would be white hot 20,000 years ago. White hot Earths do not have 3 million year old skulls on them. Let's take a look at another. These are scientific facts. These are facts. Not a skull out there that somebody says, I think 3 million years. Let's take a look at the next fact. We have a, which one? I just had it there? What? Well, not the other end. Well, that's the way it goes. Sometimes. Well, let's get back to carbon-14. Carbon-14 has a half-life of only 5,000 years. They go out And by the way, when we get to 3 half-lives, there's not enough carbon-14 left to measure. Or we should say that. We have no instruments that can measure it. We're talking about parts per trillion. And man has no instruments to measure parts per trillion of carbon-14. All right? 15,000 years is the outside limit of carbon-14 dating. Yet these guys will date a skull at 3 million years old by carbon-14. How'd they do it? They lied. They ought to use potassium argon. If Papa Leakey used potassium argon on one of his finds. We have potassium argon dating at 50,000 years on materials that came out of a volcano only 5 years ago, known to be only 5 years old in Hawaii. Now, that's not a very good dating system, is it? That's got an error factor like that. Yet they'll use potassium argon. Why? It's the best they got. They have nothing better. If they had something better, they'd use it, wouldn't they? Well, let's look at our skull 1470. And I want you to notice some things that we get in our education. Maybe we're going to cut a couple of those lights, those spots back there. So, is there switches around here, anything that somebody can command the environmental conditions here? What we see here is a picture of skull 1470, which is supposed to be the greatest find of our ancestors. There should be, well, those spots back there is our trouble. I think they're just plugged in down here, aren't they? Yeah. Okay, right there. Okay. Now notice that this skull is made out of blue clay, which was made in 1974. The white bone scrapings were glued on. But the shape of that clay was made up by the man who molded it, and it was not God, and it was not 3 million years ago. So I want you to see what they have found and what... I got in front of that speaker. I got to be careful of that. One of the things you do with the speaker is you turn it out. Just turn it out. It sounds better. It bounces off back walls and doesn't get near the thing. Now, watch what they do. They take these bone scrapings and they add a jaw. Where did the jaw come from? They made that up too. Now, once they got the jaw, they're going to put muscles and eyeballs on there. You see there? That's called fleshing out. All they had was bone scrapings. Remember what they started with? Bone scrapings. Now they got this, the nostrils. You see those no nostrils on the bone scraping? There was no nostrils. Those eyes, those ears, the lips. Where did they come on the bone scraping? They didn't even have a jaw, even in the clay. And here they end up with a finished product. Tell me, how much of that product is imagination and how much of that product is science? Even if the bone scrapings were legitimate. But you're told, you're showing these pictures and everybody says, oh, look at that, that's done so well, it looks like a picture, doesn't it? It looks like a photograph. You think you're looking at real scientific proof when you're looking at nothing better than Dick Tracy. It's straight, and yet we buy this stuff as if it is true and talk to people about it as if it's a fact, don't we? There is no fact there at all. Do you see that? Is there anybody having a problem to seeing what I'm talking about? You go through National Geographic and every article will have millions of years in it. Billions. The whole purpose of that is the most beautiful pictures, the most beautiful printing on the best possible paper are the biggest lies ever told in the history of the world. Now, I want to show you. Here we fleshed out. This is, which one was it? Pictharus? Yeah, Pictharus, man. We got that skull. We flesh him out, and we come up with a Russian delegate to the 1958 Cairo conference. Does that make that skull millions of years old? Here, if we go and take Cro-Magnon man's skull, we find that Charles Darwin had a perfect one. How many million years old is Charles Darwin? One of the inventors of this this stupid folly. Here we have a man named Lafayette, perfect Neanderthal. Here's Xanthus man, and here's 3 different drawings. One in the Sunday Times, another one in a textbook, and another one for the National Geographic. It looks like George Saunders down here. But anyway, this is the same bones. Look, can you tell me how much science there is when the bones give you that much difference in the pictures? Here's another rendering of the same bones. Anything you want, we make it up. Now, you see, they come up with little things like this. You go out in the graveyard. See, I'll show you how these guys are going to work. They go out in the graveyard, and they start digging up. They got a bunch of bones here. They pick up a skull with a big brain pan. Modern man. Big brain pan. That's the size of the brain cavity. Oh, modern man. Small brain cavity. Oh, we got an ancient man. Big brain pan, modern man. Small brain pan, old man. You know, millions of years old. Smaller the brain pan, the more million years older he is. Why? They assume evolution. They assume that earlier ages we had smaller brain pans and that we are the greatest thing that ever came down the pike. Did you know that? Well, I want to tell you, Adam, it was the greatest man ever was. Because we're all degenerated from him. And that's scientifically true. We'll get into that maybe a little later. But anyway, the point is this. We can go out with every so-called skull that they've ever found, and we'll find people with brain pans walking around today exactly like them. The brain pans they find are between 900 and 1,500 cubic centimeters, and brain pans on people walking around today are between 900 and 1,500 cubic centimeters. They haven't found anything different than what we find people walking around. There used to be a fellow, really quite a real nice fellow named Charlie Brown, but he looked just like the pictures of Neanderthal man. He worked with my wife in an office. Very nice fellow. But he used to come in, he said, "You don't believe in evolution? Here I am!" You know? But this is absurd. What we have is man, and man comes in many varieties. God made him in all sorts of varieties. It'd be terrible if he didn't. We couldn't tell who was who. Wouldn't know whose wife we were going home with. Anyway, now, they start out drawing some pictures of different skulls. 1470 Homo habilis, which is an interesting thing. This one is supposed to be this one's grandfather, but he is 1,000,000 years younger. Well, it doesn't make any difference for those people, see? And we come up here to the present Homo sapien. They just stick these names on there. But the problem is that none of these things are new. Here we're supposed to have Cro-Magnon man. Now watch here. This is in the 1966 World Book Encyclopedia. Now, if we want to know truth, where do we go? The Bible? No, we go to the encyclopedia. Now, there's where, remember, whoever wrote the book of truth is God, right? You understand? Whoever is your source of your truth is your God. Whatever you turn to for your truth is, for you, a deity. At first, scientists thought Neanderthal man was a squat, stooping, brutish, somewhat ape-like creature. But later research showed him the bodies of Neanderthal men and women were completely human, fully erect, and very muscular. Their brains were as large as those of modern man. They were modern man and are modern man. In fact, they've been reclassified as modern man. Now, while admitting this such to be the case, in the same book, the World Book Encyclopedia, 1966, under a different heading, they picture the Neanderthal family depicting a squat, stoopish, brutish, somewhat ape-like creature. Now, you say, well, maybe they didn't get time to change it. This is 1981, and if you want to pick up the textbooks used in the schools today, they'll still be showing. What's this one down there? Java Man, for example. We'll get to him in a minute. Piltdown Man. Now, Piltdown Man has been now reclassified as a hoax. It seems that some college students got a chimpanzee and worked him over with a little iron acid in a file and buried him for their profit to find. So Piltdown Man has been reclassified as a hoax. Neanderthal man has been reclassified as a modern Homo sapien. All right? Let's see what else. James Xanthus man is now a hoax. They had a real good Africanist man, and then this man they found while walking down a trail. This guy falls over, Leakey's papa, falls over this human cranium skull plate in the middle of a path, 1.5 million years old. Now that's fabulous to have in a jungle a skull plate last 1.5 million years. It's absolutely fabulous. Well, he tripped over the thing. Anyway, the British Museum had it for decades, and they built a whole man out of a round skull plate, the top of the head bone, supposedly. After some 20 or 30 years, some guy comes along and he says, wait a minute, fellas, you made a mistake. What? That's an elephant's kneecap, which is what it proved to be. Now, I want to tell you this. Any science that cannot tell the difference between an elephant's kneecap and a human cranium is pretty weak. We have Nebraska man made out of a single tooth. And they got this whole thing in the books of a Nebraska man made out of a one tooth. Now, do you imagine how much imagination it had to take to build a man out of a tooth? I mean, God took a whole rib out of Adam. And later, the tooth has been reclassified as a pig's tooth. Yet they still got Nebraska man in the textbooks based on a pig's tooth. Do you know why they're using that evidence? It's the best they got. I want to reiterate that. It's the best they got. Look, if they had anything better, they'd use it. There's Neanderthal man in the Field Museum. Now, the Field Museum is interesting. Down in the basement, they used to have all of these little things, and they'd have little displays where they had campfires and supposedly the setup of different of our missing links. A whole series of those cases. Have any of you seen those showcases, Field Museum? They've now removed them. The Field Museum finally got honest enough to admit there is no scientific evidence for any of them, and they refuse to show them any longer. They've been there for decades since I was a little kid. Before then, there's Neanderthal man with a hat on. Here's Piltdown man. This part was out of a chimpanzee, and this part is out of plaster. There's Piltdown man, nicely finished up. Looks pretty good, doesn't it? There's Java man. 4 teeth, an ape bone, and a human skull plate found 60 feet apart in a gravel bed in Java. How do you find them 60 feet apart in a gravel bed, knowing they're from the same creature? He goes out in a gravel bed, he finds 4 teeth, he finds a cranial plate, and he finds a bone. He says, ha, missing link. We found the missing link. 1.5 million years old. They bring this thing back, and he makes plaster casts, and he sends them out to the universities of the world. This is in the early part of this century. And on the basis of a plaster cast, the great academies declared it one of the great finds. They never saw the bones. He never showed anybody the bones. He only sent them plaster cast. After the Second World War, because these were locked up in his place in Vienna, some men went in and unlocked these bones, looked at them, and locked them back up. And the only thing I know about it is the remark they were not like the plaster cast. The guy fudged the cast. Now we get some interesting things when we get down to missing links. Here's William Meister. He's an oil prospector. He was an oil prospector for one of the oil companies out west with oil shale. And he comes in one night with his bag of rocks that he's been out picking up samples, and he breaks this rock open. Now, this is a rock he broke open, and in the middle of the rock, he finds a human footprint with a shoe on, stepping on a trilobite. Now, trilobites were supposed to have disappeared some 100,000 years ago before man ever appeared on the earth. But there's a trilobite stepped on, and see the shoe and see the heel? You don't get that line in nature. See, this is the cast of that. There's a trilobite blown up. Now, the biggest trilobite ever seen, and we've seen billions of them because they're the most common practically thing in the fossil record is trilobites. The biggest ever seen was 2 inches. Here's a fossilized trilobite. There's millions of them. Now watch what happens. He takes it to the University of Utah, and they did the right thing. They refused to look at it. He went to 2 more universities to try to show him his human footprint in the middle of a rock stepping on a trilobite. And they refused to look at it. Finally, he got one school to look at it. And then after it came out, this thing, Dr. Jennings, the head of the University of Utah's anthropology department, theorized that the outline, which appeared to be a sandal print, might be the outline of a very large trilobite, which had crushed and fossilized along with smaller trilobites. A very large trilobite that looks like a human footprint with no ribs in it, some 12, 14 inches long, stepping on a trilobite, which is a normal-sized trilobite. And now of the billions of trilobites, we've never seen one over 2 inches long. Where did he come up with that theory? He had to. What else? His religion, you see, is what determines his thinking. And so does yours. Now, for a long time, I think I got this kind of backward a little bit. Yeah, this is a fossilized fish, which is supposed to be your great-great-granddaddy back there a few 100,000 years ago when it come out of the ooze, and his first creature came up on land. And they have found this fossil, and this was one of the great finds to prove evolution to be true. That this thing, millions of years old, was your great-great-great-granddaddy. In 1937, a guy fishing at 10,000 feet down with a basket brought one up. Not millions of years old. He was living when he caught him. Wasn't living when he got him up because of the pressure, of course. But there's one. The turtles have not evolved. The mollusks are the same. We find billions and billions of star creatures, and they're exactly the same as the modern ones. Here's a leaf. What do you know about that leaf? What's interesting about that leaf? That's a fossilized leaf. It's green. Chlorophyll. How long does it take a leaf when it's been picked to lose its green? See how fast that thing was encased? That was no millions of years. You see, on one side here we have fossilized starfish, and the other side we have modern ones. No difference. What happened to the evolution? Here's a fly encased in amber. A fly trapped in amber. Now, do you know how many generations a fly has a year? Do you know how many generations per century in a fly? If we're going to see evolution, how much evolution we got to have between that fly and the modern flies? Do you see evolution taking place? No. There's a fossilized grape leaf, and there's a grape leaf picked right off the tree. Same. Here's an interesting one. Now, one of these things that these people theorize, is they say this, that you see, we know how old something is by how far down we dig to find it. 1 inch is 1,000 years. So if we dig 10 inches and find it 10 inches, 10,000 years old. If we find it 2 feet, it's 24,000 years old. And so they dig away, and they just multiply by their nice 1,000 years per inch. Isn't that nice? Now, that's very scientific. Well, they say it's a little rough, but it's a close estimate. Therefore, we can tell how old something is by how far down we dig. Now, that would sound nice if you went to school and that's all you were taught in your indoctrination machine, but let's do something called thinking. If we're going to bury, how do we bury all the earth 1 inch every 1,000 years? To bury one place an inch, we have to unbury someplace else. You see the point? Are you catching on now? You can't bury the whole earth 1 inch every 1,000 years. You must be unburying someplace if you're burying someplace else. The dirt must come from one place to go to another place, right? Okay? How do we know that it isn't much older? Because this area, instead of being buried, has been being unburied. You see what I'm saying? The dating process doesn't work. How do you go and dig down and find an age of anything? You can't. Because it isn't true. Anything buried has got to be unburied someplace else. Now, this pine spore was found 5,000 feet down. Now, if you will multiply 5,000 feet times 12 inches, right? That's 60,000 times 1,000, which is 60 million years old. And that pine spore has not evolved. Modern pine spores are just like this pine spore. And according to their little statistics, we got a 60 million year old pine spore and no evolution. Well, it's not 60 million years old, by the way. Here we have some interesting things. According to the theory of 1 inch digging down gives you 1,000 years, how are you going to explain this is a tree trunk? This tree, this is 1 meter in this one. We have tree trunks 70 feet high in limestone. And we have these trees. Now here this tree stood here for, now just this part here, you see at 39 inches, or 39,000 years. That tree stood there when it was buried here. And of course it's already been standing here 1,000 years for each one of these inches. And it stood there all the time and never rotted or fell down, which is a very interesting thing if you know anything about trees. How about a reed 4.5 feet high? 50,000 years it stood there and the pith is still in the reed and never fell down and never rotted? You see, these things are absurdities. Why do they come up with the absurdity? It's the best they got. Now, let's take a look at what do you see here? What do you see there? For scientific observation. Yeah. What? Yeah, they're fossilized fish. They're fossilized fish, and that's a fact. We have two fossilized fish. Now, what can we tell about these fossilized fish by looking at them? Is there anything anybody here can observe about these fossilized fish? Yeah? No, the flesh is on it. Yeah. Aha, very good. They were encased in this stone while swimming and fighting. They were not dead. Their backs are arched, their fins are out. They're not belly up, they're not curled in. These fish were fighting and alive while encased. And they were totally encased while fighting and alive, not over 1 million years. Now, what's the important point about this? What happens when your local fish has his heart attack in your pond out back? What happens to him? What happens to a fish when he dies? No, he doesn't. We think of that because that's the way we see him. But that isn't what happens when he dies. What happens to the fish when he has his coronary? Before that, probably something else ate him. But if he doesn't get eaten before he gets to the bottom, because that's the direction he goes, there will be crabs and all sorts of wiggly things in the bottom that live off of eating off of dead things, scavengers, the garbage hunters. If he's down there 3 days or more, depending on the temperature of the water, then gas will start forming as he starts decaying, and as the gas cells expand, he will now come to the top. Boop. That's when you see him. You only see 1 in a billion of them because most of them got eaten before they ever got to the top, all right? Now, when he gets to the top, what happens? Birds and things, surface feeders eat on him. If he doesn't get eaten by now, which almost all have been by now, very few would survive, or survive, if you call a dead fish surviving. But anyway, if he eventually get to a shore, what happens when he gets to a shore? There's maggots and ants and vultures, and we got all sorts of wonderful things just waiting to eat them up. All right? When everything dies in this world, it becomes a meal for something else. If you go out and die in the trail out here and nobody should find you for a while, you do not become a fossil, and neither does the fish. You become a meal. Things are going to eat on you, as Shakespeare said in Hamlet, the second act. The worm is our only emperor. Right? He'll have us all for dinner. Now, we don't like to think of those things, do we? Huh? We want to buy big lead caskets and big concrete vaults. It's going to make a difference anyway, right? When it all gets done. Now, the thing is that in the fossil record, where we have trillions and trillions of fossils, there's one thing very interesting about them. They weren't buried in 1 inch per 1,000 years, when we got alligators with the excrement still intact. When we got squid with the ink sac still in perfect tact. When we got mastodons in which you can still eat the meat. Those things get frozen over 1,000 years. It was whammo now. You go out and freeze a steak and freeze it slowly, and you see what you got. You're going to drink the thing when you thaw it out. Mastodon frozen all the way through with daisies in his stomach meant that he was frozen through to his stomach within 20 minutes of eating daisies in a hot climate. You figured that one out? Took me years. I finally figured it out, and if sometime anybody wants to ask me, I'll tell you how that happened. If you got mastodon curiosity. And it didn't happen as this guy writing in the ice epic thing said. That's a bunch of garbage. But anyway, the thing about all these fossils is this. Nothing's eaten on them. Why haven't they been eaten on? Like all things die, get eaten on. How come the fossils weren't eaten on? The thing that normally eats them was also becoming a fossil. Whatever happened all at once. And it just packed in millions of these things, 5,000 feet deep or whatever distance you want. But this was not spread over a period of time. This is not the normal course of history. It is not what we see day to day. It is an abnormal situation. All right? Now, let's take bat ratology. Now, this is out of a standard textbook. We start out with a rat and it evolves into a bat. Well, we know that can't be true because Darwin told us that can't be true. Do you know why? Darwin says survival of the fittest. When we get a bat rat over here, we got something that can't fly and can't forage. It's going to starve out. It's the worst of two possible worlds, bat and ratism. Now, let's take a look at the next situation of bat ratism. If rats evolved into bats, why aren't present rats evolving into bats? Why aren't bats evolving into super bats? Why do they happy to stay bats? And where are the sub-rats that are evolving into rats? Now notice something. We don't have 12 stages as pictured here between rat and batism, but every mutation, and we're talking about more mutations than there are atoms in the entire universe necessary to change the 180,000 enzymes per single cell, which is there necessary for the production of all RNA, which produce all DNA, which produce the enzymes, all in the single cell. We're talking about every single change being a mutation, and every mutation is technically a new creature. To evolve from one to the other isn't all of a sudden, bang, here's a rat decided to be a bat. You're talking about a million stages of bat ratism, or degrees of bat ratism, trillions of stages of bat ratism. You get this? Now the next thing is you have to have as many at each stage of bat ratism as you got rats or bats. Therefore, we should have trillions and trillions of more bat rats than rats or bats. In fact, we shouldn't have any bats or any rats. All rats should be working on to batism, and all bats should be going on to super batism. Why is it that we have rats and bats? Simple. There's no evolution going on. If evolution is going on, you've got to have bat rats now. Not only that, we got to have every missing link between every creature now. Now I want to get up to another subject. And as I say, I don't want to be delicate. I like to be blunt. And some people don't like that. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Now, the Bible says all creatures are have after their own kind. Rats don't have bats, and bats don't have rats. If I gave you an egg, how could you tell me what kind of egg it is? I give you a nice little blue egg. It's about 1.5 inches across, and it's got little speckles on it. How can you tell what kind of egg that is? Anybody here could tell me how to find out what kind of egg that is? Ah, hatchet. Hatchet is the best way. In fact, it's the only way to be sure what that egg is. Now, I want to tell you, if a robin comes out of that egg, what is the chances that the parents are robins? I've never seen the parents, but what are the chances that the parents are robins? Well, now, evolution true could have been a goose. You see, there could be a couple of goose. Now, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I listened to a TV program one time that went on for about an hour asking people all over the world which came first, the chicken or egg. And I sat there and I said, boy, how stupid. Not one of them had the brilliance to be able to figure out you can't have a chicken or a egg. You better have two. Obviously, it couldn't evolve. How are you accidentally going to have one chicken and a rooster accidentally pop up here? By evolution. An absurdity, isn't it? Do you realize how many mutations you have to get one horse? You would have to have more horse ancestors, 5,000 times more horse ancestors than there are atoms in the whole universe. Known universe. That's a lot of horse ancestors. How did that horse evolve a hoof in every corner? How did it evolve an eye on one side and then evolve an eye on the other side? You heard him tell you about the vestigial organs that you have. Those organs that aren't needed are being passed away that were needed by your ancestors back in the cave, like the little red part in the middle of your eye here, which used to be your fish eye. And you have some tonsils, which are an appendix. Appendix, isn't that a nice word for it? Appendix, something you don't need, just hung in there. It used to be when we were eating raw meat, we needed those appendixes. Now those intestines, we don't need as much. You've heard that garbage, haven't you? Taught when I was in school, and I'm sure still taught now. Your appendix, what is it? Is it a loop of intestines that's no longer needed, like they teach? No, it isn't. It's lymph glands. And what do the lymph glands do? The lymph system takes the poisons out of all the cells of your body through the lymph ducts down to the lymph glands and puts the poisons into your intestines to have it go out with a draught. It is the cleanser of the entire cellular system of the body. And you tell me you don't need it? What about your tonsils? They're lymph glands. They take all of that out of your head and put it into the throat so it can go down into the stomach, be eaten up by the acids, and be destroyed, the poisons. You see? The tonsils were not something left over. What about that little red part here, that fish eye here in the middle? Now that, you take that red part out of there, and you're going to find out you get very cold in the back of your eyeballs. That's not a fish eye. It's just necessary to make a nice, good seal. There is no part of the body that you have that is a vestigial organ left over from the time in which we were living in caves. Do you know what they want to teach us? And this is right in De Viris. Do you know why we don't have tails? One of our grandpappies was swinging from one tree to another, and he swung too hard. And that's the reason why men don't have tails. Now, I want to tell you something. If you go out and take an ape and chop his tail off, is he going to have tailless children? I have one eye. I have two children. Both of them have two eyes. There are one-armed men. Do you realize this? Who have children with two arms? Yet they teach that. Why do they teach it? Because they teach what happens to the creature. The environment, and this is where we're going to get the environmental and sociological impact of this, that your environment forms you. No, it doesn't. Neither sociologically, legally, politically, or morally. This idea is today that, after all, we have all sorts of cripples. Not just our cripples with arms, but social cripples, economic cripples, political cripples. Here's a guy, he's caught for murdering somebody. Well, you know why he did it? Well, he was born poor. Or he was born rich with a silver spoon in his mouth. Or his mother was too kind to him. Or his mother beat him. Because he was black. Or because he was a white wasp. They'll come up with any reason except one reason. He killed a guy. The responsibility is not his, it's somebody else's. You notice the whole theory today is always somebody else's fault. You see? We're a product of our environment. You're not a product of your environment. You're a product of your very nature. But anyway, this bat ratism. This thing is a mathematical absurdity. And yet it's taught. Here's a fossilized bat. Looks just like modern bats. Can't tell one from another. Can you think of the common ancestors of all these creatures? What it would look like? We can throw in some more ones. We can throw a chicken in there and a few other things and try to come up with a common ancestor of it. Were there dinosaurs? Yes, I've been out in dinosaur pits and seen them. Well, where are the dinosaurs today? They're dead. Simple. Does that prove evolution? No, it proves the opposite. Over half the creatures that once lived in this world are now extinct. Notice these people who talk about evolution are always out there trying to fight to protect endangered species. Wait a minute, if evolution is true, we should be getting more and more and more species every day. We shouldn't have to worry about endangered species, but an overflood of species. But instead, the number of species are decreasing by 2 per year. Now, we're taking in all 9 phyla here. We're talking about all the little worms and the bugs and all of the, the little weeds and all of the other stuff and the grubs and everything else. We throw them all together. We're losing 2 species a year. There are some 8,000 or 9,000 proven or extinct species, yet we've never seen a new one come into existence. The number of species in the earth is constantly decreasing, not increasing as evolution would have us to believe. Now notice, all the facts indicate against it. What happened to dinosaurs? A dinosaur couldn't live, these creatures couldn't live today. Do you know why? They're vegetarians. With that kind of bulk, they could not, with those small mouths, eat enough vegetation in our atmosphere with our oxygen levels that we have today and survive. They'd starve to death. They became extinct. Well, everything else became extinct because it couldn't survive. Somebody said it's not survival of the fittest, it's survival of the luckiest. Well, let's take a look and see what the Bible says. The Bible says something very interesting, that men are to subdue the earth, that the creatures of the earth are to be subdued by men. According to the Bible, the world started out with lots of all different kinds of animals and 2 people. And the course of history would be for people to multiply and become more populous and to take over the earth and subdue the animals, and the animals would decline. Well, that's what we've seen. Now, let's take a look about kinds. The Bible says that each shall have after their own kind. How can we find out what is the same kind? How are they classified by the scientists? By kinds. Is a fox a dog? Is a wolf a dog? Right? How many say a fox is a dog? Everybody's got to vote now. Everybody vote. We're all friends here, right? How many say a fox is a dog? How many say a fox is not a dog? Somebody, how many say a wolf is a dog? How many say a wolf is not a dog? All right. Most of you voted wrong. A wolf is a dog. A fox is not a dog. Now, how do we know that a wolf is a dog and a fox is not a dog? That's the next question. How do we know? If we take a wolf and a dog and put them together, they have puppies. If we put a fox and a dog together, they don't have puppies. That tells us that a wolf is a dog and a fox is not a dog. Can they have puppies? Isn't that simple? After their own kind. Why can't fox have a dog, have puppies with a dog? Because a fox is not a dog. Isn't that simple? Is a donkey an equestrian? That's a horse. Yep. If we put a horse and a donkey together, do we get offspring? Yep. But we get a mule. But the mule has some problems. Mules generally don't have any offspring. Sometimes they do, rarely. A female mule might have. But if a female mule has if the colt's father is a horse, the offspring will be all horse. And if the father of this mule's colt is a donkey, because it can't be a mule. There's never been a fertile male mule, so you can't do that one, right? A donkey, you have a mule, which tells us that in the certain cases, in rare cases, that we have female mules that reproductive organs are horse. And in that case, they can reproduce. But notice something. After we've crossed millions and millions of donkeys with millions and millions of horses, we have never got a new species. Mules do not continue except as we continue to make them. And there is no new species mule, and they're both even in the same family. You can cross a wheat with an oat and get a wheat oat. But all the female wheat oat are sterile, and the male are the other way around. Male is. And if you cross the wheat oat with an oat, you get something that looks like an oat. If you cross it with a wheat, you get something that looks like a wheat. If you cross them again with a wheat, you're going to get something that's absolutely a wheat. The thing is that God has put up some definite walls and lines, and in nature we never see those lines overthrown. Or we're going to get some doctors that'll sit and bastardize something. You know, they're going to create some monsters. But that isn't called proven evolution, or even the possibility of evolution. To do this, we must see it in nature. You see the point? Now they're going to say, oh, we've seen it in an enzyme. We have seen down here in a micro something or other. Wait a minute, we're not talking about an exception. In order for evolution to be true, it must be universal in all life forms and obvious to everybody. Because of the fact we do not have kinds and species, but an infinite variety of life with no definite lines between them at all. You see the requirement of evolution? Biological evolution? I don't know whether you're following me, but down here, I have a friend who lives right out back here, running for 400 miles in Texas from Glen Falls in the north down through Marble Falls and then down about another 100 miles south of there is the Biloxi River. Now the Biloxi River most of the year doesn't have any water in it. When it does, it has a big old whomper that comes down there and so forth. But then the Biloxi River has some interesting things. It has feet prints in the stone underneath the gravel bed. You dig it up in certain places when the river comes through and washes off, and there's all these footprints. The footprints are of several different kinds, but the ones we're interested in is one, reptiles. Now you can see that's a pretty good sized little old reptile walking along there. 3 toes are reptiles, in case you haven't figured that one out, all right? That's a good old big old lizard whomping along like a dinosaur. And here walking along with them are peoples. Those are human footprints. And this is a normal man-size 14. Take a look at those footprints. Now, that guy had a big understanding. We have 4 men in this country whose feet will fit that, and they're all over 9 feet tall. The Bible says there were giants in the earth. But anyway, we got some pretty big old footprints, human footprints, plopping along for 400 miles of this stuff, you know. These are, now, what does the scientific community say about that? Seeing dinosaurs were supposed to have disappeared way back in here, and man didn't appear up into here onto the scale. Well, they have a simple answer to this. They ignore it totally. You will find nothing in your textbook about 400 miles of Black Sea riverbed. Thousands upon thousands. These footprints have been, they've been selling them back before the First World War. They were selling them to the tourists. Finally, the government had to stop that and preserve them. Think of evolving this wing. Think of how this creature evolved that wing. Did he evolve it in a day? How did he fly without all of it? You know what happens if he doesn't have those 2 feathers? Those 2 feathers? He can't fly. How does that creature live, not get eaten up walking around the ground with half-grown feathers? He can't do it. I have 2 macaws at home. Man, when they get on the ground, they're absolutely hopeless. Just waddling along. They can't do nothing. Yeah. You know, when I was a boy, I used to have, seeing I have one eye, rather than waste the money on binoculars, I bought a monocular. That way I can buy twice as much power for the same money. I'd sit at my bedroom window, and I'd be looking at this moon. That was before any of us went around tramping around up there. But anyway, I said, wait a minute, that moon is very young. Because you see 24 million meteorites strike our upper atmosphere every day on this earth, and 6 million meteorites a day strike the moon. 6 million. But in the case of our earth, our atmosphere burns almost all of them up. And they do not come down bamming into our earth, busting things up. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult living here with all of these years with these missiles coming through at us at the speed of light or whatever they're running around up there at. Now, the trouble with the moon is it is not hot or liquid in the center. It is a cold, solid mass with no volcanic action. It has no atmosphere. It has no hydrosphere, no water. It has no wind. It is basically dead outside of the heating and the cooling as it goes, as it has this 29-day day. But outside of that, there is no weather on the moon. Now, this causes a problem. If a meteorite strikes a rock and chips off a little piece, there is nothing there to re-solidify it. See, rocks are being made in our world all the time by water action. But not there. There, the planet being bombarded by this constant bombardment of meteorites would be worn very quickly into a ball about 50 feet deep of solid dust about the consistency of confectioner's sugar. This is what Scientific America was saying in the 30s and the 40s. I'm out here, and my brother loaned me his big bus he had for a month, trip out through the West. And we got up here in the Yellowstone, and I get here, and this is the Mammoth Fountain. Now, every time you get out west or any place and you're looking across a beautiful view, the government has put this nice big map and a big sign there and a nice stone for you to read about how many millions and billions of years old this, and this is. Every plaque has millions and billions of years on it. Every plaque. You're to believe that, you see, and it's important to them. They spend a lot of money to do that. Well, here they had a brochure, and I picked the brochure up, and the brochure says that 1/2 ton of lime a day is coming up. 1/2 ton of lime a day. And I say, how big is this thing? Look, it's maybe 30 feet, 25 feet high, and maybe it's 80 feet across. All right? How long does it take to make that Mammoth Fountain at 1/2 ton a day? We're talking, you know, of 180 tons a year. You know how much that is in a century? A century builds more than that. And yet they sit there and they got 60,000 years in the pamphlet. And I asked the guy, you know, wait a minute, I can't figure this out. I always play the dumb act, you know. Take a look at this picture. What does it tell you? I hate to take you all to school, but maybe we need to. Who knows? No, that's a mountain range out west, Utah. What's interesting about it? Well, you see the strata, and that strata is laid in hydraulically. It's all laid in by water action. All right, it's laid in. When water lays it in, what level? How does it lay it in? Level, absolutely level. We know that when that was formed, it was perfectly level. Now, something happened, obviously an upthrust, right? Okay, we all see that? Now you say, well, so what? Ah, now comes the next so what. What is important about this? This picture is staggering. This blows any evolutionists right out of the tree. There's no fault cracks in here, fissures. If this was hard when it was upthrust, we'd have to have it all cracked and broken, wouldn't we? When it was thrust up, it was all mud, all of it. Do you know how long it takes that stuff to solidify? A couple months, 6 at the most. We're not talking about this thing being laid in millions of years, because if it was upthrust, it was this high, the rest would come in flat, wouldn't it? It's all curved, no fissures, all made at the same time. The whole mountain, bam! Does anybody not see? If you don't, I'll go happy to go again. This is the Rocky Mountain Range. You have the Appalachian Mountains all the way from Maine, all the way down to Georgia, human footprints in granite. Human footprints in granite. 1937, the head of the American Geological Society says if there's a human footprint in granite, we've got hundreds of them. Every geologist better get a job as a truck driver. Now, let's take a look at this picture. This is Chicago Museum, another one of those nice little windows. Now here we've got a monkey and a chimpanzee and a gibbon and an ape and a human being. Now, back there, if I didn't have it backwards and upside down or backwards there, you could read it. But anyway, what they're saying back here, and you know, I asked these questions 30 years ago, and I looked at this thing. They say, look, now first thing, remember, we do have a fact. These are facts, actual skeletons, which are facts, aren't they? All right? They are scientific facts. But now watch what is extrapolated from those facts. What they say is this: you see the similarity between them all. They all have rib cages. They all have phalanges. They all have the basic spinal column. That the basic engineering structure, even though changing the length of the arms and so forth, and the different little shapes of the skull, and the ridge bone that all bipeds outside of human beings have down the middle of the skull, only the human being doesn't have it. That's how you can tell a human skull from any other biped, is the ridge bone. But anyway, they say, see the similarity. All right, that's a fact too, isn't it? Okay, the similarity is a fact. It is there. And it is fact that these are what they say it is. I'm not questioning those facts. But watch their conclusion, their extrapolation. They say the similarity shows that they must come from a common ancestor. Now, I'm going to take the same facts and come up with another conclusion. And what you have to do is say, what is more reasonable? The conclusion that they come up with or the one I do? I'm going to say, you see the similarity? This shows that they follow the same design, which means there must have been the same designer. You cannot have things following the same plan unless there was a planner capable of carrying out the plan. If it was unplanned, we would not expect similarity. We'd expect great diversity, wouldn't we? We'd expect all sorts of accidental, weird creatures. But we don't find all those green things with the eyeballs sticking up on the stems like you get in the movies and in the cartoons. We find things all on a very sound plan, following a blueprint. If you went out in the woods and found a watch, would you believe it evolved? Yet we see things vastly more intricate and want to believe in accidental creation. Have we ever seen anything accidentally created? They just happen to pop. It's like, throwing a typewriter in a washing machine and coming out with a Magna Carta. This is the way they want to say this whole thing is. What does it mean? It means it has no purpose. This earth is a very, very, very peculiar place. If this world was only 20 or 30 degrees, 25 degrees warmer, we would not have the hydrospheres we have now, total cloud cover. We would have an entirely different condition. If it was 50 degrees warmer, life could not exist on this earth. If this world was some 30 degrees cooler or 40 degrees cooler, we would again have a big problem because of the fact of the ice formations. If water did not happen, just accidentally happen to be at its least density at 34 degrees, our oceans would freeze from the bottom up and all marine life would be non-existent. Just happened, you understand that. If we did not happen to have the oxygen, free oxygen in the atmosphere, life would be impossible. The fact that the weather temperature, the moisture, the rain that carries the water from the oceans to the dry land and waters the vegetation, all of these things are so peculiar that no condition like it exists in the known universe. Nowhere do we have any weather systems. Nowhere the distance from our sun to this earth is so particularly set that any further out or in, mercury, a molten at the temperature of lead. You can imagine living on that. How much evolution you're going to have. You say something could live. Well, what do you want to dream up? You can dream up anything you want. But you haven't got the foggiest thing to support such a theory of anything living at 450 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit on Pluto. You can dream it if you want to. But of the entire known universe, we do not know of a single body outside of this one, this peculiar body that you and I live on, that has even the possibility of sustaining life. Now, the points I want to make with this little dissertation on evolution is one, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with what I've said, what I want to do is show you there's a different view. But why is this different view never given? Why isn't it on your television, on your radio, your commentators, in your newspaper, in articles, in books? Why isn't it taught in school? Why isn't it presented as an alternative view? Why is it not? Because it isn't important. What is important is the conclusions drawn from the position in which they have. Now watch this. First thing I learned when I got in my Philosophy 101 course is, well, they start out, I'm going to show you how when you get to school, be careful, you young people. Watch this. If you want to protect yourself and your mind. They start out with a little thing. Here's the professor. He's got his grade book out in front of you. She's pretty intimidated right away. I mean, who are you going to talk against the grade? You needed a little check mark in order to get it, become a sophomore, right? So, anyway, he says, well, of course, as you know, we're all products of our environment. And then he goes on from that assumption and starts building on that assumption. Question, are we products of our environment? Answer, no, we are not. If you start out with a false assumption, you can prove anything by logic. If I have a false assumption and have proper logical deduction from a false assumption, I must come out with a false conclusion. You notice? His logic, you look and say, his logic is so wonderful. Yes, his logic is wonderful. What was his assumption? He said, it made you give him one free. Well, of course, we all know that we're a product of our environment. I don't know that, and I want him to show me that. He hasn't got one shred of that. He just said it, didn't he? And for that, I'm supposed to build my whole philosophy and life on an assertion made without fact or foundation. You see? Once you give him a freezy, he says, well, let's, for the sake of argument, assume such and such. And then you say, well, okay, for the fun of it, yeah, let's go along with that. Then he says, then if that's true, then this, and if this, then that, then if this, then that, and this, and that. And all of a sudden, man, he's got black as white and up as down. You see? Because you gave him a free one. Never give the guy a free one. Just stop there and say, show me. Well, we all know. No, I don't know. Can you demonstrate that for me? Oh, well, everybody knows that. Of course, everybody. No, I don't know that. Boy, you just blew their balloon. That guy isn't going to be able to teach all semester. He's going to be in there hemming and hawing and dragging his feet. His whole lesson plan just went. When you call him down and make him come up with a fact, he hasn't got one. Now, I want to show you there's two views. If we're a product of our environment, then our environment creates, just my professor, since we're a product of our environment, of course, when this person goes out, for example, and commits murder, he didn't do it. The most influential thing in his whole life was his parents. Right? So therefore, his parents are really guilty for making him a murderer. It's the parents who are at fault. Do you see that attitude being taught today? Once you buy evolution, you got to buy that. Now, if the parents are at fault, they're not at fault because, after all, they're a product of their environment, which was their parents, which is the fault of their parents, which is the fault of their parents. Notice, nobody's at fault. There is no personal responsibility. And we have a society without personal responsibility, so what do we have to have? We have to have a state that takes that responsibility. That's going to direct, because you're not responsible and you can't be held personally. The state will be held. It is the state's going to take care of you when you're sick and when you're old. The state's going to take care of you when you're in need. The state's going to take care of your mental problems, social problems, racial problems. Whatever problem you got, we got an agency. All we demand is your obedience and money. Do you want to know why they have that educational system? To get you to feed the money and go along with this absolute absurdity. You sit in your head and say, it's silly, it's insane, it's absolutely insane, but it's logical. Yes, it is, if you take that assumption that we're a product of our environment. If you believe evolution is true, all we got to do is aid in the evolution, the upward reach of man, and he's going to reach on until he finally reaches perfection. Well, I want to tell you, you're not going to reach it. Now, let's take a look at what really is the case. If I have an accidental change in a complex structure, what do I get? A more structured or a less structured? Do I get disorder or order out of an accidental change? You get disorder. How do you get evolution out of disorder? Evolution means that accidental changes are creating a more complex structure than before. But all cases of evidence we've ever seen is that accidental change, sure, it's possible. If I had 2,000 pins and kept dropping them enough times in, say, 20 billion years of it, they would all land in rows with the heads all up. But don't count on it. The chances are very high against it. Now, what they want to say, and this is what their argument is, that 1 out of a billion evolutions or a million evolutions must be orderly. That is more orderly than what was before. That is, it is evolutionary. Since we have mutations going on all the time. Well, that's all right. Give them one. There's no problem. I'm free. I'll give them that one. I'll give them 1 in a million. What about the 999,999 disorganizing mutations? If I have 999,000 disorganizing and 1 organizing, am I getting more organized or more disorganized? They call that evolution. I call it devolving or devolution. Every creature is breaking down. Do you know why you don't see so good? I notice my eyes are getting pretty bad. Now, you don't jump like you did when you were 20 anymore, do you? Huh? You can't run as well. The breath gets short. The skin starts sagging. I don't want to just pick you. The hair gets gray. Mine's getting there, too. See? I can get out, you know, and I sit with these young guys. I can lift as much, and I'm as strong. I can do everything as well as a 20-year-old. Except the elasticity isn't there. The ache is, yes. Yes, I can lift it. But it's just like here. You can go out, if you can play basketball pretty well, and you get 45. You can go out and run with those kids. And you can shoot with those kids. But when you jump, your feet don't go off the floor. They go up with that ball, and you jump, and nothing happens. You see, the day you were born, you started dying. Every cell is in the process of decay. Now watch something. They're going to measure evolution by decay rates. That's what they're using, decay rates, aren't they? Carbon-14 decay rates, potassium argon decay rates. How do you measure evolution by decay rates? It should be by generation rates. You see the whole absurdity of measuring evolution by decay processes? The fact of the matter is that all species are in the process of decay. We don't like to believe that. We want to think we're the greatest thing ever came down the pike. You're the worst that has ever been down the pike. Your ancestors were superior to you biologically, mentally, physically, and in every way. You don't like that, do you? You want to think of them as somebody well backward in the cave. Is that what you want to think? That isn't the fact of the matter. Did you see this movie 2001? Here they sat there. How many saw that movie 2001, The Space Odyssey? They start out with these creatures with the red eyes and the hair rolling around like a bunch of animals in this pit, see? And finally, after 1,000,000 years of ooh and ah, one of them got bing, an idea. First idea, he took a bone and hit another guy with a head. Wham! Oh, that was the first invention, you know? And they thought that was the greatest game they ever saw. And they all got a bone and they started hitting each other over the head, having a great ball out there. It didn't take any 1,000 years to figure out how to hit anybody over the head. Cain figured it out right away. Yeah, it's absurd. How long would it take any creature to find out how to hit another creature? But you want to have that evolution. You take economics. First course, first chapter 1, the evolution of economics. Sociology, the evolution of sociology. Psychology, the evolution of psychology. You take any field, the evolution, the first chapters of every text, right? The evolution of it. As if our ancestors were stupid. And we're the greatest thing came down to pie. I'm afraid it's the other way around. We're the worst example. And instead of going up, we are going down. That's why half the living file are gone. And more are going all the time. Now, I don't want to bother you at all with this little thing, but I'm going to give you a little bit of scientific fact. For those of you who have great long-range views of this world, no life will exist in this world after 3120 anyway. At 3120, the magnetic field of this earth is scheduled to shut down. That is, at the half-life of 1,400 years, there will not be enough electrical output to jump the gap from pole to pole. With the loss of the magnetic field, the Van Allen belt will break up and shower this world with such radiation that all living forms will simply die. If it's here, if this world is going to last that long. But don't let it worry you and I, because we're not going to live that long, no matter what these doctors say. They're not going to make it, right? This world is a temporary place, obviously, and it is a degenerating place. Everything in it is wearing out. The radiation, the uranium is wearing down. The energy sources are running down. The sun is burning out some 14 million tons per second. It's going down. Now, you say that's dismal. Don't let it worry you, really, too much. For your lifetime and for your children's lifetime and anybody you know or going to know, they won't notice it, all right? Unless the Lord returns. Then it won't make any difference either. So, don't let that worry. But the point is, the whole concept of we had before evolution was that the creature was responsible in law, which now the creature is not responsible. He was responsible morally. Now he's not responsible morally. I mean, it's to each his own. Morals are whatever we make up. Because after all, it's all in the process of evolution. I read in law cases, I've been studying quite a bit of law lately, and they're talking about the evolving law. The rules change, the right and wrong change, is murder change, is killing another person change? Is our responsibility change? What happens with a society without law? You have a jungle. Everybody's got to hide from everybody's. So, society ceases to function. Production ceases to function. Because without law, without an orderly society, we all must become a law unto ourselves. And this is strict barbarism, and such a society cannot produce. And when you buy the concepts that these people teach. Now, I want to just finish with one point, and we'll let you go. And if you want to talk to me, I'm a talker, as you obviously know. I can talk for any length of time. But let me show you something. I'm going to give you proofs. A proof now. I gave this to a guy on a plane today, and it about bombed him out because he was talking about he was laughing about the Bible. See, okay. There are only 4 possible. I hope this stuff comes off. Oh gosh, we'll get some pretty colors here. 4 possible. I never used this before. Anyway, 4 possible explanations of the universe that you and I are in. Now, I want to give you some rules of logic. If I'm going to make a deduction reasoning, I have to give every possible, conceivable, every conceivable alternative. If I have them all in there, then one of them has to be right. If, however, I've left one out, so many people do, they say, well, which you choose, this position or that position? Generally, they left the real one out. You know, they gave you 2 false ones to choose from. Particularly in religion, all these religious doctrines, they always give you 2 or 3, all 3 being wrong. And you got to pick one of the 3. And people sit and argue and fight over years and years and years, the 3 wrong arguments, 3 wrong positions. So I got to have them all in there. Now, the universe that you and I are in, the very stuff we're made of, this table and everything else is made of, the very atoms or the dust or whatever you want to have it formed out of over millions of years of clouds of dust, banging or unbanging. Whether you want big bang theories or anything else, if you got a big bang theory, you still got to have something banging. All right? And the Big Bang Theory is an absurdity in itself, but that's the one they use today because it's about the best they got. There are only 4 possible explanations of the universe that we observe. 1, that the very stuff it's made of has always been here. Now, it may have been dust, it may have been clouds, it may have been bangs or explosions and formed over revolving all the stuff, pictures they give you in the nice movies and on TV, right? But that the stuff that it's composed of, the elements themselves, have always been in existence. We'll call that eternality of matter, the eternal theory. And this one is one they try to give to you, but they give to you without any facts. In fact, it's very interesting that they never give you facts on any of their positions, which bothers me no end. All right? Possibility 2, that the stuff, the elements that the universe is composed of has not always been here. But it got here by a natural process. This, by the way, is the theory of evolution. And we'll call this natural generation. Possibility 3, that the stuff that the universe is made of has not always been in existence, but it got in here by a non-natural means. All right? We'll call that, watch my word now, supranatural generation. Supra does not mean supernatural. It's supra. It means not natural, an unnatural, okay, generation. Well, we have to say, what is an unnatural generation, right? Well, I'll explain that because I'll tell you what a natural generation is. Natural means we can go and see it happening. It's in nature. We can observe it. Okay? So this is something that can't be observed because it's not happening now. I can only observe what's happening now. I can't observe something that happened 1 million years ago. Can you prove that Louis Pasteur ever lived? No. You can believe it, right? You have some evidences that indicate that he lived, but you can't prove it. So you can't prove what happened yesterday. You can testimony for it. You can't prove your own birth, except one thing. Your life now indicates you were, right? All right? Now, supranatural generation. The things got here, but not by any observable means that we can observe. By any means we can observe, all right? And 4, imaginary. Now, this 4th one is the one taught in philosophy courses today at the local brain tanks, or brain laundries, as I like to call them. The purpose of these places is to keep you from being able to think. Now, imaginary system is this. If a tree falls in the woods and there's nobody there to hear it, is there sound? They start you out with those nice little questions. Watch those philosophy classes. Oh, are they dangerous? They are a swamp of ignorance, of lies and false leadings. They start you out with that. Oh, that sounds so nice, and we can sit and discuss that. Well, let's all discuss that. And so they have all you nim-nims sit around and discuss that back and forth while he directs your conclusion by little inserts that he puts in, and you want to look smart to him, right? So you agree and go along, and everybody thinks everybody else agrees, and pretty soon you all come out with the same idea. Yes. Now, is there any sound if a tree falls and there's no ear to hear it? Well, we could discuss that in this room for the next 4 or 5 hours, and we'll never come to a conclusion until we define the word sound. If sound is the vibrations, yes. If the sound is the vibrations hitting the eardrum, no. But let's define it. Undefined, you can sit there and run around these rabbit, squirrely, cottonwood ideas for forever, you know. and an absolutely numb position, you see. But then they start out, do things exist? Are you really here? Can you prove your own existence? Try logically to prove your existence, that you're here. Well, you sit there and say, well, I think I can. Well, I don't know how to do it. Well, I guess you can. Well, we all agree we can't. All right, we can all agree we can't prove we're here. So we all can agree we can't prove we're here. We can't prove to each other we're here. Or anything exists. Then after you go down this brain blower for a while, and you might as well put a 45 to your head if you follow this line, because you're blowing your brains out. Why? You're incapable of logical reasoning once you've gone through this. You're incapable, legally you're insane when you're incapable of dealing with reality. My mind, if I decide to have you exist in my mind, and if I decide that you don't exist, you just went poof. See? It's called existentialism, see? Now, watch what happens here. I've sat here with these guys, and they come out of these loony bins. You don't know whether they're on drugs or just been out of philosophy course. It wouldn't make any difference. Their eyeballs are still blunked out, you know? And they walk up to you, and they got one of these great ideas they're going to pull on you, and you sit there and start, well, now, this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and pretty soon they see that you're getting them in a hole. And they say, man, you don't exist. They just wiped you out. You just went, now they're mine. They don't have to deal with you. They don't have to deal with reality. They just went pop. You see? Once I got a guy believing that, he's nothing but putty in my hands. He's nothing but a tool. Now I want to tell you something. You might want to accept the possibility number 4, but I refuse. All right? I refuse, because if I accepted that as a possibility, I only put it up there because I had to show that I had a complete system. Remember I said I have to have them all? Either it's always been here, it got here by natural way, it got here by non-natural way, or never got here at all. That's the only possibilities, isn't it? And unless I got all the possibilities in there, I cannot come to a conclusion, right? But I am going to come to conclusion number 1. This is not true. If I would buy the possibility of that, I've declared myself insane, both medically and physically, or legally. And anybody who buys that is insane. You want to know why we're sending out these insane people off of our school campuses? It isn't just the pot. It isn't the drugs. They're drugs. They already got mental drugs before they ever dropped the real acid. Their brain was already blown. They couldn't deal with the world around them, so they just dropped acid to relieve the pain. What they were taught obviously didn't fit the facts. All right, now let's leave the 3 that have some semblance of sense. Not too much for 2 of them. Now, what is the first law of science? Also called the first law of thermodynamics. And if the laws of thermodynamics are not true, then all science ceases to exist. The possibility of science ceases to exist. So there are no scientists if these laws don't hold. What's the first law? The conservation of matter. That nothing is being created or destroyed. That the quantity of the universe is constant. All right? If the quantity of the universe is constant in all of our observation, and the scientist is dealing with what he can observe, right? He never saw anything come into existence out of nothing, and he never saw anything that was in existence become nothing. Change form, yes. But you always end up with the same amount in another form. Therefore, the stuff could not come by natural generation because we do not observe it anywhere. And if we did observe it, then we got a big problem scientifically. If I put A in a test tube and B in a test tube, and C happens to be coming into existence out of nothing in my test tube, I can't come up with any conclusion about A and B because that's all I knew I put in the test tube. When I put A and B in the test tube as a scientist, I believe that whatever reaction I get is because of A and B that I put in the test tube, right? What happens if C's are just coming out of nothing and just happen to be popping into my test tube? You see? Science ceases if we're dealing with an accidental system. Science is based on the fact that we're not dealing with an accidental system, but we're dealing with a known quantity. All right? Do you see this? So if any man says he's a scientist and believes in evolution, he cannot be. Because he just now overrode the first law of thermodynamics. What's the second law of thermodynamics? Energy, entropy, right? That energy is kind of in a constant state of becoming more disorganized. That is, is becoming diffused. When we burn a lump of coal, the energy is gone out. The energy is still there, but it's not concentrated. It's always in a less concentrated form. When we drive our cars and burn our gasoline, we're moving from a more concentrated energy to a less concentrated energy. As uranium continues to give off its energy, the energy is still there, but it's going from more concentrated to less concentrated. The sun is radiating out energy in massive doses. The energy is still out there in the universe, but it's always in a more dissipated form. And it continues to dissipate always. Never reversing, never being collected, always being dissipated. Watch. If all energy is constantly being dissipated, and if our matter has been here forever, it has all dissipated by now. Let me put this another way. Any process, no matter how slow, in forever, is finished happening by now. Is there anybody that doesn't grab that? That's a very important thing. Any process, no matter how slow, in forever, is finished. And eternity, eternal matter, always being here, means that all energy and all forces have ceased to exist. Do we find this world 458 degrees below zero with no molecular motion? Do we find no life, no heat, no light in the universe? That's the condition we have to have if the matter is eternal. According to all scientific law. And remember, this guy is claiming to be a scientist, right? So I'm going to hang him on his own rules. Well, we just blown that one. Well, by deduction, there is only one possible conclusion. And I'm not doing this by just giving you a belief. I'm giving you the scientific laws and rules leave us with only one conclusion, number 3. 1, that the universe is not infinitely old. 2, that there was a process of generation out of nothing into something, that energy was being collected. 3, that process stopped. And 4, another process stopped some time ago, but not infinitely ago, of decay. But the universe has not always known decay. There was a period of time it had no generation, but it doesn't know it now. For we don't see generation taking place anywhere in the universe now, but obviously because it is generated up, it had to be generated. You see the point? Now, there's only one book I know agrees with that scientific analysis. The book of Genesis. Chapters 1, 2, and 3. That's why they don't like them. Genesis is 100% scientifically accurate. Or let's put this, it's the only logical explanation that fits the facts, the scientific facts. All right? The others don't. Their basic problem is they deny God. They deny a personal God. They want a force. Let the force be with you. See, an ignoramus going out in the field can tell there's something more than him around. Anybody looks at a buttercup or looks in a child's eye. The heavens declare his handiwork. You see? But they don't want to come into grips with a personal God that holds him personally responsible. We want an irresponsible, each doing our thing. And we're ending up with a world with a basic political unit being totally destroyed in this country by a malicious machine, which is called the family. The hammering on the women to go into the workplace, to abandon the family. The hammering on the men by sitting there making women take his jobs and so forth, so he is not the breadwinner, and it takes 2 breadwinners in order to survive with the inflation, the massive interest in which we have to pay, with the tremendous interest on the federal debt, which has all been created by creating paper money out of nothing and then charging us interest on it, to where we are having a continual fall in the real income of the worker. He gets more dollars, but the inflation rate's going up faster than his wages, and he's asked to hold his wage line in the face of 13, 15, and 18, and 20% inflation rates. So that his family has to go out and work, and the family unit ceases to exist. The constant pressure on the television, showing these women today who are at home, what do they watch on television? Soap operas. What are they? Course after course after course on adultery. One form of adultery after another, after another, after another, after another, hour upon hour upon hour upon hour of adultery. Who's sleeping with who now? And they follow everybody and know and go back for years of who slept when with whom. All named Derek. Cutesy pies. Sitting there talking in the living rooms, small sets, doesn't take much, and going through all of this drivel. How long do you think our society can survive that? My wife and I were at the biggest hotel in the world the other day. And here's in the bookstore. My wife is not one who gets in the magazine. Saying we were looking at something, and she looked up and she saw the girly magazines. She said, they don't put clothes on the covers anymore. I says, honey, whatever it is today, it'll be worse next month. You can guarantee it. It isn't just a passing fad. It is a course and a direction. How long do you think your children are going to survive this? Each doing his own thing. Who's going to say what's right and wrong? Well, I want to tell you, someone did say what was right and wrong, and he's not going to change it. He didn't ask you. And I want to tell you, when a society doesn't know what's right and wrong and won't punish what's right and wrong, this society's in trouble. And there's going to be blood in the streets. Somebody mentioned to me this little thing. I used to run this hotel down in Detroit, which was all mostly ex-convicts out of Jackson State Prison. We have the largest prison in the world in Michigan, one of our great distinctions. Jackson State. These guys all talk like they're all graduates of their alma mater, you know. You'd think they were talking about their prep school. They're talking about their time in Jackson State. Anyway, almost all of them are on narcs, and they can get more narcs in Jackson State than anywhere else. If you really want to get high, you go to get in prison there. Now tell me how a prisoner gets all the narcotics he wants. Wouldn't you think that they were illegal? The one place he couldn't get them is in prison? The government is feeding them. You ever figure that out? I want to tell you, they can tell with these satellites a rifle in the woods at 400 miles. Do you mean to tell me you can't pick up a boat carrying up hash coming up out of Colombia? They could have everyone stop every day, and not 1 ounce would get through if they wanted to. And these guys are down in the basement. These are pretty hardened criminals, and I'm down there alone, you know, they're sitting there, and these people all happen to be black, and I don't want to particular on that because we can talk about the white. This just happened to be that they were black. And they're talking about the big payoff, and we're going to get back, and all this sort of stuff. There's no payoff. What are you talking about payoff? There's about 15 or 20 of these guys never shouting in there. What are you talking about payoff? We're going to get Whitey. We're going to take care of you guys. I said, no, you're not, because I want to tell you what happened. Those boys have got you on a needle. And the day they pull that needle, you'll lick boots. You'll lick anybody's boots who got that, and they know it. They got you right where they want. All they got to do is pull that needle, and these guys about turned white, their eyes opened up. They knew it. They knew they were on that hook. And whoever controls that hook has got them enslaved. Uncle Tom never had anything like that going for him. Or Simon Legree. He only had a whip. He didn't have a needle in their arm. They've built an army of these guys. They feed them now, and you shut it off when you want them out in those streets, and they'll do what they're told. It isn't accidental when you see them standing in the middle of the main street of Detroit out there pedaling, lined up there, selling to the cars just like this at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Traffic jams. People buying heroin, buying their coke. They're being fed. Here's the state of Michigan. For years, they put all these guys in jail for running numbers. So they got a state lottery. So the state runs numbers, and the banks collect the money, and the people go into the banks and turn in their lottery money, and all the nice, highfalutin banks, all in the lottery business, and every drugstore and everybody's selling lottery. Yeah, and now we got the state. Of course, it's moral when the state does it. It's immoral if you do it. You go to jail still in Michigan for selling numbers, unless you're a druggist and you got their monopoly sign out front. Then they put a computer in so you can sell them faster. They sit there and you go in there, and these people don't buy an A ticket for $1. They go in for $50, and those tickets come off there in rows, and these people are taking bundles of these things out. Hey? Gambling's illegal unless we get our cut. Now, all of it comes from a basic view of who you are and what you are and where you came from and who you're responsible to. And you got that all befuddled up, you're going to be a ship without a rudder. I'll guarantee it. Well, anyway, let's take a break for tonight, and we'll convene. I don't know how long I've been going here. What time do we start? Huh. Quarter after seven. Oh, okay. We'll have a little warm-up. Now, tomorrow we're going to go and take a look at some history. We'll take a trip down the Nile. We'll go into some of the temples at Khufu and Edfu, and see where else we'll get to. We'll get to Luxor, right? And what's there on the other side of Luxor? Is that the big one? Karnak. No, you go up river, down river to Giza. We'll go to Giza and go into the big one, and then we'll show you what that's about, and the political control system. And it's all part of the political control system. You see it on the back of your dollar bill, don't you? They put their emblem there for you, so you know where it came from. Anyway, we'll take that little look, and then we're going to go to Russia for a little trip. I went over there a while back. I don't want to show you any travelogue. I'm going to show you a hope, and we'll show you some slides that how we're being used on that one. And then in the evening, we will end up with another little session. So until then, bid you all adieu, and if you want to hang around here in the heat and feel welcome, and I'll be here for a while. Thank you for your kind attention.
Well, let's get started. And I'd like to go through a little history right now. We'll start with history back quite a few centuries ago. And show you the one thing that you read in the book of Ecclesiastes. Vanity, vanity, always vanity. There's nothing new under the sun. The thing is, all the things that were and are now shall be. That here Solomon is watching, and he realizes that he has put his hand to everything with all the vineyards. How many wives? 700 wives? Can you imagine anything like that? 300 concubines? Boy, that must have been the most miserable man that ever walked. Anyway, and all of the palaces, all the wealth, and all of the power was all worthless. You know, he said, and you know, as you get older, you start thinking of this. If you ever start accumulating any wealth, there's a little problem that comes. Here you are, you're working, you're getting kind of successful, and you got to realize something. You're going to check out, and if you leave it to your children, you're going to ruin them. and you think the rest of the people don't deserve it anyway. And what do you do with it? Man keeps going on through his life as if this thing is going to go on forever, you know, and all these plans. And one day it comes to the realization, hey, it isn't going to be that way. It's not going to be. And you wonder, what's it all about? What's the purpose of it all? Something came into my mind. I got to get rid of it. The other day I was watching a Muppet show, and they were having the pigs in space. How many have seen the pigs in space? Anyway, they were sitting there, and here out there, it came on the screen. There's a little blip was coming towards them on this screen. And then a voice came to him and it says that in 1 minute from now is coming the end of the entire universe. And of course, there's one Muppet keeps walking around with the end of the world is coming. And he says that's far more important than the end of the universe. But anyway, you got the end of the universe coming 1 minute from now. And just then there was a buzz takes place. And the Captain Pig, whatever his name is, Mr. Hogback or whatever it is, he gets up and he starts running out. And Miss Piggy says, "Where are you going, Captain?" He says, well, that's the dinner bell. You know, it's time to eat, see. And they're in this rocket ship in space, and he says, "You mean you're going to go eat in 1 minute? There's going to be the end of the universe?" He says, "Yes, but the night is swine stroganoff, or swill stroganoff."
and Swill Stroganoff. And away he rushes out, and the other two sitting there, Miss Piggy and this other pig, they're sitting there, and they say, just think that. They're sitting there watching the end of the world going to come, and they're going to know the meaning of life. The meaning of life is going to be given them at the end of the universe. And they're all waiting for the meaning of life, and finally Miss Piggy turns to the other one and says, Swill Stroganoff. And they both rush out to get their Swill Stroganoff. Well, you see, the whole meaning and purpose of life, to most people, they just run back out and get some more Swill Stroganoff. Anyway, there's a lot of philosophy in that little show. Well, the pattern, what I'm trying to say, of what has been is the pattern of what is now, and until the Lord comes, is the pattern that's going to be. That pattern doesn't change much. And if one who does not, as Santayana said, he who does not learn from history is condemned to repeat it. And we're going to probably repeat it anyway, but it's nice to learn from it. So let's talk a little bit about history. And to do that, let's step back a little bit and talk about economics or political power, which, of course, seems to have a big point in history. History, in most of your textbooks, will be talking about the history is the story of man. No, history is not that. What history is, his story. It's the story of God's working in this world. History is God's story, not your story. Notice the complete change that you will have. History is his story. Anyway, for those who are deists, Ben Franklin was a deist and so forth, and basically Masonry is a deistic religion. Deism says this: yes, there was some force or God that created this thing, and then he went to sleep, or he turned it over us to run it. And this God does not take any direct action in the affairs of his creation. He merely wound it up and let it go. Now, this is also the attitude of most people who name the name of Christ. When you go down and search down where they really believe, they had the deistic theology. And that deistic theology leaves them running wild. Well, let's get back to our history. If we were going to take the history of events of the last hour in this world, or in the United States, or in Pennsylvania, or in this town, or in this block, nobody could write it, because most of the events that take place simply are not known by a person who would write it. And the second thing is, because of the mere data of a fact and the events that take place constantly all over the universe as well as this world are so multitudinous. And second, the cause of them unknown. You see, there are people write a book, say, on the First World War, causes of the First World War. What were the causes of the First World War? Well, these are the causes believed by the guy who wrote the book. But what did he know? What did he sit in at the councils? Does he know what was really the motives in the hearts of the different people who played? And does he really know all the economic and political involvements? Does he know of all of the machinations of all of these people? No, he doesn't. He had a theory. He believed a certain reason was the cause of the war. Then he goes around and finds those evidences that support his theory, because he takes all the data that he can get and he decides what's important data and what's unimportant. How did he decide what is important and what is unimportant? He had his theory first. His theory of why he thinks the war started causes him to select those things that agree with his theory and to reject those things that don't agree as being unimportant, obviously, right? So what does he do is he ends up proving what he believed to be in the first place by selecting the evidence that seems to support it. That is, he proved nothing. And what he has said is absolutely irrelevant. What he is giving you is opinion based on no fact at all, just his speculation. It has to be. And if I wrote a history, it would be the same way. All right? Now, because we all approach history from our point of view, from our set beliefs. Now, the beliefs that you have are religious. So that every history is going to present a religious point of view, not because the person may overtly intend to, because he can't do otherwise. It's the very nature of things. Do we see this? All right, now, when I approach history, I approach it from my point of view. And I have my bias, as every other historian has his bias. And I select to present to you those things that I want to present to you because they support a theory that I have in the first place. The only difference between myself and them is I'm going to tell you my theory before. You see, they probably don't even know they're doing it. They think they're being objective historians. But there's no way to be an objective historian. Whatever history you're going to write is going to reflect your bias and your view before you get there. Now, my point of view is this. I believe that the King James Bible in the English language is God's infallible word, inerrant, preserved by God as well as written by the Holy Spirit, but that God directly preserved his word and delivered it as he promised to do. I believe that. Now, you may disagree with that, but I'm just telling you that because then you will know where I'm coming from. Why I have my view is based on my prejudice. And my prejudice is based upon the fact that I do believe that the King James Bible is the Word of God and that it contains all truth that God has chosen to reveal to us. Now, does it say it contains all truth? No, it doesn't. It contains that portion of truth that God has chosen to reveal to us. This means there are those things that he hasn't chosen to reveal to us. And on those things, as far as what God has said, I just simply don't know. And when you get to the point, I can't answer that. Maybe someday, but not now. Right? Now, let's take a look at the history of the world from a secular point of view. From a secular point of view. The world has known 6 world empires. And these empires, starting with the Egyptian, Syrian, Babylonian, Medo-Persian, Greek, and Roman. These 6 world empires didn't happen at 6 different times, a phenomenon. They just here all of a sudden there was a world empire, and then the empire crumbled, and then along came a period of time, and then another empire came up. That isn't the way it happened. The Egyptian world empire was overthrown by the Assyrian world empire. The Assyrian empire was overthrown by the Babylonian empire. The Babylonian empire was overthrown by the Medo-Persians. The Medo-Persians were overthrown by the Greeks, and the Greeks were overthrown by the Romans. There was only one world empire with 6 locations. From the whole history, from right after the flood to the time of the advent of Christ, there had always been a world empire. That was the normal system. There wasn't any time without it. There wasn't any elapse in this thing, you see what I'm trying to say. Now, the thing is that each of these empires were identical to the preceding one. They adopted the same religion, the same priesthood, the same temples, the same rituals. The only difference is we replaced the guys running it with our new gang. It's just like over in Russia. You had a Russian Revolution supposedly back there in 1917, but it was nothing different. The Cheka got replaced by the NKGB. All right? The Tsar got replaced by Stalin. But in both cases, the people couldn't own property. In both cases, the people had no political rights. In both places, it was a total socialistic system dictated from the top. There was voting for the Duma before, which meant nothing, and now there was a voting for the Supreme Soviet that meant nothing afterwards. The thing is, if you go over to Russia, is you'll notice something. There is no difference between Russia before the Tsars and after the Tsars. Why? We just replaced the Tsar with a new title for the new Tsar, but the system remained totally intact. There was no alteration in the system at all. The alteration of distribution, the economic system, the political system remained intact. A phony parliament with no power, you know, in both cases. A military nation which had certain objectives and which have never changed. Russia today is no different than Russia in the 9th century. Their policies have not changed. And their policies have always been the same and remained the same. But, of course, you're supposed to think there was a revolution, a big change take place. When those Babylonians took on the Assyrian garments and entered those Assyrian temples, they took the Assyrian religion in toto, with no variation. Why? Not because you say, well, boy, this guy's just getting off on a whole bunch of religion. No, I'm getting off into politics and economics. Back in quite a few years ago, I read, must have been, well, time flies, 20 years ago, I was reading a book by a man named Ludwig von Mises called Human Action. Now, Ludwig von Mises is probably, certainly the greatest mind in the field of economics that has been, classical economist. And in there he's made a statement. He said, all governments are popular. Well, at first blush, you look at that, government's popular? Why, you've never seen anything in the whole world. The thing most people spend their time is discussing what they don't like about government. And to think of them as popular. Well, a modern definition of the word popular, or usage of the word, not definition, they don't define it. Usage of popular means people like it. But that is not what the word means. What the word means is that you accept it, not whether you like it. Popular means that the population accepts it. Now, was a Nazi government popular in Germany? Yep, the people accepted it. Is the communist regime in China popular? Yep, the people accept it. Now, if it's not popular, that means they're overthrowing it. Now, if there isn't open revolt, only those people who are in open revolt against the regime can be said it's not popular with them. It doesn't say anything to whether they like it or not. Now, notice something. What is the purpose of political power? The purpose of power is to get other people to do what I want them to do. Generally, for them to perform things to the benefit of the ruling class, those people who are in power. You have two classes of people, the ruled and the rulees, the rulers and the rulees. Now, in order for this system to work, you've got to have a lot of rulees and very few rulers. Otherwise, there isn't a lot of advantage in the ruling business. That is, that you'll have a small clique or group, always in every society, who are running things for their benefit, and they are running not things, they're running people. And different systems have been created to do it. In our country, what we have is no different than what is in the Soviet Union, only we do it by a different method. Instead of going and taking everything for the state and then doling out what we're going to give to the rulees, as done in Russia, what we do is make you think that it is all yours, and then tax away 52% of it in taxes, taking away another 15% in interest payments on paper money created out of nothing, which you have to pay to be able to use, something irredeemable pieces of paper. And then we have a tax of inflation on another 8 or 10%. So what it ends up, the American citizen today does not able to acquire and enjoy 30% of his labor. 70+% is taken from him, while supposedly he's a free man. He's buying his own home. Are you buying your home or are you renting? The fact is, you're not buying any home, you're renting it from the bank. You're never going to pay that mortgage off. The interest is 80% of your payment or 90% of the payment. You're almost no principal on the thing. You're renting this house, but they make you think you're an owner. You keep it up better that way, you see? If you think, I'm a homeowner. No, the only thing you got is a big fat mortgage. A few years ago, I've always bought my cars for cash, and I was a little short of money, and my wife's car was getting 6, 7 years old and kind of pretty bad. And well, the grumbles were getting terrible. So I went down, and I never did this before. I went into a car dealership, and they had a nice Olds 98 there with all the stuff on it. And I said to the man, what would it take to have that car? And he says, well, $500. I said, you mean I give you $500 and I drive out with that nice car? And he says, yes. And I said, well, that's nice. I gave him $500 and I'm driving out in this nice car with loaded, you know, at the top of the thing, loaded. And I'm driving down the street and I says, I always thought all these people own cars. These people are all renting on this rental business. Here, $500, and I'm now a car owner. No, I haven't. They sent me a big fat book. A big fat book full of little pages. And I'm going to be paying rent and interest on that car for years. By the time that last page is out of that book, you've got to trade that car in. It was designed to wear out in the number of pages of that book. You go get another one, they give you another fat book. And you continue renting this car. See? Now this system was very cleverly designed. It was designed to make you slaves while thinking you were free. See, the Romans never got to this, really. You know, the Russians have never figured that one out. It was the ultimate con. I mean, there's one thing, you've got people who are slaves, they know they're slaves, you treat them like slaves, and they're always kind of grumbly, you know? You don't get much out of them. What they came up was with them was a brilliant system, and they had to take you all to school in order to teach you the beautiful things of the system. That you're free with constitutional rights and everything else while they take away the fruits of your labor. While you think of yourself as being free man. It was really, you've got to say, clever. Extremely clever. But I want to tell you, you try to get out of their system and see how nasty they get. They get real nasty if you quit turning over the fruits of your labor to them. And you'll find out one thing, that there is no difference between the IRS and the NKJB. They both operate with the same tactics, the same means, and totally outside of the law. Look, at the secret police in Russia don't bother you as long as you do everything that you're told, and you become a nice, obedient little lackey, and you lick boots properly. And the IRS doesn't bother you as long as you do and stay in line and don't say the wrong things and do the wrong things. But you do, you're going to have knocks on your door, either place. I have experience with that. I know from where I speak. Maybe some others here have had experiences. Well, anyway, let's get back here with this government being popular. What Von Mises is saying is this, that you see, in order to change a form of government, a political or social system, requires effort on the part of the people who would change it. It requires time, effort, money, if you're running even for political office, let alone take the more violent means of changing and altering government. You have to pay a price. Now, there's a price to live under any form of government. The taxes and etc. This is a price. It costs you, doesn't it? Now, there's what Von Mises is taking this strictly economics. He says there's a cost to submit and there's a cost to revolt. Now, the reason why there isn't a revolution going on in the country today is simply that the American citizen has figured that the cost of revolting is higher than the cost of submission. The reason there's not a revolution taking place in Russia today is that the people in Russia figure that the cost of revolt is higher than the cost of submission. If at any time people in any country come to the conclusion generally that the cost of revolt is cheaper than the cost of submission, you'll have a revolt. This is Von Mises' position, you see. Now, I'm going to go beyond what he said. What is the ultimate cost of revolt? You see, if I'm going to raise my political power as a dictator, I must be sure that I raise the cost of resistance of me high enough that you won't do it. The reason I'm raising my political power, I want to increase my political power, is I want to take more away from you than I did before. So I'm going to be raising the cost of submission constantly. But I got to be careful not to get the cost of submission above the cost of revolt. If I do that, you guys are going to do me in. All right? Because remember, it's always a small clique in the ruler class, and the majority have got to be rulees. So I'm dealing with against a superior number. But I got to be sure that I keep them in check by making the cost of resistance to me too high. Well, then the next question comes, what is the ultimate cost? If I'm going to ultimate power, I must have the ultimate cost. What is the ultimate cost? What is the ultimate price that I can make you pay? what would it be? Pardon? Loss of the soul. Not life. Life is cheap because we're all going to die anyway. There have been millions of people who laid their life down for one silly cause after another over history. The man, in fact, the man gave his right to a cause. Here's a guy yesterday telling him, well, Bonhoeffer proved that he was right. I said, how did Bonhoeffer prove that he's right? Well, he died for his beliefs. So what's that mean? How many fools have died for their beliefs? There's many people who stood on the thin red line. There's many people who have mounted the barricades in one so-called great cause after another have gone down. Bobby Sands sat over there for absolutely worthless nothing, died in that prison, right? He may have thought it was important, but it wasn't. It's just a silly thing, you see? But he's dead, okay? And he's a martyr because he died. That's all it requires. To be die for a cause makes you a martyr, regardless of what cause it is, and every cause has got some. So that isn't the requirement here. Laying down the physical life is not important, or imprisoning and torturing, because all of these things, what can they do? There's just a limit they can do to my body, and it's going to die, and then it doesn't make any difference anyway. And what are you going to do to a corpse? The Romans used to go out and punish them. Punish those, but the corpse didn't bother them at all. See, it didn't bother the corpse at all. When Cromwell, you see, they dug get Cromwell up after the restoration of the king, and they hung Cromwell, chopped his head off, put his head on a pike over the House of Commons. For 100 years, Cromwell's head stood there on a pike over the House of Commons. They were real sweet people over in England. And Oliver Cromwell's head. But you know what? They cut Oliver Cromwell's head off after he was dead, good and buried. But Cromwell cut off the king's head while he was alive. There's a lot of difference. The king cut off Cromwell's head after he was dead, but it didn't mean much. All right? We'll get to that in a little bit. So anyway, in order to raise his power, I must raise the cost. And the ultimate cost is this. If I could get you to believe that there's life after death, and that there's a heaven and a hell, under whatever name, Valhalla, we want to have, or so forth, happy hunting grounds, or so forth, and that the one place is a place of eternal bliss, and the other is a place of eternal, forever and ever torment. If you believe that, and by the way, I do, but if you believed it, and you believe that Stuart Crane was the guy who could determine which one you go to, there's nothing I couldn't do to you for 70 years and you would submit to for an eternity. The ultimate political power is religion. That's why you see every kind of building on every kind of religion there is. There's something about religion. You want to hear all these people who scoff, I'm an atheist. No. You walk down the street and drive down to any town or any place in this country, and you'll see buildings of all sorts, the religions. Whether we're talking about Masonic temples or synagogues or churches, they're religions. And all of these different groups from every kind of doctrine you can think of, everything that imaginable you'll find. You know, you got a spectrum today in California. I always claim that a guy could put on a bed sheet and have 200 followers by nightfall. Every nutty and kooky thing you can think of. There's nothing so weird that you can't get followers. Now, the point, why this religion? Well, several things. One, the very universe tells every single one of us, whether we're God's child or not, that there is one. There is nobody outside of an absolute imbecile in this world who doesn't know there's a God. What about when Paul came to Athens? Now here's the center of all wisdom and knowledge, the apex, and here's Paul walking in there, nothing but the clothes on his back. He shuffles up to Mars Hill, see? He comes up there, and these people who spent their whole life sitting around listening to great ideas and any new thing, all they wanted to do was just discuss the latest things. And remember, they didn't have television and all this great stuff, you know? They had to sit around and wait for something new to come down that road. Looking out there across that road, waiting for something new. And here comes this new guy in, Paul. And Paul says to them, I perceive on my way to the forum that you're most superstitious, that you're most superstitious. I see down here you built an altar to the unknown God. Now, they had a whole bunch of gods. They had all sorts of statues out there, but with all the statues, they knew that whatever created this was not that hunk of rock out there. They knew that. They knew that all their pictures and images and so forth, that's not it. They knew that because what they see could not have been created by that. That's obvious. You know, these people were not that dumb. And they had built all this stuff, you see, but all of that didn't mean anything. They had finally built this altar to an unknown God. What did Paul come in? Say, you bunch of pagans, I'm going to straighten you guys out? No, he says, I see that you built an altar to the unknown God. I'm going to tell you about him. I came here to declare him unto you. You see? Man knows there's a God. And every sort of false imagination that can come into his mind, he'll dream up every single thing under the sun. And there are people who will take these things and open up a building and make a nice livelihood out of catering to this knowledge that people have that there is a God. They will give them every bit of poppycock there ever was, and they will grab them in and fill up plates and drive nice cars and live pretty good off it, build great big buildings and edifices they can walk through as they get older, have the great building that I have built and my congregation and my people, my building. Oh, I'll tell you, just as avarice as 80 greedy oil magnate or banker ever was, right? But all under piety. It's one of the biggest businesses in the world. And it's been going on longer than Standard Oil. It's always been going on. It's called the religion biz. Now, see, in the old days, you know, before modern times, you know, monarchies and so forth, there were only two ways to get ahead in the world. But for a common man, there was only one. The priesthood. You wanted to get an education? You wanted to get ahead? You wanted to get rich? You wanted to be important? For the common man, there was only one way. Get in that priesthood and grovel and drag yourself and do all the things and long enough, hard enough, and maybe you could make it. They allowed a commoner to rise. Only so far, because the top levels were all bought. All right? The top bishopries were all purchased. And they couldn't quite do that. But they could get up there and be at least somebody. Get out of that field out there with that little hoe hanging in those rocks, trying to get themselves a little grub. They could become somebody and walk around and not have to dirty their hands. And live somewhat like a gentleman. Right? That was the priesthood, the ministry. And by the way, that's where most of the people got the call today to go to the ministry. They didn't want to work. Yeah, their call came when they decided they had to go get a job. They decided they just got called. You say some called. See, the word apostle means the sent ones, and the Lord's ministers are called ones. And they always say some are called and some are sent, and some just got up and went. Most just got up and went, I should say. Religious business is very powerful. Even Falwell has got, you see, he's now in the religious game. And he has found, hey, there's money in the religious politic business too. And he has found out that, boy, when you start getting into this politic business and start swinging a little muscle, yeah, that does things. And that's nothing new. Nothing new under the sun at all. The Roman Catholic Church has had a lot of muscle in religions for a long time, hasn't it? Falwell is just starting late and smaller, but that's all right. He's trying his best to move into the club, and if he could get elected Pope, I'm sure he would be very happy to accept. Or maybe he wants to start his own, like Henry VIII. See? Okay. Let's now move on to the point. The point is that a religion, let's take a look at Egypt under the Pharaohs. The Egyptians, unlike the Greeks, were a different basic philosophy at this time. The Egyptian belief was this, that eternity was everything and the present is nothing. Where the Greek philosophy was that the present is everything, and the future and the past mean nothing. This is why the Greeks were not interested in any real history, recording events. They didn't build any permanent buildings in the Doric, but built early periods, only wooden buildings. They weren't concerned about lasting things. But what about these Egyptians? They hauled rocks. They built things, and you can go over and see them now, 3,000 years later, in excellent condition. The future was everything. The present was nothing. The man would live as in absolute poverty all his life to save every penny for his casket. A casket which would be, these caskets you go over and look at, a cost of $50,000 or $70,000 in today's price. Because that was eternity, and that was everything. Well, with a people like that, you can get them to haul rocks. You know? If I can make you that eternity is everything, and I am the guy, the Pharaoh. Who was Pharaoh? Was he just a man? No, he was God-man, Christos, Christ. He claimed to be God-man, that he came down from the sun, that he was a direct child of Osiris, and that he was God with them, Emmanuel. Now, if you believe that that guy up there in Memphis was God, sitting there in Karnak Temple, and he said do something, and you were going to go to hell forever or forever in heaven, and that was the only important thing in your life, you'll haul rocks. You'll do whatever he says. There is no limit to what he can get you to do. You see my point? Because there's an eternity out there. Now, if it was just a matter he could kill you, well, you might say, I'm going to take my chances, and I'm going to go get that guy. And maybe you get cut down. Many people have done that in the charge, haven't they? As the British had 50,000, they lost in 3 hours on the 1st of July in 1916 on the Somme. 1 million Frenchmen went down at Verdun. 2.5 million at Tannenberg. You see? Oh, people have gone out. Look at those men landing on the beaches of Tarara and Coagulane. No, the physical life is not important. And by the way, what do they teach you today? The sacredness of human life. Human life is not sacred. It's temporary, transitory. Nothing sacred about it. God slew and slawed, Saul slew and slawed, David slew and slawed. They slew and slawed all the way through that Old Testament, didn't they? They slew them up one side and slaughtered them down the other. Why? Human life is not important. God in one night wiped out the army of Sennacherib before Jerusalem, didn't he? 135,000 Midianites went down with Gideon in one night. 100,000 of Sennacherib's armies, of the Syrians. You say, oh, that was terrible. No, they were all going to die anyway. The Lord brought Lazarus back from the grave, didn't he? Where's Lazarus now? He died. Those are realities. All right. So, the Pharaoh's power was not in the fact that he was king, but in the fact that he was God in the eyes of his people. Are you following this point? Notice, when the Pharaoh was overthrown, what did the king of Assyria declare himself to be? The God-man. When the Babylonians overthrown the Assyrians? We have now a record of this one, right? Here we have Nebuchadnezzar. He sets up the image, doesn't he? And had all the people with the sackbuts and the trumpets and so forth, they're going to fall down before the image that Nebuchadnezzar had set up. What was he doing? Declaring that this was God, that he was God. And they all had to bow down and worship the image of Nebuchadnezzar. He adopted the religion of the Assyrians. The same temples, the same religion, and so forth. Well, it's interesting here. We have in the Bible only a few people that we have any real portion of Scripture outside somebody just mentioned it passes on, in which we don't have some sin recorded. Now, of course, we have the sin of David with Bathsheba, right? We have the sins of Solomon going before the witch of Endor and things of this sort. We have Moses. He was a murderer. But we have a person like Joseph, one of the few characters in the Bible with no sin recorded at all. There's 153, I passed went through 153 similarities of Joseph's life and that of Christ. A tremendous thing. But we have another person, Daniel. Do we have a sin of Daniel recorded in the Bible? Do we have a sin, for those of you who are Bible scholars? Yes. All the governors of all the provinces of Babylon were there before that image of Nebuchadnezzar. And they all fell down, but Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Where was Daniel? He was laying right flat in his face in front of that image. It should have been Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Well, it shouldn't have been. There should have been 4 in that fiery furnace instead of 3. Where was Daniel? He copped out. By the way, we have another one too, but we won't get into that now. But anyway, here we have the record. When the Medo-Persians overthrew the Babylonians, the exact same religion, the same system, the God-man. And the Greeks, again, what did Alexander the Great, when he came into Babylon, do? He put on the Babylonian garments, went into the temples, and it was declared God, very God, with us. Emmanuel. 333 BC in Babylon. What about Caesar? What does the word Caesar mean? God-man, Christ. He was God. The image of the bust of Caesar had to be worshipped. Why do you think those people were there before the lions? They refused to burn the incense before the bust of Caesar. All they had to do was burn the incense to Caesar, recognize him as a God. Not the God, but a God. You see, according to these religions, any God will do. The pagans, you see, they'll burn an incense to this god or that god or this god. It could be Diana or Osiris or Thor or Shingmu or Tammuz. It makes no difference. It's all the same religion anyway, isn't it? See? The only people got in trouble are the ones that say they aren't all the same religion. No, we will not burn the incense before any of them. What were they doing? They're saying your gods are phony. That's the political problem. Look, if these people would burn, if the Christians, and read the book, or letters, Pliny to Trajan, and Trajan's letters back to Pliny. Pliny is saying, here these Christians are leading a good orderly life. They're moral in character. They meet together and sing some hymns and eat meals together in the morning. As far as citizens, we can find nothing wrong. But they will not burn the incense to thy bust, O Trajan. Do I need to kill them all? Could I not show mercy to small children or young girls? The law says I must kill them all, which of course is a just law. But could you allow me the mercy of sparing the children? And Trajan writes back, he wishes he could, but he simply cannot do that. We understand what this sect does. What was what they were doing? It wasn't what they were doing, it's what they were not doing. They were not recognizing Trajan as God. And if they didn't recognize Trajan as God, the power of Rome was overthrown. This man is only a man over there in Rome. How are you going to hold this empire together just being a man, putting on your pants one leg at a time like everybody else? The empire required a strong hand, and that strong hand could only be through religion. There's no other way to have it. Now, if they would burn the incense to Caesar and practice the Christian religion, fine, they're to be let go. They can worship however they want, but burn that incense to Caesar. When they were hauled before these lions, all they had to do, any one of those people there in the Circus Maximus, ready to be eaten by those lions, all they had to do was turn to Caesar and say, "Hail, Lord," and they were let out. They could sit there and justly say, these men are committing suicide, couldn't they? I mean, after all, we've given them every opportunity to recant. As Pliny said, I have given them every opportunity to recant. We have begged with them. We have pleaded with them. We have done everything to try to save their lives. Pliny, his heart was being torn by what he was doing. But these people are implacable. They will not change. Their resistance is resolute. That cannot be tolerated. Now notice, those people, just like those three, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they didn't do anything. It's what they weren't doing that got them in trouble. You see? Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were standing there along with all these multitudes. They were standing there. They came as the king had ordered, and they stood there. And everybody fell down, and they didn't do anything. They stood there. They found themselves in a fiery furnace for doing nothing. Those people there before those lions, it wasn't what they did, it's what they wouldn't do. Because if that king is not God, he has no power. What does the word Tsar mean? Caesar, Slavic for Caesar, God-man. He was not just the king of Russia. He was the Pope of the Russian Orthodox Church. He was both the spiritual leader who could send every little Russian baby to hell or to heaven. It was in his power. What does the word Kaiser mean? It's Germanic for Caesar or Christ, the God-man. Henry VIII, what did he do? Was he a first Protestant king? No, he wasn't Protestant at all. King Henry VIII was Catholic to the day he died, but he was English Catholic. He decided he was not going to follow any pope in Rome. He decided the pope ought to be in London, and his name was Henry, and he elected himself pope. The same priesthood, the same temples, the same statues, the same liturgy, the same everything, except the pope had now moved to London. That's all Henry did. He did not change the religion, he just changed who the head of it was. He realized that his power rested on his independent religious power. You see, all the kings in Europe got their crowns from the Pope and on his divine right theory. Now why? For the Roman Catholics in Europe, could they revolt against their monarch when that crown was placed in the monarch's head by the Pope, who had the power to send them to hell forever for raising their hand against God's divine king? The power that kept the crown on the French crown and on the German crown and all of these princes was not their military might, but was the Pope. And in return for that, the Pope expected from them certain favors, like money and defense. All right? The Holy Roman Empire was neither holy nor Roman or empire, but it was a political expediency. The kings needed the religious support to maintain their position and their ability to extract the labor of their subjects. And that was true. But in England, because there was a nice canal separating them, Henry decided, this is such a good one, but I don't need to be in that club. I can set up my own independent club. He didn't change the game, he just made himself stronger in the game. He was not a Protestant king. He was an English pope. Make a clear distinction between the two. Now, the whole idea there of Babylon and back there in Egypt with the Pharaoh had not changed until 1540s or 1640s. Historically, a great event took place. The most important historical event in our history took place in 1611 really 1609 at the commission, but 1611 with the publishing of the King James Bible. Now before then there were some other very important historical events. Most notably of all in history, in the 2nd century, the invention of paper by Ling Mao in China. The invention of paper, which was kept secret for 1,000 years from the Western world, and while China had books, the Western world had to haul around these sheepskins, which couldn't contain much. Finally, when the Western world got paper, then came along a man named Gutenberg in 1453 with a printing press. And with paper and the printing press, books now became possible in the common hand. At 1611, the King James Bible was published. This Bible, which is still considered the hallmark of the English language. It is the apex, the greatest work ever written, and the most perfect work ever written from a linguistic point of view. This book was not just the fact that it was published, like somebody said, well, something so was published in 1974. Well, that doesn't really mean much. But you have to realize it was published in a world or in a nation that had no other books. So everybody in England who could read had in their library one book. So if they were going to read, they read that book. And if you couldn't read and wanted to be read to, remember there wasn't a lot of movies and theaters and nightclubs, and there wasn't, you know, you sat home with this little thing here and you're going to do something, and maybe you want to be read to rather than sit there and watch the fly flying around. Okay? Well, if you do that, you're going to be read to from that book. What happened after 1611 is something that never happened in the world before. I should say that I know of. That is that the Bible became such common knowledge to a whole population of a nation, major nation. That is, the English population knew that Bible kiver to kiver. They quoted it in business, they used it in their love letters, in their normal correspondence. It was the language of the street. It totally permeated these people till actually they knew that book. Now, as they read that book, they found out something. Their king is in heaven. Their high priest is in heaven. The price was paid on that altar, and there's no more price to be paid. That no man in this world can determine where you spend eternity. That king is answerable to that God the same as they are. You know what that did to the political system of England? It was I don't think James had that in mind. But the thing is, what you had was a complete reversal of all political, social, economic, as well as religious thought. Why? Because all thoughts, all positions are religious. Whether we're talking about science, a view of it, or history, or economics, whatever it is, you have to think of the basic nature of man, of eternity, of responsibility. These are all religious before you come up with what system is just and right and equitable and so forth. What happened in England was this. By 1630, these people realized that God had told them in secular matters they are to obey their king, that he is set in rule over them. They are answerable to the magistrates. But in spiritual matters, no. In spiritual matters, they were answerable only to God. Well, you know what happens to a people like that? The king realized very, very quickly he was no longer king. He had to be concerned what the people thought. The parliament started getting very jumpy. The parliament would not endorse his decrees. He decided that he was going to reverse the situation. And what did he do? He sent out a king's decree. That religious freedom was guaranteed to all subjects of England, but that in all public worship, all prayers must be read from the common book of prayer of the High Anglican Church. Well, not necessarily the prayers in the book of the prayer book are that bad. I'm not passing judgment on the prayers. I haven't read them. But the thing is that the Catholics thought that was super. The Anglicans thought it was even better than that. And the Presbyterian clergy went along with it, though the people didn't like it. But you had in the south of England a whole bunch of these people called Puritans. Now, Puritans believed that the Bible alone was their total source of God's Word and refused to accept anything else, regardless of what it was, on principle. And they were willing to die for that. And so we had a civil war, the English Civil War. And this civil war was not going so well. The king, of course, had all the trained military against the rabble, and the rabble were getting slaughtered off pretty good, and the king won every battle with greatly inferior numbers. Finally, the last battle of what appeared going to be the last battle was the Battle of Oxford, which the Parliament was making its last stand. And at that battle, up rode a farmer, a Puritan, who was also a preacher. He rode up to Lord Essex, leading the parliamentary forces, who are, by the way, called Roundheads. You know why they're called Roundheads? They had short hair. The king's people all wore long hair. There were long hairs against the short hairs. Now, the long ones, of course, the Cavaliers versus the Roundheads. And the parliamentarians were called Roundheads. They cut their hair short because they hated the effeminate ringlets of the king. And so that's why they were identified, long hairs versus the short hairs. Anyway, this battle was going, the parliamentarians had been losing again, and it looked like the whole Civil War was over, when up rode a man with 114 horse. This man, he's 43 years old. He was not a trained soldier, but he was trained in the Bible. And he went up to Lord Essex. He says, "You cannot defeat men of noble birth with bartenders." That's what he called the rabble, the parliamentarians, the scum of the street, whatever you scrape together. Those men are men of spirit. I'll show you men of greater spirit. And his 114 horse attacked, and this is their first battle. And within the matter of a few hours, the 15,000 soldiers of the king had to fall on his person to get him safely off the field from the assaults of this man, Oliver Cromwell. And for the first time in the history of the Civil War, the parliamentarians, though we couldn't say won the battle, they stood the field at nighttime. After this, Oliver Cromwell fought 50 major battles. He's the only general in history that never retreated a foot in a single battle, and he never entered in a battle with over 20% of the number of troops of his enemy. He now went with his 114 horse and relieved the town besieged by 10,000 men, and relieved them in an afternoon. Every battle was this way. He's a very interesting general. Every time he'd send his report back to Parliament, he would start out with a long praise unto God, because only God's hand could do this. God again this day showed his miracle. For what other explanation could it be? He never commanded over 230 horse. And yet every army of the king was decisively defeated in a battle with odds so unbelievable that you would have to go to Gideon and the Midianites to find comparison. Now, the American Revolution was not won at Yorktown. It was won at Nasby Field. I was giving this talk one time in 1976. This is the first time I gave it to the American Legion in Greenville, South Carolina, which is a good Masonic group. And I was explaining to them, because they asked me to come in and speak on the American Revolution. And I talked about Oliver Cromwell, and we ended in 1658. And I said, "Gentlemen, you've now had the American Revolution." Why? Well, Cromwell they built a new army on Cromwell's pattern, and after this, the war went on for several years until finally the Battle of Marced Moor. At Marced Moor, Cromwell again, with his 240 horse, sitting on the one wing, swept the wing, smashed Leslie, the king's son, Prince Leslie, or not Rupert, Prince Rupert, swept the wing as he did always before, came crushed on the other side of the wing as Leslie, his son-in-law of the Scotch, advanced, and they crushed the king's right, and then swept the center of the line. After that battle, the king was taken, and the king was now pleaded with that he would declare himself king, sovereign, ruler of England, and that all of the parliamentarians would give allegiance and swear allegiance and fidelity to the king. But he must renounce his divine right and his right in all religious matters, matters spiritual. That his power was limited to matters temporal. Well, Charlie knew better than that. Charlie knew that if he did that, he was nothing but a paper king. He was nothing but a puppet of Parliament. And I'll say one thing about Charlie. He went to the grave never flinching. No way he was going to be a king or he was going to be nothing. The king meant he had to be God. He understood what the structure was. Well, finally, the king gave his pledge that he would not raise any more army and so forth, and he gave his parole. And as soon as he was released, he immediately broke it, raised another army, and started in again. And so now, at the battle at Naseby Field, we have an exact repeat of Marcid Moore. The exact same maneuvers. Cromwell pulls it off again. And now the king is taken into custody. And now he was tried. He was brought to public trial under the laws of England, under the common law. A king tried by common law? A king subject to the law? A king answerable for his crimes? It had never happened in the history of the Western world. They brought a king to trial before his peers. And he was tried in open, legal, and proper court and was convicted as charged. And the penalty for those convictions by English law was death by the axe. And the king mounted the scaffold, and his head rolled, and his blood did not flow blue. This is the only time in the history of the Western world that a people had ever executed a king. Do you know what happened when that head rolled in the basket? Divine right of king died. The king was answerable. And when the monarchy was restored, and they put Cromwell's head on that pike, and said, look what happens to a man who lifts his hand against the king. I always think of Cromwell looking down at the House of Parliament and on the king as he opens up the house and saying, yes, oh king. And remember what happens to a king who calls himself divine. Charlie's head rolled. No king of England since that date has ever dared declare himself the spiritual leader or issue a religious act. Cromwell had settled the issue. The second thing that was settled at Naseby Field was this: that when a king broke the law, that the people had a right to resist. This was the principle. You see, the question was, in the American Revolution, do we have the right to raise arms against our king? The answer to the scripture is no in matters political. But yes, if that king has broken the law. Now, see, the law of England was that the king of England, or that England could not tax a colony for English purposes. All taxes in any colony, and always was in colonial law, could only be used within the colony. And that the people in that colony had a right of a voice in that taxation. When the intolerable acts were issued in 1774 by the King of England against the port of Boston, under English law, it was the requirement of the people of Boston to raise up arms. That came from Naseby Field. You see, the question wasn't winning the American Revolution, it was starting it. Where was your authority for it? Well, that authority came from the King James Bible and from Charlie's head rolling. 1649 in that basket. The American Revolution was won by Oliver Cromwell. George Washington was an afterthought. Not taken away from it, but this is where the whole principle started. Now what happens? The American, by the way, Cromwell was seeking to try to do in England what we did here eventually 100 and some years later by a constitutional government. The only trouble is he never really figured it out. He had a problem, and that is he believed in the parliamentary form of government. Well, a parliamentary form of government says, and this is true in England today, if the parliament has the power, if it wanted to today, to pass a law that all people over 5'8" had to be killed, hung by morning tomorrow, and that law would be lawful. There is no restriction on the parliament. See, under British law. That's why the British citizen is not a citizen, he's a subject. He's a British subject. We're not subjects, we're citizens. Why? Because our government is restrained in what it can do, is limited in its powers. This is the basic difference. We both use the same common law, right? But the difference is that government here is answerable to a constitution. It has a restraint upon itself. And that restraint is the law, which it must obey. The divine right, king of theory went one further, you see, in the American Constitution. And the problem with Cromwell was he believed in the parliament. He was a parliamentarian. He believed in the king. He believed in the monarchy, and he believed in the parliament. But what he didn't understand, he kept thinking that he was going to get good men in the parliament. He kept dismissing the parliament and getting a new parliament. He brought all preachers in, and they did worse evil than the others had done. He tried 7 different parliaments. He tried every way he could get to get a parliament together in order to have just laws and a proper ruling of England, a Christian government and a Christian nation, what he dreamed of. And the problem is it never worked. You know why it never worked? The system is wrong. He wanted to find good men who would run and create a good government. There are no such thing. All of sin comes short of the glory. There are no good men. We all have that nature. That physical nature. See, our founding fathers did not hope to get good men. What they realized there were going to be a bunch of bad men in government, but we'll restrain on what they can do and limit their badness. All right? You know, see, it was realistic. Cromwell never understood this. Cromwell was a preacher who believed that somehow he could find good men who would run England justly. Well, let's say he did. What's going to say when they die and pass away that the new ones are going to come are going to be good? What is the preservation of that system? Well, the fact is when Cromwell died, even in his final prayers, he prayed for the mercy of God upon these people. He had no hope that he was going to leave a regime. He had no hope that this thing could survive his death. He knew it was going to go under the next day, which it did. Those boys moved right back in, took right back over the monarchy and so forth and set the old machine up. He did not believe that he had created he tried to create a Christian government. He knew it couldn't survive him. Do you know why? The sin of the people of England in his dying prayer, that they looked to Cromwell, to a man. They put him up on a pedestal as a god, and they started worshiping Cromwell. And he pleaded, oh, can't they see I'm a mortal man? I die and have all the infirmities. You can't put your trust in a man. Everybody's looking for a guy we can elect. A man on a white horse is going to come and solve all of our problems, you see. Cromwell says, why would they not put their trust in thee? Why can they not put their trust in thy word? Why do they have to look to a man? Isn't that our nature? We want to find our leader, our hero, and go and follow him. That's why Cromwell had no hope. He knew that the English people, for the liberties that he was able to give them and for the prosperity he was able to bring, that they thought it came from him. They didn't understand. And so he knew that this moment he was gone, the whole thing was going to explode. It was all going to be gone. And what we have here is a small interlude of 20 years in England. Well, the English people had liberty and prosperity they'd never had before. But immediately on his death, you know what happened when the king came in? The first thing they declared was the Expulsion Acts. That no person who had been part of the government or part of the Civil War could hold office in England, and no person could preach who had ever been part, which meant all the Puritan preachers couldn't preach. That's why we find people like Pilgrim's Progress, what's his name? Bunyan. That's why we find him in jail. He was one of them. All the good preachers were in jail. You know, if you weren't in jail, there was something wrong with you. You haven't got the message. The real warfare has always been spiritual. What they want to do is poo-poo religion today. Well, that's a little something you have over here on Sunday morning, and some little something or other, and you know, a couple little stories and Bible stories on flannel graphs. There's no Sunday school set up in that Bible. In our church, we have all the squalling babies, and they sit there under the preaching of that gospel. They all are there. And you wonder, what is a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old? Well, I didn't know until I find out what my little 9-year-old knows. He's been under that gospel all of his life since he was born. You don't know when they start understanding. They understand a lot more than you think they understand. You put them on there in that nice little Sunday school down there with their flannel graphs, playing their little games, and they sit there and they grow up as I did in those Sunday schools, and you realize there was nothing to this thing. And what do you think? Those people are going to go to church? I had no interest in it at all. Why? It was nothing but a big Sunday school. Right? Disobeying God. Anyway. Let's take a little trip down the Nile. If I can find my Nile trip here. Let's see where we are.
Get a rest.
Well, let's not take a trip down now. Let's take a trip in the Atlantic. We'll go a different direction. We'll do that one after lunch. If I can find out where the start of this thing is. There it is. I took you up, we went up a little bit to the American Revolution. Let's now take up from the American Revolution, and we'll talk a little bit about history. Historical point of view, then we'll get into the powers behind it. Let's move back now to 1815. I'd like to go earlier. There's so much nice stuff happening in the 17th, 16th, or 18th century, the 1700s, from a conspiratorial line. One of the interesting things, by the way, as an aside here, we'll talk a little bit about money, is that the American Constitution is a very peculiar document in the fact that it does not set up a central bank to create paper money. In fact, in Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution, it has a very interesting little statement in there. And that statement is that no state shall make anything but gold and silver coin tender, lawful tender in payment of debt. That is the requirement of hard money. We have this another place too, that the United States does not issue bills of credit. This idea of the Constitution, if the government's credit is good, they should have no trouble borrowing. If they got to go to create a phony bank in order to borrow from, then that's because their credit is no good. If that credit can be made legal tender, if that credit can be made forced upon the people to take, then the government is going to be irresponsible. If it has to go in the marketplace and borrow, then it has to be responsible. The thing is, at the founding of our Constitution was a battle that has been going on ever since, and I'm afraid our side is losing. And that is, there is basically two groups of people in the monetary field, two views. One is what is called hard money, and the other is soft or paper money. The paper money people have always pushed the idea that we need flexible currency, we got to be able to expand the money supply and things of this sort. We need a flexible money supply. And the thing about a paper currency is this: you can always create more of it. Now let's take a look back through history. One of the things that has been the dream of people who are seeking power is a money supply unlimited, because it's a very important thing for power, is to be able to do what you want and to pay for it. The oldest game of the prince of the realm has been clipping the coin of the realm. to clip the coin has been the major occupations of sovereigns all down in history. Here, the Spanish pieces of 8, which is a little over an ounce of gold, in a matter of 100 years, kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Same name on it, smaller and smaller, until it got so small they had to disband it because it got lost in the linings of the pockets and people couldn't find a thing. You see, debasing the coin, debasing the money is the thing that all governments want to do, and it destroys every economy as it takes place. Our money is called a dollar. The word dollar comes from the word thaler, which is a name of a money printed in Austria by the Thaler family, a private family and a private company which for over 450 years produced a coin that never changed in content. It was the best money of the world. People all over the world recognized the Thaler as the hallmark of excellency in money. And we wanted to give the illusion to the American people that our dollar was as good as a Thaler. Well, it was. One that was defined in gold, redeemable, fully backable. Backed. Today, Fort Knox has no gold. There is no backing. Our government is totally bankrupt by declaration. You do not have lawful money in your pocket. You have legal tender. It is not lawful money, because under the law, the only thing that's money is gold and silver coin. It is the only lawful money. And in 1933, but they said we can't use that anymore. So they took away the only lawful money there is, and they haven't replaced it with any, which leaves the government in a lot of legal problems. But anyway, if we could get the old dream of the alchemist, was to find some way of changing base metal into precious metal. If you could find a formula, and these people spent centuries searching for the formula to change lead into gold. Why, if we could change lead into gold, think how rich you could get, right? Well, they finally figured it out. It's called the Federal Reserve Bank. They sit with paper, printing up pictures on pieces of paper, and calling it worth the same as gold. Paper gold. This is the biggest boon that ever was for a club of people. And watch how this game started. Back in, we're going to take the Rothschilds back to the time of Napoleon Bonaparte. The purpose of the Napoleonic Wars was to establish national banks. What we had established is the Bank of Rothschild, established really the bank, seized the Bank of England during the Napoleonic Wars under Nathan Rothschild. The bank in Germany was the Bank of Rothschild in Frankfurt on the Main. The Bank of Austria was the Bank of Rothschild of Solomon Rothschild, who couldn't even be a citizen of Austria or own property because he was a Jew. He just owned Austria. He owned the railroads, he owned the mines, he owned Austria, but he couldn't be a citizen. All right? Kalman Rothschild set up the bank at Naples, the Rothschild Bank, which financed Italy. And the French bank was under Louis Rothschild. And Louis Rothschild, for an example, after Napoleonic Wars in 1817, 18 during the Restoration, the Rothschilds weren't invited into the banker club as they thought they should be. And so when the Restoration was taking place and the government was financing itself, it invited the bankers, the French bankers in. And during the meeting, which Rothschild was not invited to, the French bourse, the stock market, collapsed that very day. And Louis Rothschild arrives with his carriage, with his 12 white horses and his ermine robes, and Louis Rothschild walks in to Versailles and sits there while the king comes out and bows to Louis Rothschild. And Louis Rothschild now walked in, dismissed all the bankers, financed the French government, and bought it. After that, every single king, and even Napoleon Bonaparte II, the first thing they did when coming to power, they did not go to Versailles. They went to another Versailles, looked just like it, the home of Louis Rothschild, and came and bowed and paid their respects to the monarch of France as he stood in the doorway in his ermine robes and accepted them in for their homage. All right? Now, This small group of people controlled the money business, just like some control the oil business or car business. Their business is money. It's a simple little thing, isn't it? Now notice at the war, what the real war accomplished. The Napoleonic Wars accomplished this. Bank of Austria, remember that's Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, all of that is Austria at that time. The Bank of Germany, which was all of the Germanic princes and so forth. The Bank of France, which was the biggest country, the most powerful and wealthiest nation, the most populated nation in the world at the day. And the Bank of Italy, which controlled Italy and the Mediterranean. And of course the Bank of England, which had the British Empire, which isn't bad. Oh, one day on the Battle of Waterloo, Nathan Rothschild bought England. He purchased it by late afternoon. As the battle started in England, of course, the government was very heavily in debt. Nathan Rothschild had his agents, or he, standing in the open, selling British bonds as fast as he could sell them, dumping British bonds on the market, as Wellington is lining up to meet Napoleon at Waterloo. But he had his agents secretly buying bonds. And as the other holders and interest in England saw the bond Nathan Rothschild selling, they panicked and started selling at 5 and 4 and 3 and 2 cents on a dollar, bringing these bonds, dumping them because England was so far in debt. If they lost the Battle of Waterloo, they couldn't pay. And Nathan is very quietly buying up the British debt. He bought the British government. And by the time the news of Wellington's victory arrived, Nathan Rothschild owned the country. A nice little day's operation. By the way, he operated through courier pigeons. He knew what was going on. He had, while the rest of them were blind, Nathan wasn't operating through guesswork. He had an inside track. You know, your judgment is only as good as your information, right? See? Well, now let's take a look at the setup after the fall, after the Battle of Waterloo, and the reconstruction of Europe, the Council of Vienna. We have so-called the 100 Years of Peace, 1815 to 1914, start of the First World War, and the Great Enlightened Era, the Victorian Age, right? Let's take a look at the world in 1819, at the time of the peace treaty. The world is basically then divided up into 5 political economic ideologies. One, Pan-Americanism, is expressed in the Monroe Doctrine, which said, now what happens in the Western, in the Eastern Hemisphere is not our business. Now what happens in the Western Hemisphere is totally our business. The Eastern world, keep your hands out of the Western world. And it wasn't some negotiated treaty. It was a declaration of position. We stated, if you want to come and take 1 inch of the Western Hemisphere, any Eastern Hemisphere country, we're going to give you everything we got in the Home Office. It was a declaration, a war made in advance, so everybody knew what the game was. Now that's real foreign policy. You know what our foreign policy is today? Our foreign policy is to have no policy and to do whatever we're told to do by somebody. And we'll get into that in a few minutes. But remember, first one is Pan-Americanism. Number 2 was the doctrine of Asia for the Asiatics. The doctrine, you see, that the round eyes, the Occidentals, had taken the major ports and the major places of Europe or of Asia, and Asia was under the control of European control by 1840. And the dream of many Asiatics, particularly in the powerful circles, was to break out and to drive the round eyes out of Asia. All right? And this is ideology 2. Ideology 3, Pan-Slavism. Pan-Slavism said this, that the Slavic peoples of the world, the people of Eastern Europe, had always been a downtrodden group who had been at the mercy of the Western Europeans. And that because of the weakness, their own weakness, it was essential that all Slavs band together in mutual defense against any intrusion in the Slavic world. Kind of a defense pact, if you would like. Now this doctrine stated this, that Mother Russia the mother of all Slavs, had the obligation at any cost and at any time to enter into any contest for the defense of Slavs anywhere. Okay? Ideology 4. Ideology 4 is the ideology of pan-Germanism. And pan-Germanism was this: England, or the Crown, controlled the seas and controlled all maritime shipping, and still does. Why is the United States merchant fleet so small? Because we are told what our merchant fleet can be by the Crown. They are the central monopoly issuing center, which proportions the world market in mercantile shipping, in ocean freight. And of course, the vast majority of that is for the club members in London. But anyway, this has been the case as England, of course, went out not to take territory, but to take sea bases. Sea bases both militarily and coaling stations in the Auckland Islands, at Gibraltar, at Port Said, at Cyprus, at the Cape of Good Hope, at the Bahamas, at Bermuda, at Singapore, at Calcutta, as you go around the world, at Hong Kong. Every place of all the major shipping lines, of the coaling stations and the outfitting stations had to be in British control. They didn't need the world. They only needed the sea bases. Therefore, they controlled the world commerce. And therefore, world commerce, mainly, almost 85% of it in the last century, went in British bottoms. Now, I say British bottoms. They weren't belong to the British people. The English people didn't get it. England wasn't getting it. It was a small club of men in London, which we know as the Crown, or don't know as the Crown, which we will find out about the Crown in a few minutes. This small elite club is basically had the world monopoly on freight. Now, you see, when you had laws such as were repugnant to the American colonialist, and what were the Navigation Acts? These acts said this, that the United States, or American colonies, to sell to anybody in the world, must first ship to London and sell it in London and be resold by an English merchant to the other people in the world. And that the American colonies could not buy anything except from London. Therefore, if we wanted to buy sugar from Jamaica, the Jamaican sugar had to be shipped to London and then sold by a London merchant and shipped to the colonies. This gave the London merchants total monopoly control and the ability to rob all colonialists, because we had to pay their price. See, the profits always ended up in the Crown from world shipping. When they controlled the ships that the goods went in, and they bought the goods and sold the goods, they become what is known as a monopsonist. A monopolist is when you have a single seller. A monopsonist is when you have a single buyer. He controls the purchase. A&P for years has been a monopsonist. What they do in the food market affects the price. They're so big that their buying or not buying is tantamount to a fall or smash in the market, and therefore they can control the price on both ends, both the selling and the buying, as a monopsonist and a monopolist. Well, anyway, the Crown had figured this out. And so what you had was pan-Germanism, and this went this way, that the major producers in the world at that time were Germany. And yet Germany did not receive the benefits of their labor because they were forced to sell everything to British bottoms and to the Crown, and so that the profits off of German labor was being taken by the Crown. The dream of the Germans was to band together in the Reich and to break out, that they could run their own merchant fleet, ship their own goods into the world markets, and reap their own profits from their own labors. This was the dream of pan-Germanism, that all Germans must unite together wherever they be. Because much of Austria, you see, this is like Adolf Hitler. See, Hitler was raised in Austria. He was a German. And he couldn't understand as a boy, how come all Germans aren't in Germany? You see, his dream was put all Germans in Germany so Germany could break out. Anyway, he saw that issue. Now, the fifth ideology is the Anglo-Saxon world rule, that the Anglo-Saxons are the superior master race, and led by England, the key of this, has the obligation to control and direct the affairs of man. It is some sort of divine right to take care of all little brown babies, yellow babies, red babies, and every other kind of baby that they took upon themselves. It was their moral obligation for the British to send their men out in the thin red line to be slaughtered on every single field in every desert in order to propagate and further the necessities of the crown. Because it was England which was going to give order and semblance to the chaos of the world. You can't leave this up to those little yellow people to figure it out and to run their affairs, and those little brown people to run their affairs and so forth. England had to be everywhere. Everywhere. Every treaty, every place, there was the British representative, wasn't it? The crown is always. Now let's see what this led to. After the Battle of Waterloo, we now see a series of conquests of England during this great peaceful age, such as Egypt, to Sudan, Rhodesia, Orange Land, most of Africa, Kenya, and all the rest. They also took the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you talk about greedy. They didn't quit. They also took India, of course, in the 1850s. And they also took China in 1820. Now, 23. You don't believe it was China because they didn't raise the flag over China. They took it and kept the empress in house arrest and the royal family in house arrest for the next 80 years. But it was a crown colony. It was seized in that wonderful moral military operation known as the Opium Wars. You see, the crown wanted to make some money by selling a stuff called opium to all of these nice little Chinese. They didn't amount to anything anyway, because of course they had to direct and control these Chinese. So they were peddling opium. And the Chinese government outlawed opium. And the British were going to make the Chinese government change their mind. And so they went in there and started killing little Chinese so the little Chinese would be able to have their liberty to buy opium from the crown, which was making a nice little... As Gladstone said, there was no more despicable war in the history of mankind than the Opium War and England's participation in it. This is one of the greatest blots of all on British history. Now, watch what happens. First is the problem of the major problem that England, or the crown has from a strategic point of view. That is, while England controls the sea, the land routes are naturally in Russia. Russia is in Asia, onto China, Japan, India, Afghanistan, the Middle East, and in Europe. Russia is on the Pacific, the Persian Gulf, and the Black Sea, and enters to the Mediterranean. If Russia ever became a real political power, Russia would be strategically in the strategic area to be both the political and the economic center of the world. From a geopolitical point of view, Russia is most strategic. Russia had to be kept backward, and they have been, and they are today. Here's Russia. We're told it's a great superpower. They haven't been able to take the Dardanelles. They've been trying for 1,100 years to take the Dardanelles. They have fought battle after battle and massed millions upon millions on the line to get the Dardanelles. In 1,100 years, they haven't got it. And it's only about 80 miles or 100 miles away. Why can't they take the Dardanelles? You notice, we let them have Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and all of that, but we didn't let them have Greece, did we? After the Second World War. Oh no. They were to look like a superpower, but never have the potential of becoming one. The show without the substance. Here's the great superpower of Russia. What have they taken? In the Second World War, they fought with U.S. tanks, 7,000 P-39s, their rifles, their guns, their railroads, all shipped from here. Where was Russia? Russia supplied cannon fodder, yes, for the field. They supplied blood. That's what they got. They threw a lot of bodies in there. But without our supplies, their bodies would be nothing but ground up like meat grinders by Hitler's armies. No, they can only fight so long as we support them. They have no potential or possibility to stand on their own. To show you this, here is the great mighty superpower having trouble with Afghanistan. What have they taken in all of these last 30, 40 years? Nothing. And yet we're talking about the great war, aggressive Russia. What have they actually done? Look, get through all the verbiage in the papers and all of this talk. I mean, the fact is, it's zilch. The MiG fighters, the Russian MiG fighters, not one of them is built in Russia. Would you want to fly in a plane built in Russia? If you've ever been to Russia, you wouldn't want to get in an airplane. Look what see was made in Russia. The irons won't iron, let alone. If you can't make an iron, electric iron, what are you going to do making a jet airplane? They're made in Czechoslovakia. You won't make no Russian pilot would get in a Russian-built airplane. Anyway, well, leave that as it may be. Let's see what happened to these ideologies. Ideology 1. In late 1890s, in a series of agreements made between our leaders here in this country and the leaders of the Crown and the leaders of the British government, the United States secretly agreed to abandon the Monroe Doctrine, and that we would join with the Crown in the Anglo-Saxon rule of the world. The reason for that is this. England is a nation not of large population. England has been, for the last couple centuries, able to man a fleet, but never the ability to put in large quantities of cannon fodder on the lines of a land army. After the Napoleonic Wars, the condition of the treaty was basically what it did is made France the vassal state of England. And the French army now lined up in Africa, in the Sudan, in Indonesia. And it was the French who supplied the cannon fodder in the field. The English supplied the naval power. It was La Grande Armée, which was to impose on land the edicts of the crown. By the way, this crown is not the queen or the king. That's the sovereign. The crown is a club that meets in a separate sovereign nation. That nation is called London. London is a small little town with only a population of 2,000 people. London is made up of 13 different cities. The actual city of London is from the Tower down to the Strand. And in there is very few homes or no apartment buildings. What's there is the Fleet Street, controller of all communications in the British Empire. The Temple Bar, the control of all the law offices, all right? The World Masonic Headquarters, Victoria Station, the Bank of England. Now, when the Queen goes to London, not when she's just thrown into the shop, but when she officially comes to London, she goes to her sovereign and bows before her sovereign. And that sovereign stands there with his staff and his chain and his medallion of his Masonic thing. He is called the Lord Mayor, and she bows to the monarch of this separate sovereign realm called London, which is not subject to British law, not subject to the Parliament, and not subject to the Queen. She is a foreigner when she enters London. The capital of England is not London. You go across the street and down around the corner, and that's where the capital is. But look in the sign. It doesn't say London. It says Westminster. The capital of London is Westminster. Now, the capital of England is Westminster. Excuse me. The capital of England is Westminster, not London. There are no government offices in London. Okay? The Queen is not coronated in London. She's coronated in Westminster, at Westminster Abbey, across the street from the Parliament. And down the garden is out back, and you go down the garden, and there's Buckingham Palace. That's in Westminster, which is part of England. London is not. It's like the Vatican, which is a sovereign nation. And it's like the Villa di Malta in Rome, which is also a sovereign nation. The Maltese Masonic headquarters is a separate sovereign nation, 3 acres, I've been there, in Rome. All the Catholic nations send diplomatic representatives to this sovereign nation called the Maltese Order, Masonic knighthood. All right? Now ask yourself a question. You look across the river right as you go into the gate of Villa de Malta, and you see the cathedral. Was it St. Paul's? The Basilica. And if you go, well, we'll get that later. Got the pictures. Let's get that. Anyway, the point is that France, by the First World War, had left so many dead bodies around the world, the French wouldn't fight anymore. They were tired of dying for Englishmen. And what the Crown needed to do was get new cannon fodder. And that's why the agreement in the 1890s with the United States. And the agreement was that we would provide the blood for the Crown in return for partnership in the game. And since that time, notice, up until that time, what happened in Europe was not our business. Immediately we proved ourselves by the Spanish-American War, by entering into Spain's affairs, right? And now our ships arrive where? In Manila. We're on the other side of the world. Nobody even knew where Manila was, and yet there Dewey is steaming in there with the guns blazing, right? And now he steams out of there and he steams into Tokyo, Yokohama, and he seizes Japan, right? The open door policy. We were going to teach those little yellow guys that they were going to go along our game. Well, anyway, so Pan-Americanism was the first to go down the tube. The second one went down the tube, well, we can say two of them went down together, and that was Pan-Germanism and Asia for the Asiatics. Let's go to Asia for just a few minutes. After the Opium Wars, there was continuous revolution in China. Rebellion upon rebellion. They were led and formed together in an association which we can call the Nationalist Chinese Movement. Now this nationalist movement fought some 40 wars of one intensity after another for the rest of that century. There was continual uprisings against British rule, being put down, and sometimes by Americans being hauled in the Boxer rebellions, and Germans and other allies that they could get in. But notice what the payoff was. We got Shanghai. The British took Singapore. The Portuguese got, what was that place down, starts with M? The Germans had their city. Every river valley come out of China, all commerce coming out of China ended up into a European port, so that every last dollar of Chinese labor went into European hands. All right? We bled China white, if you can use the word for it. We bled it. I'm saying the Europeans bled it. The Crown bled it. Now, Japan, realizing what the situation and having the big movement of Asiatic independence, was the Japanese movement. That is, that Japan would be the leaders of organizing and uniting all the yellow race in the overthrow of white rule, of European rule. And to do this, what they did is, one, they made an agreement with the Crown that they would impose and be the police force for the Crown in Asia in return for modern armaments. And we see Vickers and so forth immediately coming in, building their gun plants and so forth in Japan. All of the armaments in Japan were built by British firms. And Japan became armed and proved herself at the Battle of Tsushima when they defeated the largest navy in the world, the Russian fleet, Imperial fleet, High Fleet, both the Pacific Fleet and the Baltic Fleet. At the Tsushima without the loss of a ship. Only one Russian cruiser got through. The whole fleet went down. One of the greatest sea battles of all times, or one-sided sea battles of all times. Nelson didn't pull off anything at Trafalgar like the Japs pulled off at Tsushima in 1905. You don't get that much in your history, do you? Anyway, the Russians went down. It was necessary. Why? Because Russia was trying to build a railroad across itself, and Russia wanted a warm water port at Port Arthur, which they had rented from the Chinese. They didn't conquer, they bought it. You know, they're paying for it. And they were going to break into the Asiatic trade and give China an alternate route of trading across Russia to Europe. breaking the monopoly cartel of the Crown. No, the British built the fleet, trained it, and sent it to Tsushima to take down their ally, Russia. Of course, there's all sorts of little games going on, you see. Anyway, so at Tsushima, really well, let's put, we had a few other things as far as Russia's concerned, but let's stay with Asia. This war in China and in Europe, or in Japan, and this idea of breaking out was supposed to be the idea of Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek, you see, from 1911, led the nationalist Chinese movement to overthrow the Bank of England, which is called the Bank of Sung. The Sung family in China controlled the Bank of England's affairs in the Orient. All financial affairs in the Orient were controlled out of Nanking, which is the main bank, the Bank of Nanking, Bank of the Rothschilds. Operated, all the banking east of Damascus was under the Sungs. So here we have, in 1911, Chiang Kai-shek starts out, and he's fighting away. In 1927, Chiang Kai-shek is victorious. He seizes Nanking with Union of Soviet Socialist Republics troops, with his ally and friend and fellow student at the Moscow Military School, Mao Zedong. Mao and Chiang go and they overthrow the Crown, seize Nanking, and seize the Bank of Rothschild. Looked like victory. Finally, a victory somewhere. Then Chiang make a secret agreement with the Crown. I forget right now how many millions in gold he was paid. But he was also promised that he would be president of China for life. They guaranteed him lifetime rule. That's why they couldn't overthrow. He had to have Taiwan, because they had to keep their promise. Chiang carried out his promise, his end of the bargain. And these people are honorable men. They had to keep out their end. Otherwise, who would believe them in the future when they made another deal? So you can't welch on a deal and expect to make another one. So anyway, here's Chiang. Chiang is now an operator of the Crown secretly. These Japs didn't figure that out. They thought Chiang was an Oriental with the dream of the Asia for the Asiatic. After all, he had led all of these years the nationalist Chinese movement. And he ostensibly had been victorious at Nanking, right? Here we have our champion. And Japan and China are going to unite together and throw out the round eyes. That's what those Japs thought. And the Japs were building their guns and waiting for the day. In 1934, they were ready for the move. In 1934, they made their move for their power, and now they went into Manchuria, the industrial base which they needed and the supplies, expecting China to join with them. Instead, they found resistance and war for the next 11 years. They were bogged down in this war of attrition in China, which Japan was not capable of fighting. They couldn't fight with their numbers that kind of war, a long, drag-out attrition war. Well, anyway, it soon became very apparent to the Japanese that something was very wrong. They and the Chinese and the rest of the Asiatics are supposed to be sweeping through Singapore and sweeping them all out. Instead, there's Japan's armies in northern China ground down in a log drag war with supposedly their ally, Chiang Kai-shek. By the way, do you know who Chiang married? Madam Chiang happens to be Madam Sung. Kind of interesting, huh? Madam Sung of the Bank of Sung, the Rothschild Bank. Yeah, all in the club. We keep it all friendly, right? And keep it married and you make sure that everything stays in the club. Anyway, of course, by the Second World War, the Asia for the Asiatic dream was totally destroyed, and that ended that one. And now two were down, Pan-Americanism and Asia for the Asiatics. Well, another one was going. And we could go into detail of this, but we see Germany in the First and Second World War. What do we hear from Schmidt and these fellows now today? What is their statement? Germany has no ambitions on her own. Germany does not have any international position. Germany has become totally neutral and without any direction or goal. What he's saying is we have abandoned pan-Germanism, which was, of course, the dream of the Kaiser and Adolf Hitler. That was their dream, to break out of the circle. Now, that leads to Pan-Slavism, which isn't much of anything, and the crown. And you wonder why we continue to move to a more and more world centralized power control. Because there is only one left. The others have all been destroyed. There is no more competition in the field. They don't have an enemy on the horizon. There is none. From this point of view, from an international point of view, let's now. Okay, my watch is. I've got the time mixed up anyway. I was just Mr. Welch. Those of you who are ex-Birchers, and maybe some of you here are actually even still affiliated with that thing. Mr. Welch attacked me one time because I made some statements about the Lusitania being a warship and carrying munitions and all of that, and he called it poppycock, that I was full of poppycock all the time, because that's all right. But Life magazine finally said what I said, so that makes it true, obviously, right? If Life magazine did it, who could question that? Something's wrong here. There we go. I'm trying to bring it. I got one of these zoom lenses and I haven't figured out how to run it yet. There it is. Well, anyway, Life magazine, after Welch running me over, well, I'll put in a whole article. There's a book written on it. That article is from the book. Just to show you how conspiracy works a little bit. Here is the U-boat, the U-20 that sunk the Lusitania. The Lusitania, you were told, or the American people were told, was an innocent passenger ship on the high seas that was attacked savagely by a submarine. And of course, the submarines violated international law because the law said that a ship which sunk another ship had to take upon the survivors of that other ship upon itself. And obviously, the U-20 could not take on the passengers of the Lusitania, right? So this was considered a very barbarous act of war. Now let me give you just a few conditions. These are things in the article, by the way. These things I had been saying, but the Life magazine collaborated it, so we know it's true. One, the Lusitania was not an innocent passenger ship. The Lusitania was built by the Admiralty as a cruiser of the British line. Now, most of the ships, England ships, were made by Admiralty under government contracts as military ships, even though they were passenger vessels. They had all of their armament positions built into them. Just like after the Second World War, a lot of our airliners were built with bomb bay positions built into them. They could be converted. I don't know whether they're still doing that or not, but for quite a while we did that. Anyway, the Lusitania, on the day the war started, sailed into dry dock to receive her armaments. And she was commissioned on that day as a cruiser of the line of the Royal Navy. She was not an innocent passenger ship. She was a cruiser of the line, commissioned in military service, armed with the armaments of a light cruiser. Now, next thing about the Lusitania. She went into New York Harbor with a new captain for this trip. This was then the largest vessel of the world. Went into New York Harbor, and where she took upon herself more armaments or munitions than any ship of the world in the history of the world to that date had ever carried. Under the guise of being a grain load. One of the reasons she sunk so badly was the fact it was not the torpedo that sunk her. It was the things the torpedo hit inside of her. A torpedo could not put down the Lusitania. She went down in minutes with holes all through her. The British Admiralty were in question, where are all these holes come from in this thing? It's supposed to be laden with grain. Anyway, the Lusitania was sailing up to come up the channel, and when they're coming up the channel, there was 3 different routes for her to be given, a signal off of West End there of what route to take. The night before the Lusitania came up the channel, they had sighted the U-20 where she laid. In those days, those submarines could move very fast. They knew where she was going to be in the morning. The Lusitania was ordered to sail up past the U-20. Now, the next thing is that the cruiser Juno was the protecting ship were coming up the channel. That is, the Juno was to come out and meet the Lusitania and give her a screen as she came up. The Juno that morning was called back by the Lord of the Admiralty into her port at Queenston, Sir Winston Churchill. All right? So the Lusitania, now sailing up there, and watch something else about the Lusitania. The American passengers, and there weren't very many aboard the ship, the German government had taken ads in American newspapers and even had their agents stationed on the gangplank of the Lusitania to warn every American citizen that this ship was a ship of a nation at war. And they were going upon a belligerent ship, a warship of the line. And under the law, Germany had the right for belligerent action against her, and that the German government could not be held responsible for what would happen to an American citizen sailing under British flag of a ship of the line. The German government guaranteed safe passage of all Americans to England on American flag ships, but would not guarantee and could not give them safe passage on the ships of a warship. These people, for whatever reason, went upon that ship. Now, once you go and have the Lusitania sunk, we have the nice bodies carried in the waping and demand for war. You see, England at this time wanted the United States entry, and our government pressed for it. Wilson went for it. Now, Wilson's alter ego, the real president of the United States, was a man named called the mysterious E. Mandel House. A very mysterious kind of fellow. But anyway, House was like Kissinger before he became Secretary of State. He went around the world making all the deals for us without any authority, apparently, whatsoever, except some authority, because he obviously represented some group that did mean something. E. Mandel House was walking with the Vice Lord of the Admiralty on the morning the Lusitania was coming up the channel, and the Vice Lord of the Admiralty said to E. Mandel House, "Mr. House, what would happen if the Lusitania sunk?" And House is reported to have replied, "I'm sure war can be arranged." Churchill left for France. He didn't want to be around because he was the Lord of the Admiralty, and obviously he was responsible, so he dug out. And the torpedo slammed in. And they went for war, but our Congress at that time was still not into this conspiracy deep enough. They wouldn't go. They refused. Now, Woodrow Wilson now gets elected in 1917. He takes office for a second term, and what was his campaign? He kept us out of war. And what did he do 30 days after he kept us out of war? He went for a declaration of war, and we were at war. Nothing can lie like a politician, can it? Okay? Now, let's take a look at the results of the war, because that's what's important. One, in 1900, in 1900, Russia was producing 2% of the world's oil. In 1910, it was producing 52% of the world's oil. In 1920, it produced 4% of the world's oil. You got to take care of those competitors, don't you? Why do you think the Rockefellers and the boys gave $50 million to Lenin? Why do you think Max Warburg, brother of Felix Warburg, head of the Federal Reserve Bank, and Max Warburg was the head of the Bank of Warburg on Frankfurt on the Main, next door to the Bank of Rothschild, and Max Warburg is also head of the German Secret Service. Max Warburg takes Lenin out of Switzerland in his private train, a sealed train, and takes him to St. Petersburg to overthrow our ally, financed by Kuhmann Loeb, Jacob Schiff, and the Rockefellers. Where did Trotsky train his army? He trained it in New Jersey on the Standard Oil refinery property. And they sailed in 2 ships financed not by those guys. Somebody put up the money and gave them 2 satchels of money to go off to St. Petersburg to overthrow our ally, Russia, that was fighting Germany and supposedly saving American lives on the Western Front. Now, here just before this Lenin, who we say is just a little guy who kind of got in his train accidentally, somehow a secret train was made for him to get him to Russia. But before he left, here we find the Milners, the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, and all the big banking interests putting on a big dinner party for Lenin in Switzerland. Who's this Lenin at this big dinner party that all these guys are having for the bash, the biggest monopolists and millionaires and bankers of the world? Come together in their little club to put on this party for this little old communist that's going to go up there. No, it was not a revolution. It was an invasion. It was a financed invasion for the purpose of creating a transfer of title of the goods. Now notice, immediately in the 1920s, Standard Oil buys out the Nobel's interest in the oil fields in the Crimea for less than a half a cent on the dollar. Question, who produces the oil in the Crimea today? They don't really answer that question for you. I would like to get the answer. I'm afraid I don't have it. But I'm saying there's a lot more going on. Let's take a look at Russia for a few, or look at the, here's a Sunday supplement of the Chicago Tribune done on the 25th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. It's a 16-page supplement in which they show the pictures of our decoding machines that we decoded all Japanese code after August 1940. Showing and there in the communication and so forth and the diaries that the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor was known, the date and time of that bombing, on November 1, 1941. That George Catlett Marshall said that he would notify Admiral Kemmel. When the Admiral of the Fleet said, I can notify him in 7 minutes by naval radio, he said, I'll see that Admiral Kemmel gets the message. He put it in his pocket and sent it on December 8th, 1941 by Western Union telegram. While they were putting out the fires, Kemmel got the message. And Kemmel was court-martialed. See? Not George Catlett Marshall. Let's go and take a look, you see, back in 1941 and see, in 1940, October, Chicago, our president stood before the American people on radio and before the great mass at Soldier Field and said, our boys shall not die on foreign shores. He was reelected on that campaign. He was, on January 20th, 1941, he was inaugurated for his third term. February 19th, 1941, he declared war on Germany. Notice when I said February 19th, 1941, he signed the Lend-Lease Act, which is an act of war under international law. To give armaments and munitions to a nation at war is a declaration of war upon the enemy of that nation. Germany ignored it. A month later, the President of the United States issued this communication, quote, to all ships at sea, we are at war. Conduct yourself accordingly. Fire on the enemy flag on sight. That's not neutrality. 2 days later, this communication from Adolf Hitler, the Reichsfuhrer, to all U-boat commanders. In the sight of the American flag, disengage. Do not attack British or any enemy shipping in the sight of American flag. Disengage. Roosevelt was trying hard to keep our boys from dying on foreign shores, so now, in April 1941, one of our destroyers closing on a U-boat, of the German U-boat, was dropping depth charges on it. The U-boat surfaced and fired a couple rounds in its defense at the U.S. destroyer, inflicting very minor damage on it, and immediately the President goes to Congress for a declaration of war. Congress would not buy it. They said no. Well, they had to go back to the drawing boards again. See? How are we going to get this war? In July 1941, the Secretary of War's diary has a little interesting entry in it. It says that we met our cabinet meeting today for the purpose of discussing how to get Japan to attack Pearl Harbor. They realized they had to have something bigger than a couple shells in a destroyer. The Lusitania wasn't enough, you see. We got to have a biggie. So in November 1941, we said because of the hardship of the economy in Honolulu, that the ships, all but the carriers, were ordered to spend Sundays in Honolulu to be able to spend the sailor's salary, make sure they were all nicely lined up at their berth for the bombing runs. The son-in-law of Franklin Delano Roosevelt one day I started talking to him, and he said, you know, they asked me about what kind of memorial Dad should have. And he said, oh, he says, he already has his memorial. It's the 5,000 men he killed at Pearl Harbor. What, at Pearl Harbor? Well, they say 5,000 in those ships. 33,000? Well, that was even better. Memorial for Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He murdered him. Yes, he did. Anyway, by the way, it's interesting to go through all the diaries of these different people and the stuff in this thing. Here we see Life magazine, again, source of all truth, February 1940. Here are some tank cars going to Germany, Nazi Germany. This is after the fall of Poland now, okay? Shell, Eastern States Standard Oil, Esso. Isn't that interesting? Let's look a little bit at the world. This is, I admit, about 7 or 8 years old. You might want to adjust a little bit, but it wouldn't be that much difference. This is the world by land area, all right? This is the world as distributed by production. Notice Canada's the little line at the top, Mexico's the little line at the bottom. Here, look how big Europe becomes. Look how small Europe is geographically. Look how big they are economically. See how big Japan gets compared to its little size? Look what happened to Russia, China. They disappeared, see? Asia, look at Australia. It's just almost not. Now by population, look at the population of China, the population of India, the population of Europe, and how small the population of the United States is. This is standard of living. Look at South America's area. Look at its production. Look at its population. You see? Now you get kind of a picture of the economic basis of these places. We go to Russia. The word Kremlin means fortress. Every city has one. The Kremlin we think of is the Kremlin in Moscow. But you know, the Russians, when they were building the Kremlin, they built one of wood. The Russians never built a stone building or permanent building. The Kremlin was built by Italians. The Winter Palace was built by Italians. The Summer Palace is built by Italians. The hydraulic and the canals of Russia were built by Germans. The munition works in Kiev were all built by Germans. All permanent structures in Russia were built by non-Russians. This is the original Kremlin, which was built all by Italian and French builders. When we take a look at the automobile factories, Ford built the Gorky Works. This is a Chrysler plant. All of the so-called factories were not built by Russians. They were built by somebody else. The Nobels developed the oil fields in the Crimea, not the Russians. The great, let's see, this is the Pleasure Palace. This is the little one. The Winter Palace is much bigger. Summer Palace is not anything to Slava. But again, all Italian construction. Here is, and this is the in-tourist map of Russia, the highway system. Those are the locations of fuel stations, gas stations, 27 gas stations. 27 gas stations in a nation of 250 million people? This is a modern industrial society? I was in Leningrad. Leningrad is a city of 3.5 million people, 4 million people. It has 4 gas stations. I saw 3 of them. I saw 1 car in one of them, and it wasn't getting gas. That's a modern industrial society. Between Leningrad and Moscow is only one road, 2-lane asphalt with gravel shoulders. That's it. There are no byways. You don't get off the road. There's nowhere to go. The same between Leningrad, Kiev and Moscow. Here's the road. Between Moscow, this is your highway. Every 25 miles or so, this is the picture going out of Moscow. I did something very bad here. Our guide is up front, and I asked if I could take this picture. And as you can see, it's pretty dark, but I had 400 speed film, 500 speed. And that's when it first came out, and nobody had it. All these tourists are sitting in Russia, and they couldn't take any pictures. All of the cameras were worthless, and I'm sitting there click, clack, 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 and away. They were all with 60, and 80 speed ASA's film. Couldn't get a thing. And I'm back, and she said, "Oh, you can't take a picture." I said, "Oh, I can get one." I took that picture, and then I realized I've got her in a real box. The driver is undoubtedly going to be a KGB agent. She's going to be hauled in on that one. But anyway, and as it gets out, it goes down to 2 lanes asphalt and goes on for across the wastelands of Russia. This is the ordinary truck in Russia. There are no semis. They have things what we'll call a deuce and a half, very old-looking things, but that would be it, lorries. There they are. That's the biggest trucks you'll see. And this is a big crowd of them. You don't see this very often. I got this because this is in Kalinin. Anyway, the nice buses are for the interests. Every 25 miles on all of the roads, there's a police booth. And all buses and cars stop as everybody is frisked and inspected and their papers are inspected. Except if you're an interest bus, you go right through. The people on our bus never even notice them. I got there that night and I asked these doctors who were sitting down there, and I says, "Hey, did you notice all those police booths?" "What police booths?" "Didn't you notice that every 25 miles there's a station and all those buses lined up with the people all out there lined up on that road?" Can you imagine if we stopped every car and every bus in the United States on every one of our roads every 25 miles, how many police it would take to do the job? It tells you how many people travel. You see? You got to have a visa to go from one town to another. And you got to report into the police station where you leave, when you drive, when you start back, and when you get back. And report to the Soviet there and the Soviet here. Can you imagine if you had to do that every time you wanted to go see Granny? There is no travel in Russia, except by official travel where the state is going to take you all in this joyous holiday, people's holiday someplace. Anyway, it's a completely different world than you're normally thinking of. But anyway, we're now in the greatest store in all the Russias, the GUM in Moscow on Red Square. This is the grocery store. And there's a couple little chickens laying up there. There's 3 different kinds of canned goods. There's a can of caviar, there's a can of beans of some sort, and a can of something else I couldn't figure out what it was. But that's all. That's the total canned goods. There are no frozen goods, all right? There's no packaged goods. There's some slices of bologna, salami, and there's some cheeses, and there's some chickens laying up on a shelf kind of hanging over there with their necks. They look like they grab one and slap them down. Pretty scrawny looking chickens. There's very little meat in Russia. They don't graze much beef or meat. I didn't see beef is something you get very small portions of. And you know that's interest feed. These people live on wheat. I go into a restaurant, into a cafeteria. You go in the cafeteria, you pay first, the casa. You go down, and this is what you get. You have a choice of cream of wheat pancakes, wheat bread, and tea. That's your choice in the cafeteria. Oh, a bean soup. There was a bean soup. Mm-hmm. They live on wheat. They eat wheat and drink wheat. They drink wheat much more wheat than they eat because the whole nation seems to be drunk. They're bombed out on vodka. Just a nation of narcs or alkies. Now, when you get to things like the subway stations, they're something else. Every subway station is beautifully decorated by a different republic, all in a different thing. This one is done in an aerial thing. Some are done in all heavy marbles, mosaics, and things of this sort. This is looking up at the ceiling, these openings. So gorgeous stations, not a mark. The little tin boxes for change, and nobody robs any of them. Not like there's no writing on the wall. Because in Russia, everybody has a job and nobody works. They've literally got scores and scores of women in uniform standing around everywhere. Well, if we had a police force of 1/5 of the population, or we could keep people from writing on walls and smash little tin boxes to take rubles. By the way, you notice on their public buildings they have the big owl seeing eyes and so forth. Of course, we'll get into that a little more later. This is the little summer palace. One end of the summer palace, just outside of Leningrad, to the south of it. This was the German high command headquarters during the siege of Leningrad. It's pretty well blown up on the other side. You see they're trying to redo it. And I don't think I've got a picture here of Polotsk. Now this is in Leningrad. Okay, this is the council chambers here. I'm trying to think of whether, well, okay. Down south of there is Polotsk. Polotsk is the hunting lodge of the Tsarevich Paul, given to him by his mother Catherine the Great, supposedly. Here is a magnificent palace. By the way, you see the summer, the little summer palace. The winter palace is about 5 times as big up in town. This is just a little summer residence to come down and get out of town. Anyway, Polotsk is quite something. Fabulous, fabulous palace. You think, boy, those czars really had it. You realize that these palaces were leveled to the ground in the Second World War. These palaces have been built by the Soviet government. Restored in every detail, vastly more costly than in the first place. With all the buildings, the rest of the buildings in Russia all look like scrap heaps of just blocks dumped in. The apartment buildings are all terrible looking construction, but not these palaces. These palaces and the cathedrals have been restored to perfection. And I'll go in there, with my guide, we're going into the war room in Polotsk. And here's a room with probably 300 fascists all the way around. It's all in fascist. And of course, they're supposed to be anti-fascist, right? Which is kind of interesting. And I look at the ceiling of the great Maltese cross and all the emblems, the Masonic emblems of the ceiling. And I sit there and I ask the guide, I said, Sasha, I said, is this, was the Tsar have anything to do with, what's all of this here, up there? You know, he says, oh, he had something to do with something down on an island in the Mediterranean. I said, Supreme Sovereign Commander, Order of Maltese Cross. Yes. They're all in the lodge. The rulers and the rulees. Now, what is the key to political power? The key to power is this, that there has to be 2 classes of people. An aristocracy, an elite, the inner club, the inner circle, the golden circle, or whatever name we want, and the rest of you slobs. Now, in order to maintain this, we must have a dual law system. There has to be, the law must be biased and impartial. It must be fair and just for all the rulees when they have a contest with other rulees. But the judges must be rulers. It must be the aristocratic class, that is, those people who are in the group, the ruling group, must control the courts. Why? So that a rulee cannot win against a ruler. If a rulee could win against a ruler, this would give bad ideas to that mob out in that street, right? Therefore, the courts are to be impartial between rulers and between rulees. But when it comes between a ruler and a rulee, the ruler must always win. We must maintain our position and our station. You see? The aristocracy must maintain its position. Therefore, if in a case of a serf, he might be killed for merely touching the garment of an aristocrat. Where if the aristocrat even killed a serf, it might not be a punishable crime. There is a total difference, you see. This is the problem with our country. When the Constitution was formed, the document is excellent. But the carrying out of it meant one thing of the constitutional republic, that there's only one class of people, that there is no conspiracy which says a group of people who say we will come to the aid of our brothers in the conspiracy, whether they be right or wrong. Once we have a conspiracy of a group of men who control the sheriffs, control the prosecuting attorneys, control the judges, and control the legislature, they will set up what appears to be just laws. The injustice comes in the carrying out of these. that those people will say, oh Lord my God, he'll give the grand hail sign, and I have sworn as a judge to come to his aid, secretly, by conspiracy. Now notice this, every person in such a conspiracy is a liar, and every one of them is an oath breaker. Why? Because he took a public oath to be impartial, didn't he? Yet he took a private oath in the secrecy, because everything in secret is evil. If it is in secret, there was a reason for it being in secret, not to be sacred, but because it was an evil conspiracy. It could not be done in the light of day. That's why the Apostle Paul says it's a shame to speak of those things done of them in secret. Secret conspiracy, secrecy is for the purpose of covering conspiracy. And it means to the aid of the conspirators against unfair advantage of those who are not in the conspiracy. You walk into a court of law, and here's a man who happens to be under the same oath as the judge, the prosecutor, and the sheriff, and they almost are always going to be, and they have all sworn to come to each other's aid in a secret meeting, and when they're expected to carry that oath out, and here you are, you think you're going to come in there and get justice? Oh, they go through all the motions, but somehow you lose. How many times you see him say, oh, Lord, my God? That's when he said, the attorney says, I have no more arguments. I now plead on my oath. And your oath, you must come to my aid. Law is to be put out. That's the grand hail sign. You see, the Republican form of government requires a single law system. Without it, you have only the illusion of political liberty, but the key of slavery is a conspiracy in the courts of law. And if you want to see, when this country, you take a judge, prosecuting attorney, sheriff, find out how many of them you find in this country that haven't sworn a secret oath in private to come to the aid of other brothers into that order. You'll go a long ways. This is why the republic, the republic cannot stand. It cannot stand because it has within it this cancerous conspiracy which is unknown by its victims. The victims don't even know it's there. The key to this thing is that the rulers, instead of declaring themselves aristocracy, they have acted like they're one of the people, put on the clothes of the people, walked amongst the people, and kept their ruling class secret, claiming we're just a bunch of boys having some fun and getting a beer bash on Thursday night. No. That's maybe what they want the boys to think, but that is not what it is when they're called on to carry out that oath. Here we have an interesting picture. Here's the Russian generals and the German generals. This is before the Second World War. See, Hitler's maneuvers, he couldn't have maneuvers in Germany because of the Versailles Treaty. So the German maneuvers were conducted in Russia. And in turn for that, the Russian officer corps was trained at the Berlin High Command School. Zhukov, the victor of the Battle of Berlin and the Battle of Stalingrad, where was he trained? In the German High Command School, Berlin. All part of the club. Adolf Hitler was one good Mason. Tool Society. We find in Russia, in the Second World War, they had only one piece of equipment which was capable of fighting in modern war. It was up to standards, not necessarily that superior, but in that area we were a little deficient. Well, I had one weak area, and that was tanks. The T-34 was as good a tank as the United States had during the Second World War. But outside of that, in all other armaments, Russian equipment was so inferior that it almost, you can say, didn't exist. Notice the Russian fleet, how many times it came out in the Second World War? Not at all. The Germans sent 2 destroyers in the whole Black Sea, 2 destroyers, and held the entire Russian fleet bottled up for the whole war. They never dared sail out of port against 2 destroyers that roamed at will for the whole Second World War in the Black Sea. And all of the Russian air and naval might could not take on 2 German destroyers. You know how small a destroyer is? Unbelievable. These are aircraft. This is the Air Times magazine. And these are pictures of some, Second World War photos, but I want you to notice a few things on the side of this aircraft. Shell 80, Standard 100. This is in the Africa campaign. of Luftwaffe. You see, up until 1943, over 93% of the production of the Venezuelan oil fields in Maracaibo, Occidental Oil, 100% owned subsidiary Standard Oil, was shipped to Adolf Hitler. In 43, when the situation had been created that they wanted to create, now they turned the oil off. See, Hitler was so dumb, he thought he was going to get that oil. He had the equipment, he had tanks, he had all sorts of things. They couldn't go. His aircraft were being destroyed on the ground because they couldn't take to the air. They shut off his gas. All you have to do is have that one key ingredient, right? Withdraw. You can't see this too well because it is kind of light, but this is a picture we're given in our newspaper of the new Tupolev 4 airliner. This is 1947, showing that Russia now has the biggest and the most modern air fleet, air flat in the world. If you look at that picture, you'll see the blisters, the gun blisters in the bomb bays. This is a B-29. The Russians captured 6 of our B-29s, because remember, in the Asia, while in Europe, Russia was our ally. In Asia, Russia was Japan's ally and our enemy until 2 weeks before the end of the war. So anytime our planes couldn't make it back to Okinawa, they had to land in Russian territory and they were captured because Russia was our enemy in Asia while they were our ally in Europe. Isn't that an interesting one? You wonder how these boys come up with these things. Anyway, here's the Tupolev 4. Tupolev, the great aircraft designer. A few years ago, we were building our SST supposedly, and of course, England and France are coming out with the Concorde. Have any of you ever seen that thing? That's a beautiful piece of airplane, I'll tell you. It's something, I mean, just from an aesthetic point of view, it's a thrill to watch that thing go out. If you can get enough to block you from the vibrations of it. But Russia, of course, had to be able to look like they had one, so they built a Tupolev 144, a supersonic airplane that they had flown at 1,500 miles an hour, they claimed, though it was never on radar over 400 miles an hour. When it landed at Berlin, it scraped its engines coming in, and they had to throw blankets over it so nobody could see the damage of the thing. But there was a man in the nose wheel cranking the nose wheel down in the nose wheel cavity by hand while it was coming in for its landing, which is an interesting piece of work, you know. It landed, and the plane is made of aluminum, lapped, riveted aluminum. Lapped, not even butt. You can't fly an aluminum airplane at 1,500 miles an hour. 400 miles and 450 miles an hour is max speed for a lapped aluminum airplane. Now, they never carried passengers in this airplane. They only took it to air shows. And I was telling people at the time, this thing is a phony. It is a phony baloney. Sure enough, the wings came off it at 240 miles an hour at the Paris Air Show, and it crashed. 240 miles an hour, and the wings came off of the thing. And we were told in our papers that this great 144, the SST of Russia, right? You know, I mean, if we invented a lead balloon tomorrow, Russia would have to come out with a super lead balloon, or release a picture of one, and deliver it to us, and our papers would print it. Well, anyway, my point is this. Let's go back here for a second, and let me finish up. Russia, as a military power, simply does not exist. They have kings, because we give it to them. We gave them an atomic bomb in 1948, complete from trigger, right out of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We delivered the whole show to them. Why? Because the American people were wondering, what is this thing over there that we keep losing to them? Who are these people? So they had to pop a bomb off so they could tell you that if we didn't continue to have billions and billions in taxes, if we didn't continue to send our sons all over the world, then our alternative was the bomb. And you couldn't do that unless they had the bomb. Read the book of the War for the H-Bomb by the head of security of Oak Ridge, who tells you about the delivery of that bomb to the Soviet Union. They had to create an apparent enemy. How else do you think they continue to spend hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of your money over the years and have one war in one place after another? We've had over 50 wars since the founding of the United Nations for keeping the peace in 1945. We have been on a war budget and a war economy, maintaining a war level all the time because of some paper tiger that doesn't exist. In 1945, the U.S. military might was greater than all the world combined. There was nothing left. Russia was bombed and destroyed. Germany was gone. England was gone. France was gone. China was gone. Japan was gone. Who was there? We had to create one in the newspapers to continue to have ever-increasing separation of you from your production. Tell me where in the Constitution the United States government has any authority to give a foreign aid to anybody, anywhere. Yet they continue to give billions upon billions and billions. And you know why we have trade deficits? We don't have trade deficits. We've run trade surpluses almost the entire time since the Second World War, with very few exceptions. Our deficits are in payment deficits because of the foreign aid. You want to know the trouble of the dollar in the foreign markets? It's called foreign aid. On what basis does our government have the right? Where were they elected to support the world? There's nothing in the Constitution for such a thing. To go into every government, every time there's any squabble anywhere, we sit in there and we negotiate and we say you'll get the money if you play ball and if you don't. To buy so-called friends, we've never bought any. What it is an empire. You know what empire is? I'll tell you how to determine an empire. An empire is any nation whose military might is widely dispersed in other nations, and where they sit in on the negotiations of problems of other nations around the world. Have you ever seen anybody in Bhutan and Nepal have a fight tomorrow over some rock on the side of a Himalaya, and we're going to have a British and American ambassador in there right away to sit and negotiate the matter, and if they do it, they'll each get 25 million. Tell me the authority that these people have. Where? For what basis do we have maintaining a military force all around the world? You know what it costs us for that? And the amount of money spent by our military in foreign lands, which we have to redeem, which is destroying the value of the dollar on the foreign markets and the foreign exchange? What right do we have to maintain a military anywhere? Remember, they called it, before the Second World War, it was called the War Department, wasn't it? Then we changed it to Defense Department. But since when we had a War Department, our military was in our country. Since we have a Defense Department, we have our military everywhere. It's on every continent. Our ships are in the air all over the world. We have to have our bases everywhere. And we're constantly going in and fighting to maintain this base, that base, and this base. And in order to get these people happy in Spain, happy in Afghanistan, happy in Saudi Arabia, happy in Okinawa, we constantly have to support one population after another population in order to maintain so-called defense. From whom? Well, the newspapers create the enemies. In Vietnam, what were we doing in Vietnam? Can you see any legitimate reason for the United States in Vietnam? Was that defense? Couldn't possibly be. You see, we have had a war standing budget now since 1940. 41 years of war, of billions upon billions upon billions upon billions, and all we've so-called lost everywhere. And now every country sits there, and they're all, like all welfare checks, they're all on the narcotics. If we want Nicaragua to come in line, we just threaten we cut them off, and they obey right away. They hop in the hop. All right, in the hopper. Sure enough, we've got them all on the dole. We've got all American citizens who don't want to work in the dole, and we put all the world in the dole, and we put all the governments in the dole, and all the dictators in the dole. Tell me what we're doing with giving aid to Russia. Why are we shipping trucks to Russia? Tell me what we're doing shipping all of this stuff to Russia if they're an enemy. Here they took away billions and billions for decades from me and you for the purpose of what we call building our defense against awful red China. Then one day a ping pong ball, blunk, 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 and we surrendered. A ping pong ball in one day. After taking hundreds of thousands of millions from American people totally illegally. Because they had to have it. Because of the awful beast. There is no difference between the using of Russia and Hitler's using of the Jews as the reason. Remember, everything Hitler did, he did lawfully. He passed a law and the Gestapo carried it out. But why did they do it? For the good of the state, for the defense of the Reich. These people are dangerous. We must do it. Why does the government claim they need more and more powers to overrun the rights of the Americans? Because they need to raise taxes. They got to collect these taxes. They have to do it because for the good of the state, for the good of the Reich. Ein Reich, ein Volk, ein Führer. Who are you to disagree with our wise wisdom? You go in the courts, you know what they say? In the wisdom of our Congress, they have decided this matter. What wisdom? They have a constitution they're supposed to obey. No, they have some divine wisdom. You see? This is a little town in Germany. This was not done by atomic bombs. Now, let me go back and explain a little something to you. We have a thing called urban renewal. They go in and they sit and say, we're going to have this area in a nice new GM plant in Poletown in Detroit, you know. Or we're going to have this nice little thing. GM doesn't go in there and buy those houses and pay the money. No, what they do is they go in and they sit there and tell everybody this place is going to be condemned. You'll have to move. So the people start moving, the churches start selling, the businesses start selling, and they start going out. And the people who own that property, the landlords, sit there and they say they can't rent. And they can't rent, the taxes stay on, the bills keep coming. Who's going to buy their house? Their house, which was worth $30,000, is now worth $5,000. I bought a house one time for $38,000. You know what I got from the city? $3,000. They, for 5 years, went there and knocked on the door telling the tenants to move because they're going to condemn it, and then it was postponed, 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 postponed. While I sit there and losing my shirt in this thing. A little 4-flat. Finally, they give me $3,000. Why? It was vacant and all smashed in. Why was it vacant, smashed in? They cut off police protection, they cut off garbage services, they cut off everything and left me there. This is called slander, public slander. They slandered my property. They give me $3,000. Now the city takes my taxes to pay for that stuff. They buy it up even at $3,000 and sell it for 10 cents on a dollar of what they paid for it to General Motors. Tell me, on what authorities General Motors have of seizing these people's property? Their homes. We're supposed to have a lodial freehold. We're supposed to be, it's supposed to be our castle. Yet the state Supreme Court of Michigan says that the whole town, Poletown, we're talking about several thousand families. I'm sorry. You're sure you've had this community, and sure you were born here, and you've lived here 60 years, but Granny, you got to get out. We want it for a parking lot. And the city paid for it. GM gets the land free, and then they give them 11 years of no taxes on it. And they did this for what? To bring employment to Detroit. They're going to close down the Cadillac plant on Clark Street with 9,000 and open up the new one with 6,000. Now tell me where we got more employment. We lost 3,000 employment. We lost the tax on the Cadillac plant. The new one gets 11 years, no tax. We had to pay the taxes to buy the land, and the people lost their homes. And that's allowed in the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Free enterprise.
That's free enterprise, that's right. If you got the muscle, you get the thing. What do you think government is for? Government is the tool of those people who are in power to extract from those people who are out. Remember what the Constitution was written for. To bind down the government with the chains of the Constitution, to restrict them from doing these things, to protect the people from the government. The government, the majority is the enemy. This was not set up as a democracy. Democracy is the worst form of government of all. Democracy says if the majority wants something, it's all right. If the majority wants murder, it's okay. No, it is not. The Constitution was written not to protect the majority, but to protect the single individual from the majority. It was to protect your rights from everybody, that those rights were given to you by God. And that the purpose of a just government, that Constitution, was to protect those rights regardless of how many people wanted to take them away. You see, the total reverse of the government school system is to reverse your whole thought towards law and for government. That the government, because of the needs of these people, have the right to overthrow the rights of the First, Fourth, Fifth, the Seventh, Ninth, 13th, and 14th Amendments. After all, we have to have compassion for this person. You realize that our government, federal, state, and local, take $32,000 for every poor person in this country for poor programs of one sort and another? that if all the money taken by our governments were given to the people who were classified by the government as poverty, at poverty level, there's 32 grand apiece for every one of them. A family of 5 should be getting $160,000 a year. Are they getting it? No, they're not. You realize what the rake off, the take off, the commissions are between the time the tax was taken from you and it was given to that poor guy? No, that money wasn't given for poor people. It was given to buy people and buy things for those who are inside the deal. The poor people thing is a screen. Oh, you got to give out a little bit, but don't give away too much of that stuff. It is a sham. And we all know it's a sham. The other day on the radio was an interesting thing. There's a commentator who says, I finally figured out why the liberals are in such trouble. I was at the airlines. And you know what happened to the airline? I noticed something. All these people got all these bags shoving on this airplane trying to convince the steward that this bag would fit in her cupboard and that this really would go under a seat. And the place is jammed now with baggage. You know why? They've lost confidence in the baggage service. They don't believe that the bag is actually going to come off that airplane in Pittsburgh. They don't believe it. And he says, do you know what's happened to the American people? They don't know anything too much about it. All they know is that they keep putting bags on this government train and they don't come off. Somehow the baggage gets lost. And they're saying right now, well, let us carry our own baggage. We're willing to haul our own baggage. We don't want any more baggage service. They've lost confidence in the system. They don't know much, but they know one thing. Something's awful big, this gap between the amount they take and the amount coming back. Well, let's go to urban renewal on the grander scale. Let's go into the bulldozers and knock out Pole Town. As we decide that we have to urban renewal this area, you also have bigger urban renewals. You see, all of a sudden it's decided, for example, that this land use is not the most efficient land use. Back in the turn of the century, in the last century, the people in Europe invested in America. America wasn't built just by Americans. Our prosperity was built by German and French and English investors. Most of the money that developed our railroads, our canal system, our oil, our industry, our steel, was foreign purchase of bonds and securities. We were financed from Europe. Why? Because we had better potential. Younger country, all the materials and so forth, and it was going to be a bigger growth industry than Europe. Europe had tapered off. The United States was going this way. Well, obviously, if you're going to invest, you want to invest in the best place, don't you? Now, what happened at the turn of the century? They came up with an idea that the United States was developing pretty well. We better look for the next one, the next real growth industry. Isn't that what any security investor does? And so they looked around and said, where would it be? Well, they were looking for an undeveloped place with lots of resources, tremendous amount of manpower, and an undeveloped market. And as they looked around, they said, Russia. Lots of territory, kind of like the United States, about the same population, lots of raw materials. Russia will be it. And so, after they had seized Russia by financing Lenin and the boys, they went in there and started building Gorky works and other factories and so forth. But they were being built by Americans. But what happened in Russia? They built the plants, they put the stuff in the one end, and nothing came out the other end. Somehow, nothing comes out the other end in Russia. Then they learned something. It isn't the basic raw material is the nature of the people. Russian people basically are agrarian, agricultural people, never have been industrial type. They have never been mechanically type. They're basically people of the earth. And they just didn't produce. Same in India. All these companies went over to India, going to build all these plants with the cheap labor. Nothing comes out the other end of India. This guy cannot possibly work for that guy because his caste is such and such, and he doesn't have, and I can't be promoted because there's 200 other people with the caste here. There's 450 caste. No way to run a system when you cannot promote and when you cannot give incentives and so forth of a caste system. The whole thing stops. Dead. You build all the machinery and it goes dead. Nothing comes out of the end of the thing. The only way that you can get a plant to work in India is you isolate it into a separate village, take your people in there, re-indoctrinate them, train them, and keep them isolated from the rest of India, building a small island, a camp if you want, a kibbutz. If you're trying to take people off the street, you can't do it. The system won't work. Well, there's other reasons, but I can't tell you that. Anyway, so what did? They decided we made a mistake. Next time, we got to get the basic ingredient that is a provable, proven population. Now, in Europe, what was the best proved population for industrial production? And what about in Asia? Japan. Now, they became our enemies. Germany was through at the end of 1940, 41. But the war had to continue on. We had to sit in England. We had to sit there and, for example, and you can read these right in the high command papers. Here is in 1943, Clark sent this communication to Eisenhower and to Marshall, saying the Fifth Army, which performed so poorly in Africa, today is the finest fighting force in the world. We can destroy Kesselring in 2 weeks. We'll be at the Austrian border. It's interesting that the next day, Kesselring sends to the German High Command in Germany permission to withdraw from the Rome line. We cannot hold. Clark can smash me at his will. I demand to withdraw to the Alps where I can defend my positions. What happens? Eisenhower orders to withdraw of amphibious equipment, artillery, and tanks from the 8th Army, or what was it, 5th Army, wasn't it, Clark, and leaves them there unequipped so they could not advance. Why? The war was scheduled to last until mid-45. Why? It wasn't defeating of the German military that was important. It was the urban renewal program. They went over there and went with the competition, smashing it in the most systematic demolition of that competition. Now, after the war was over, who rebuilt Germany? Was it those people who had no soup, no food? Was it those Germans that rebuilt the industry in Germany? They were wiped out. Was it the French? They were wiped out. The British? They were wiped out. The Russians? They were wiped out. Who financed that new operation? Obviously, they came from America. Who financed it, I believe, owns it and runs it. I think whoever put up the money runs the show. Who owns Mitsubishi? What percentage, what is it, the Standard or General Motors owns 53% of the Japanese auto industry? I don't know what Chrysler and Ford owns of it. They're fighting why aren't they fighting the war, the import of foreign cars? They're their cars. It's Americans who lose a job. Do you know why? We're too high priced. Our labor is high priced. They don't want to produce them here when they can produce them in Japan cheaper, right? I mean, after all, if you're going to survive in business, how do you do it? You go into the most competitive place, don't you? You go where the least costs are to produce. Otherwise, somebody else is going to, and you're going to get wiped out. You either get there first or somebody else is going to get there. I want to tell you who built that Japanese industry. It wasn't those Japs. They had nothing. Here's the bulldozers at work in Japan. The only nation in the world reduced totally by air power. That's exactly what they were. And I want to show you. See, when that bomber was flying and that picture was taken, Japan had already surrendered. In March 1945, the Japanese imperial government, and this was even on the CBS documentary, the Japanese imperial government sent this communication to the United States government. The Japanese imperial government is prepared to negotiate terms of surrender on any conditions the United States shall dictate. That sounds like unconditional surrender. You know what the State Department said? We had difficulties with the translation. They sent it in English. Do you mean that nobody in the United States can read Japanese? They had such difficulty they didn't read it until August. Why? The home islands hadn't been hit. The bulldozers hadn't gone to work yet. Tokyo wasn't destroyed till May 9th and 10th. Nagoya got it on the 10th and 11th. Yokohama got it on the 11th and the 12th. No, the bulldozers hadn't wiped out that competition. The war isn't against military. There's Tokyo getting it. 95% of the city destroyed in one night. Winds at 50 miles an hour in a paper city with an incendiary raid. We didn't use explosives. We dropped mass scattered incendiaries. One of the greatest conflagrations in the history of the world on a nation that has surrendered 2 months earlier. And we wouldn't let them surrender. Nagoya. Hiroshima. Hiroshima and Nagasaki were only 3% of the destruction on the Japanese home islands. 97% was high explosives and incendiaries. All of it dropped after the war was over. This isn't to condemn the United States people, the American people. This is the avarice, the greed in the heart of man. Who rebuilt those plants? There's Mitsubishi. Who rebuilt that? The Japanese have been on quarter rations for 6 months. They hadn't had any soap for 4. Do you think that they rebuilt those plants and factories over there? Do you think that was done by Japanese? Look, I'm an economist. You build your plant and equipment out of your surplus production, your production in excess of consumption. They had no surplus production. Their consumption was running 3 and 4 times production after the war. Then who built it? Whoever built it, I believe, owns it. We then go in Korea. We run up the peninsula, down the peninsula. We can't bomb the Yalu because the war has to last long enough to do what? To destroy the old society while we build the new superhighways, the new power system, the new lines, the new airports, the new dock facilities, all in the case of war fighting communism. And when this war is over, at the line where they started from, and 55,000 American bodies, plus 200 and some thousand more casualties of people with arms and legs missing and other parts of their body, then we see the new chemical plants, the new GE generator plants, the insulation plants, all the plants. Who do you think built those? Those Koreans carrying those ammunition cases at Pork Chop Hill, do you think they built those new plants? When you see all this stuff built in Korea, those things are all from plants financed not by Koreans. They don't own it. They are nothing but a new urban redeveloped area. They have just as much voice in it as the people in Pole Town have in the Cadillac plant. We go into Vietnam. Watch this game. We run around in Vietnam. We don't have a front line, so nobody even knows whether we were losing for years. You go and take this town and give it back tomorrow night. Then you go over here and take that and then give it back tomorrow night. You kill here and you don't shoot them until they shoot you. If the missiles have to be fired before you can bomb the missile site, or you can't bomb the missile site to fire it. If the road truck is 150 feet off the road, it cannot, and to stop it is now a house. It is not qualified as a vehicle, and you cannot shoot it. You've got all of these things. You can't dock the docks at Haiphong because Standard Oil's refinery is there, and they're picking up their oil to take it down or out of Hanoi. The Standard Oil refineries you see in the Far East are Hanoi and Singapore, and they were bringing the oil down up the Haiphong River, delivering it to the Standard Oil commercial dumping tanks, which were in communist hands for 8 years, while the Standard Oil trucks, the regular Standard trucks, go up there, get their gasoline. The communists don't stop them. They drive out every day for 8 years, drive to our helicopter pads, and sell the fuel to the U.S. government. Made in Hanoi. That's why we couldn't go behind the Haiphong River and cut off Standard Oil's oil shipments to our military in the Haiphong. And the 3rd and 4th Army District? No. We had fought a war. What kind of war? A war in which we kept our armies suspended in the air on gasoline and oil at the maximum possible cost with the minimum amount of men. To operate ships, we take the battleship, what was it, the Arizona, not the Arizona, but Nevada, wasn't it? When we recommissioned it at so many billions of dollars, sent it through the Panama Canal all the way across the Pacific. It fired one salvo, sailed all the way back, went back into the dry dock, and went back into mothballs. It's something like $4 or $5 billion of cost to the American public for one salvo. Everything to use the maximum amount of fuel. Standard Oil made a bundle. Anyway, this is right in the Syracuse News Times, and by the way, this is in most of the college newspapers. I'll show you the other half of this. This is the picture here. This is April 27, 1972. This is just before we pulled out of Vietnam. What happened was, in this article, it tells us that now Standard Oil has opened up its new refineries at Singapore. the new refineries are opened, and at this time the Hanoi refineries, which were built in 1934, are shut down. Immediately Nixon becomes a hawk and mines the Haiphong River, which nobody could do for all of these years. Why? Singapore had, the Standard Oil refinery had to get built. Once the refinery was built, now we could mine the Haiphong rivers and we could get it in a hawk position. Now, they're asking the question, here is the map of the oil concessions of all of these different oil companies. Conoco, Getty, Conoco again, we have, and Shell, and Esso, and Clark, and Shell. These are all, remember, we're talking here about 500 miles out to sea. Now, will you tell me how I have an oil concession in the middle of the ocean? Who gives it to me? What nation do I get an oil concession from? Who made that concession? Was it made by oil companies getting together and dividing up the world? Was there a conspiracy here involved? If you and I would go up there with a little oil rig and pull it in the middle and we drop a thing down, was somebody going to come up with a gun and tell us to move off? Is this a territory, a national or sovereign territory that can be defended by military might? Tell me who divided this up. What international law? I know of none. I know of nothing that takes us outside of the 3-mile or 20-mile limit. Do you? Now, just going to conclude this in a minute. We're going to have lunch. But watch here. Right here is Vietnam. We're still in Vietnam at this time. On this edge of Vietnam, on the west edge, is called the U Minh Forest. Ever since 1945, the South Korean Vietnamese government has never been able to put a troop in the U Minh Forest. The U Minh Forest was the headquarters of the Viet Cong. Now, a friend of mine who happened to be the pilot for General Westmoreland 3 times over, and he came back because he was in charge of the southern district, the 4th district, of all the helicopters, and up at Phnom Penh. He was the commander of it. And he came back because his wife was having a baby. In Vietnam, it's a different kind of war. In the Second World War, when a wife's having a baby and you're an officer, you get to come home. And then you go back. See? I was sitting there one day and having lunch, and I says, what's going to happen out there? He said, well, we're going to take the last week, we took the forest, the U Minh Forest. You took it last week? Yes, I took it in 48 hours. How did you take it? And there's an island out there. We're going to take that today. You mean you're going to take it? Yes, the operation should start in about an hour and a half. The orders have been given, and it'll be fall in about 2.5 hours. We will kill everyone on the island. Everyone? Yes, every last person. They will die 2.5 hours. They got the orders. Turn on the screens. Those guys down in those bunkers are down underneath those things. That infrared picks them up. Choop, 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 choop. You don't miss one. Now, how they get the U Minh? Screens on. All the choppers, turn them on. Go right over there, and those guys down those bunkers, choop, 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 and then the flames. All you do is you start the napalm, the South Vietnamese army and the solid lock arms now move right through. They burn every inch of the U Minh. They bomb every single bunker. Everyone is killed. They take it all according to schedule. 48 hours is done. Couldn't get in there for 8, 10 years. Not a person could get in there. I said, why? He said, I don't know. So next time he's back, I said, ask about Standard Oil when you're over there. Because he, I told him, I said, they're selling you fuel, aren't they? That fuel comes out of communist territory. He thought about it, and he said, that's right. It does. And I said, you notice they never shoot up a Standard Oil truck? They never shoot up a Standard Oil tank farm. Why don't they shoot up a Standard Oil? Standard Oil is not an American company. It's international. It's a company of the world, isn't it? Now, what happens? He comes back and he says, you know what they're building there? They're building the largest refinery in the Far East in the U Minh Forest, Standard Oil. It's just broken ground for the biggest refinery. Now, what has happened? The new highways are in, the best telephone system in the world. We rebuilt Saigon. We put in all the new dock facilities. We built all the base for a new industrial base. And they're building a new refinery. Now we turn it over to the branch managers. Don't think those guys are going to get out of line. We walked away because the American people had paid for the capital investment under the cloak of fighting the Viet Cong. That's the rest of that article. Rebuilding Vietnam shouldn't be all that difficult. It's already cleared. Shopping center around this area. 4372. Not much new under the sun, is there? You see, what we do, we have these little wars, but they're urban renewal programs. Watch one more, the oil business. The United States has such a glut of oil. We have no need to import one drop of oil for the conceivable future. Why do we? Why do we limit production? Why are our wells all being brought in and capped? Because what we're doing is we're giving a welfare or foreign aid to the Middle East under the guise of buying oil. If we wanted to bring those people to the knees, they'd be brought to the knees in a week. The reason they're not to their knees is because we planned it that way, as Franklin Delano Roosevelt said it. If it happens, it was planned that way. You see, when you got people playing God who sit there up in Illinois, in Northwestern University, they have a map of the world bigger than 2 football fields under a roof. And these people walk around in that map, putting down all different elements where everybody lives, and they are replanning, reshifting the development of here. What's going to be urbanized? What's going to be this? Where they take. These people are walking around as gods. They dream up a scheme, and they have that scheme in a wonderful dream and program. SRI laboratories out in California run all of these studies through the big brain tank of 3,000 scientists coming up with sociological and demographical restructuring of the populations of the world. All on government contracts at $3 billion a year fired into there to come out with all of these programs of what they're going to do to these people and what they're going to do for these people. Remember, everything they do for you, they do to you. Did you ever think of that? The government can't do anything for you without doing it to you. And they can't give you anything they didn't take from you first. And they always take more than they give back. It's always a bad deal. It's always bad. Well, it's time for lunch, and we're going to break now for lunch, and we'll reconvene when we get ready. The cafeteria is going to be downstairs for the lunch, so I guess we go out here and go to the other entrance? Or right down here the stairs.